Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Rainbow Rumble. It's been a long, long time since we've been able to say that. I am Jerry the Music Man, and I'm joined here by the incredible Two Doors, who is on this screen here. I'm managing production. I'm doing lots of stuff behind the scenes today as well, because there's a lovely little community cast that you can see down here. So, Two Doors, why don't you take us through
Yes.
a little bit of what's going on today, what we can expect?
Alrighty, so we've got two separate best of threes that are going to be taking place today, which are actually our semifinals for the entire competition, followed by a grand final much later on that doesn't really have all that much weight to it. It really just is the winners of these two semifinals that make it into the eventual group stages for the Rainbow Rumble. So all of the emphasis is going to be on this opening best of three between G2 Heroic and then the one that starts later on at roughly 4 p.m. CST. That's going to be versus Wild and Wolves, and you don't want to, well, miss out on either one of these two games because they're going to be absolute bangers, to say the least.
You do not want to miss it at all. I've got a little graphic up on screen of the entire qualifying process. We're in this first bit all the way over there, the far side, the Blast EU team qualifier. Like you said, we had two of those teams eliminated yesterday. Those were TT9 and Virtus Pro. To my surprise, quite honestly, I had them pegged as going through these groups. Heroic managed to top the group yesterday. And yeah, it's a very, very exciting set of games. We'll just bring up a quick look at the standings right here. I'm going to flick on over to Liquipedia, one of our bestest friends, and zoom on in.
We love Liquipedia.
We'll zoom in on this final standings from yesterday. We saw Heroic go completely flawless almost in the group stage. They did take one 7-0 beating against Wild, and they just ignore that, right? That didn't happen. Okay.
Small little bump in the road.
We ignore that one if you're a Heroic fan. They're up against G2 because G2 finished 4th yesterday, and Wild versus Wolves will be the second grand final. You can see that also on Wikipedia right next to you. Wild versus Wolves for game 2 today, and the winner of each of these best of threes will be qualified for the Rainbow Rumble group stage. They'll join a whole host of other tier 2 teams that are waiting in the wings to be able to qualify over the next month or so. Lots of weekend qualifiers going on, mixing from all of EU as well as some teams from MPL, some teams from Nordics. It's going to be an absolute blast. These guys are going to be waiting for them. So, Heroic versus G2. Let's dial on into this game right now. We had a treat, a sort of a teaser, if you will, of what these two might have to bring against each other yesterday. 7-3 was the score between G2 and Heroic, and as you may hear in the background, we are ready to go on into the game. So, indeed. Heroic 7-3 against G2. G2 obviously will be looking to best that today and overturn that deficit, overturn that loss. They had a decent day yesterday, G2, but funnily enough, we didn't get to watch any of them because
fresh hogged all of the
games,
exactly. So that's completely fine. We had tons of fun following the rest of the bracket, watching the likes of Heroic and Wild as well as Virtus Pro towards the very end of the day. We got a nice little healthy mix of the entire bracket that we had available, so I was quite content with yesterday's cast, and today is definitely going to be so much more fun. But to also add on to sort of the official history of these two teams, they obviously did play yesterday. That went to Heroic. It was just a nice little best of one blowout. And then earlier on in EUL, even though that was over 3 months ago, they did play on Bank, and that was a 7-4 victory in favor of G2. And it is worth noting out. Let's actually, we know for a fact that we're going to be starting off on Border as map number 1 in this best of 3, but the two maps that are following this are going to be Bank and Theme Park. Bank on paper, map number 2, in G2's favor, theoretically.
Yeah, we didn't really get to the time to sort of whip through the ban phase, but yes, it is going to be, first off, obviously we're here out on Border, which is very exciting, and then we're followed by Bank, and then our decider, should we get there, will be Theme Park. So Border, Bank, Theme Park are your 3 maps. This one was essentially G2's pick, so G2 opting to go here to Border. So let's see if they can dish out the damage. We've had our whole ban phase play out in the background. In the meantime, Fenrir and Valk gone. Absolutely no surprise to me.
None.
It's just, these are very, very powerful operators. The one that's worth kind of focusing in on there in that entire ban phase, though could be not so much, very, very powerful operator, it's the Sledge. I'm very surprised to see a Sledge ban.
Yeah, as am I. I mean, he obviously is one of the most potent operators and has been basically since the vanilla days way back when. He's got himself frag grenades, which at the end of the day, they are just a little bit too potent, but they are shared amongst, if I'm not mistaken, 4 different operators within the attacking pool so far. But I guess it feels like a little bit more of a target ban towards the likes of potentially Doki or Virtue. That's really the only thing that I could actually try to maybe theorize about, because it's not that often that you ban one of the most basic and one of the most potent operators that is loved by every single team that touches this game.
So, border. We've got such fun to be had on this map. And apologies if there are any sort of clean feed issues. At the moment, I seem to be struggling.
That's
not quite
a
sure
bit of an
why.
oof.
Is that duplicating on your side, Toodles, or are you absolutely fine?
No, my clean feed is A-okay.
Okay, well, we may be slightly out of sync. We'll find out as the round goes on. You know, it's community cast, baby.
It happens.
this stuff is just stuff you have to deal with. But yes, Border, very exciting map to be playing. We're going to see the Solace in action, a very potent operator on this map in particular, but on most maps. You think about just how small this map is and how easy it is to set up a good drone network. It's pretty much paramount that you try and detect where those drones are early on and get rid of them to give yourselves, as defenders, a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more maneuverability. Doom on the Oryx as well, also worth mentioning, has that maneuverability in spades, able to jump up through hatches and smash himself through walls, Kool-Aid Man style, if he needs to. And Blaz on the Mirror, very, very powerful op for Mirror to be available on. Virtue getting into the first scrap of the day as he takes a little bit of damage through that office wall. Someone in there lurking about trying to protect it. We'll probably get back on that in a while. It looks like Virtue is dipping on out and prioritizing the CCTV control first.
And I think Benj is actually going to go for a vertical HE, but that obviously isn't going to reach the mirror window, and you can't directly get a line of sight from this vent's window to maybe shoot out that canister. But Uno does strike him down from inside a workshop. That's first blood drawn for the side of Heroic. A wonder start off for the defense, as you've got Doki trying to rectify the situation, but he walks right into the open arms of Joom yet again. So man advantage secured now for Heroic. They can sit comfortably as the skeleton key opens up a beautiful window of opportunity for Gemini to find some impact.
Anyone wondering what the Discord noises are if you've got your headset on? No, you're not going mad. I believe that's on our observer's end, so we'll tell him to...
Oh, is it?
That, I think, yeah, me and Toodles were having a crisis before the game started. We were like, what is going on? Yeah, I think I've figured out the mystery. I think it's in the clean feed. So
that makes so much more
we'll ask our wonderful observer, Schreikel it is for today, to maybe mute Discord sounds for the duration of the stream, as it's just sending me insane. 4 versus 3, as you mentioned, Heroic doing a decent job trading out those blows at the start of this round, and now the attackers have a decent amount of control. They've forced this mirror back towards the bomb chassis, checking the default angle, but Kayak very smartly offering up that ground, and Gemini just misses the opportunity, doesn't check properly. Alamau gets that refrag downstairs onto Skiddy, but it's all up to Virtue and Alamau now, the backline of this G2 core.
Yeah. And as one more E1D is going to go out, that is going to force the rest of Heroic to just stand still like a statue for a couple of seconds, but that's not all too much that they have to worry about. Diffuser is gone cold as well, so that'll have to be recovered within the next couple of seconds, as we've got G2 still fishing for intel and fishing for frags, yet to find either, as Alamau is going to take matters into his own hands. He's got one Solace to deal with on the opposite end of Sandwich, and he gets absolutely gunned down by the Yak himself. And now Virtue in the left in the 1v3 has got absolutely nothing to show for it, doesn't find any contact with the G36C, and he will go down at the hands of Blaz, one of the top performers on the side of Heroic throughout yesterday's festivities, and he seems to be carrying that trend quite well so far into this first round.
Yeah, excellent round, especially from Kayak as well. I want to mention him. Did some brilliant work on that anchor roll, especially just sort of outthinking Gemini, just moving back, playing that corner, forcing him to check the mirror, and then swinging as soon as Gemini looked at a completely empty area. That was very, very nice. Perfect timing as well from Kayak. You got to credit him there for that round win. So 1-0 to Heroic. A defensive round coming your way on Border is a nice way to start things off. Of course, this being G2's map pick, Heroic will have opted to defend first here. And so you sort of expect them to claim their primary site. They are going now to their secondary site, which interestingly enough is Armory and Archives. I wasn't paying very close attention at the start of that round, Toodles. I didn't even realize it was Events
We were
defense.
in Events. Yeah,
that was Events defense.
We had a very
Madness.
similar situation. I think it was yesterday during one of the Clubhouse games that we casted. I think it was the Virtus Pro game that took place on Clubhouse in round number 4, where we couldn't even actually tell that it was like a gym and bedroom defense.
Yeah,
I believe it was who
the
were
whole.
they playing against at the time?
It was Virtus Pro were trying to do a full clear from the east side of Clubhouse.
Exactly.
And it just looked like a cash defense. The whole thing looked like a cash
Basically.
defense, cash attack. There was no action around the gym. It was very strange.
None. It was really bizarre and
Yeah.
kind of got a very similar situation to that opening round. But now, at the very
happens.
least, it's going to be a little bit more back down to basics, as we're going to be going to what is historically the most favored bomb site in all iterations of Border, Armory, and obviously your archive section, with G2 now taking a little bit of entry damage as Jokey is looking, well, definitely worse for wear.
Did you just call him Jokey?
Doki or Joke? No, I definitely said Doki.
He is a pretty jokey guy. I heard jokey. I don't know. I won't berate you for it. But you know what? Jokey, I feel like I like the nickname. He won't like it though. Benja. Benja is finding some stuff out using his intel gathering utility, that Yana replicator, to clear below. In the meantime, the rest of G2 set up for what is clearly an archive state with Osa and Ying in tow, ready to flash the living daylights out of the site before trying to get a diffuser down. Benja has cleared beneath almost, but he sees one body is dropped. A whole army of Heroic have converged on him, but they're losing the fight above. Doom takes down Gemini, though. That is the Osa behind who was carrying diffuser down for the count. Doki finds Uno on that entry. Alamau now takes some matters into his own hands, swings on in, finds that deep archives player. Massive frag given the play state, and now Doki in a position where he's being flashed by his own teammate, and he falls to Skiddy as a result of it. Alamau picking up the pieces, taking down Blaz, but all up to Skiddy now. G2 has still got control of this round, even though it's messy, and 1 versus 2 now for Skiddy against Alamau and Virtue, the 2 international members of G2. A great drop, maybe not intentional, does find Virtue from beneath. Now has to spend the next 20 seconds or so just finding his way back up. But of course, as the Oryx, this is a little bit speedier than usual.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Never mind.
Oh, no, he's baiting him.
Is he actually baiting him? But
maybe.
What he's going to do, go towards small office and potentially try to catch Alamau off guard, of just back up through metal. Either way, he has to make a decision really quickly because time is starting to run out, and he's got just about 8 seconds to find the frag and stig the defuse. Outside of AC, he's unaware as to where Alamau actually is, and he's trying to bait out the swing. He's long-arming it, and now Alamau has to vault in at just the right moment with about 1.5 seconds left on that defuse timer. It is a round for G2, a messy one, as you mentioned, but one that they pull over the line.
Just about. Alamau playing that very, very nicely, very sweetly. Did, count those seconds perfectly, because you think at that point, he's always going to stick it. Once he's past that sort of 4 or 5 second mark, he's always going to stick it. You have that sort of guaranteed gunfight in your favor. Skiddy maybe taking a little bit too much time to head back on into the site and create that engagement. He only left himself with about 10 seconds to play around with the diffuser, bait it, take gunfights. In the end, he just had to stick it. But doing a decent job nonetheless, managed to find that first kill, dropping down and finding Virtue from beneath. But all of the action that took place before it, I mean, you could spend an eternity analyzing that round because there were so many twists and turns.
Definitely. The one thing that I do have to commend Heroic for doing is just realizing exactly what was on their list of priorities. And the moment that they actually found a little bit of contact down below with the Benja, they just sent about, like, what was it? Three members down below to just downright hunt him and cyberbully the living crap out of him. And that is something that I can really, really appreciate, because you saw how potent some of those vertical nades might have been. One of them did miss its mark onto the warden over by half wall, and there was a second one left in his back pocket. They decided, nah, we don't want to deal with it. We just want to go ahead and hunt him down, eliminate all bottom floor pressure, and then just rotate back up and deal with the execution, which is exactly what they did, but didn't quite convert the round. Still,
almost
though,
worked.
Good effort.
Almost
good
worked.
mid-round.
Yeah. Very, very close to working, I think, and ultimately it didn't work, but it was the right call, I think. So, good play by Heroic, great play by G2 to secure that round. I feel like we're in for a good game. These are two teams that have been performing very, very nicely. Of course, Heroic, in case you missed the pre-show, top of the table after yesterday. We had a whole round-robin tournament, essentially, with 6 teams, and Heroic won 4 of their 5 games. The only game they lost was a 7-0 drubbing at the hands of Wild, who ended up finishing beneath them, interestingly. So, they brushed that. That's water off their backs for this heroic side.
In the rearview mirror, they don't have to care about it anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
No?
So, Flores drones coming in to try and remove some of this early setup, the extended setup from Heroic. Removing this Kiba barricade that's protecting the Azami. Skiddy takes down Gemini for the first kill of the round, using that mirror window, looking from 90 into CCTV. That's a nice area of the map to control. They are extending their presence. They're making sure they're not giving up East Stairs and CC so easily. But Benja looks like he's found a gap.
Keep in mind, we are also in Bathroom and Teller, surprisingly enough, and this is one of the most extended holds I've ever seen in my entire life. Benja, does he check his 6? Well, he does strike down Blaz, and now he's to turn his attention towards Kayak, but the coverage from Alamau is just pitch perfect. He shuts him down through Workshop, and now attention turned towards the hatch. They know someone's up there, but it is the Vector to rise atop. Skiddy with a nice 3K is going to thwart Virtue back into a 1v2 clutch scenario right here, and he doesn't have Diffuser either, so that will need to be picked up. It is left on the top floor, and now Heroic, they have completely forfeited the rest of their setup, and they're just going to play for time, and very close for Uno, dancing with the devil there and nearly getting decapitated, but they know full well where Virtue is. They can just let that clock run itself down.
Playing for time. It's a little bit risky here. Of course, they are sort of pinned back in the site. They don't have a complete number on where Virtue is with the removal of that default cam. He doesn't have Diffuser, so he is going to have to play 4 kills here. Diffuser is miles away on the top floor outside. So he's going to peek on in to Bathroom. Doesn't necessarily know that they're in here. He may think they're in the B site as well. Flash comes through. That will stun the player on the other side, but he doesn't necessarily know that they're there. Those tracers will give him away. The Azami makes a movement. Uno! Like the Matrix, how did he do that? Offers him a wrist for no particular reason, and Virtue will happily send a bullet down the cartilage of the Azami, but 13 seconds left now, and he still has to find 2, knows exactly where this Azami is, trying to create a vaultable hole, but it doesn't work out for him, doesn't get the prompt. He's going to pick the Azami, should win that fight, but Skiddy, once again, what a round from the Brit, and he takes down Virtue for another defensive round for Heroic. They go 2 up, or 1 up rather, 2-1.
Quadra kill coming off from Skiddy. Ridiculous performance on what is easily my favorite operator within the entire game, Mira as well. I've been loving it so far, and just overall the gameplay and the amount of knowledge that Heroic are injecting into a border so far that we have seen, specifically on that last round with the very, very ridiculous overextension that they had towards the east staircase, where you saw G2 where they were trying to address the keep barriers, they were trying to address the castle barricades, but it kind of felt as if they had loaded up their plate a little bit too much and couldn't quite digest everything that Heroic were throwing their way. There was just, quite frankly, a little bit too much to cover, and I do appreciate the split-second decision for G2 to have sent Benjamester down inside of that workshop. You had Alamo also physically within the bomb site. I think he might have just hopped in through that vending window, and he was able to shut down the cross angle that was set up from deep behind of workshop, and then unfortunately he got taken down through the hash because they didn't address that top floor control. But I do appreciate the thought process of G2 just realizing, screw it, they're understaffed on the bomb site, let's hit them where there are some chinks in the armor. It just didn't work out, unfortunately.
It's very exciting watching both these sides play, particularly because of the way they play. I feel like they are very nice kind of counterparts in their play style. G2 definitely kind of not pioneered, but made most of this style during Invitational. Uno finding that opportunity, taking down Gemini in the early round, removing the ace from the equation. Yeah. No hard breach. And on a events defense where they're holding firm on the top floor, holding on to that that east breach, that's a big pick.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be even more tough to deal with those mirror windows, because you saw whenever Heroic have been using those black mirrors, they usually like to set it on that armory wall and then put kill holes on the other side. But it seems as if Benjamaster has other options that he wants to explore. Kayak doubles down and finds Doki. Virtue will also be waved goodbye to, and then suddenly G2, they have lost 4 members, and it's all down to the newest, well, not the newest edition, but the youngest edition on the side of G2 to clutch up, but it won't happen. Joom shuts him down. He doesn't want to deal with any of Benja's tomfoolery, and that is Heroic taking away yet another round, a 3rd added to the tally.
Now, I don't know if you heard my reaction there, Toodles, but
a little bit.
G2 were stumped. As stumped as I was, that there was no one in Armory, no one in Archives. All this setup, Heroic had 5 men on the board. And they were ready to storm the gates and take the fights. They sent in Yin Candelas. They had someone pushing from the door as well as repelling in the sandwich. And no one was there. They had instead vertical angles and bodies further afield inside of metal, inside of shrine, ready to take the gunfights as soon as G2 stormed the gate.
Yeah.
And G2 walked into a trap there. It was beautifully set up by Heroic, and I have to commend them, because it's very rare you see a gambit like that pulled off and effectively capitalized upon by a defensive side. So really, really cool to see this play out between these two sides. I didn't even get a chance to kind of delve into why I think
didn't even
these guys, these teams, they play to the meta so well, and we saw Heroic over the Combine quals be very disappointing. They went out in a heap. They went out instantly, first rounded in the upper bracket and then first rounded in the lower bracket. Given a chance to flex their muscles yesterday through the round robin, we got to see the side that are dynamic, that are opportunistic, that have the gun power, and as long as Doom and Blaz are firing, anything is possible for this side.
Yeah, definitely. And surprisingly enough, Joom and Blaz don't even really have to be firing all that much, because it is Skitty that is currently up to 7 frags after only 4 rounds of gameplay so far. I do love this angle from Joom inside of jail, and with that soft wall, he easily peppers down Alamau, and now Benja's, well, searching and scrounging for a refrag, but none to be presented, as within the first 30 seconds, Joom has already taken down 2 of the G2 members. This is a horrendous start off, and G2 are barely even inside of the building.
They've lost their Fangs as well, the Nook and the Amaro, 2 key pieces of attacking utility and playstyles that will enable that opportunistic pounce when potent playstyle. Doki taking a lot of flack there as Skiddy this time hops on out and tries to take him down. Heroic just aren't letting up. They are constantly keeping the pressure up on G2. G2 can barely get inside the building. Doki trying to knock down this barricade to open up a line of sight. At the moment, who's that? Gemini, still basically in spawn with both of his shields. He's keeping them safe for the late round. They've found the Solace at the very least. They found the Oryx inside of inside the CCTV.
That's cool, but how do you address them?
I don't know. You've got a situation here where there's lots of rotations available for the defenders, and you need to pinch on 1 or 2 of them to find an opening.
That's a really great opening now that you just manifested it into existence, and Doki's going to definitely be happy with that one, as we've got Gemini now rotating back over towards the server window to see if they can isolate a secondary player. But I think, there is still 1 player present, and they do shut down Uno as he swings through that armory door. But Joom once again instantaneously trades it off, and that's his 3rd kill of the round, and he still continues to be a lingering threat inside a server. Now Gemini with the hop in, narrow. He just tags him up, and he gets away by the skin of his teeth. Still a factor that can find impact, but beautifully read into, and Joom is going to be pushing daisies for the rest of the round.
That's a case of unlucky timing, if you ask me, for Joom. Just crossing to that mirror position and caught out at the exact wrong moment as the pre-fire comes through from Gemini. Somehow, G2 have rescued this, taking it from a 3 versus 5 down to a 2 versus 2, but 30 seconds left, and they still have a lot of work to do. They have barely approached the site, just doing some cursory scouting as they try and find a way through. Gemini has the shields in pocket to try and work with, but he doesn't opt to choose to use them. He's just going to push along with Virtue, go for those refrags, but Blaz reads into it, mows down Virtue. Gemini not close behind enough to find that refrag. Kayak and Blaz are just going to see out the timer. Gemini is waiting for the freebies at the end of the round, and he's got to hope that they're offered to him, but Blaz does tempt him. Doesn't give the life away, and that is a round going to the way of Heroic, thanks to a very aggressive start to the round.
It was just an utter massacre. That's the only way that I can actually describe what Joom was able to accomplish within the first 35 seconds. Finds a frag over towards jail, then goes for a main stairs run out and catches Benja with his back turned because he was trying to get through that freshly created kill hole on the jail wall. Joom single-handedly won Heroic that entire round after picking up 3 kills within roughly the first 90 seconds overall. And at that certain stage, you're in a 3v2 situation. Sure, Gemini got a ridiculous pixel angle onto Joom, shut him down as he was manning up that mirror window, but that round was basically lost before it even began for G2. As we stated, they barely got a single soul inside of the building, and they could barely address what Heroic had set up because they were just packed with raw, unbridled aggression. They had so much ferocity, and G2 just couldn't sand their teeth down.
When it comes to Doom, that's half of the course, really. The amount of times we saw Heroic games yesterday where he would gather 3 kills in the opening minute and the round would be done and dusted before it even began. It's just how he operates. Heroic are operating very nicely as a unit as well, enabling that to be the case. And they are rewarded right now with that 4-1 lead on a defense of Border. This is, need I remind you, G2's map pick. Heroic do have the luxury, of course, of choosing to go to defense first, but it shouldn't make this big of a difference. I feel like G2 should have a little bit more of their finger on the pulse when it comes to tackling these defenses and getting their attacks right. Doom goes for yet another hop out. Can't find his mark, unfortunately. Spots the body, but can't follow it closely enough by trading down. That takes a bit of full damage, but, you know, it's Oryx. It's part and parcel. It's an occupational hazard, really. He finds a kill anyway, so I guess it was worth it.
Doesn't matter how unlucky this bloke gets, he somehow always finds a way to deliver impact, and it's just ridiculous how he pulls it off. And yeah, Joom, trust me, I wish that hopping onto the monitor was as easy as it was back in the day. But into Armory we go. Doki in close proximity gets shut down, but Gemini secures the trade. And he doesn't, narrowly goes down to the C4, doesn't shoot it out in time and can't bail out Doki, so he's left stranded, all on his lonesome, and will get tagged up and eventually felled by Blast. Benja now to rectify and pick up the pieces, but he in turn just gets absolutely peppered down by Uno. And now Virtue with the LMG in the 1v3 has barely seen any action this entire game and has got to save it all in order to ensure that G2 take a second round into halftime. Finds the first onto the Yak. That's a brilliant start off as well, but he's got so much more to accomplish given the fact that that defuser has gone cold on the top floor.
How are we only at the halfway mark of this round?
I don't know.
Virtue has 90 seconds to work with here. 2 hard breach gadgets as well. Not that they'll likely come in any use, as Diffuser, like you mentioned, is stranded upstairs and the site is bathroom tellers. Heroic are just going to play the Diffuser at this point. They're going to play an armory defense between the two of them. Hold these crossfires. They are both lit up substantially. Uno does have that 1 keeper barricade in pocket to maybe adjust things, maybe create a few more problems for the Aussie, but time is ticking and Virtue needs to find an opening. He will start by opening up this shrine wall and catching Uno on the cross, taking it down to a 1 versus 1. This was a 1 versus 3 at one point, need to remind you, Skiddy. It's all now up to him to spare Heroic's blushes. Yeah,
to catch or to essentially reach double digits as well. One more frag is all that is necessary for Skiddy, and he's just going to tuck himself deep inside of Sandwich or Half Wall by the looks of it. I think it is Half Wall, close up on the lockers, and Virtue now has to put on his detective cap and start doing a little bit of investigating, and he will just systematically clear out each and every single one of these nooks and crannies to find out exactly where that little scoundrel of a mirror is, and he's about to lock horns. It's Skiddy that makes the first move, and he strikes him down. Heroic, they take away a 5th round at the end of half.
Excellent little 1 versus 1 there from Skiddy. Unfortunate for Virtue. What an attempt. What an attempt from Virtue.
A for effort.
A for effort for certain, but let's not forget what really happened in that round. Heroic were on top of G2 constantly. G2 decide to go for the quick entry into Armory with the Buck and the Yana, and as soon as that happens, there are a couple of bodies there to resist, but just as soon as one goes down, 2 reappear. It's like the Hydra heads from Heroic. Their refrag game is immense on the defense, and it has been all game so far. They just pop up constantly to support each other, and that's what spelt their success. G2 were not there in numbers to be able to support their attack. They maybe didn't think they needed to be. Yeah. You know, you can't blame them in that situation. Who expects 5 people to suddenly appear inside of Armory and Archives on a bathroom teller's defense? It just doesn't happen. That's what Heroic are delivering, and it's working for them. They are finding the frags. They're turning this, you know, they're bringing it down to its base elements. They're making it a deathmatch, and they're 5-1 up for it.
Yeah. And it's not really that often that you actually get to see these kinds of strategies be employed by the top tier 1 teams either, where you have roughly 3, 4, maybe all 5 players moving together like a pack of wolves, because often you will see people buddy up on the roam. That is just standard practice at the end of the day. But to have 4 people mobilize at the exact same time, for the attackers as well, for G2, it becomes immensely more difficult for them to actually keep track of what exactly is going on. And without or technically with a lack of intel, without properly scouring through all of these different corners and all of these different bits of the map, you have no idea how many players you're actually dealing with.
Blaz is in sight.
Yeah, he is in sight, apparently, but it is going to be Benja to also go down at the hands of Blaz yet again, and now he's just calling in for that defuse to get rotated in. He will get taken down by Doki, unfortunately enough, but Heroic, they've already stirred up the pot of chaos. Skady finds Alamo on top of that, 3v2, 50 seconds in.
Alamo trying to play Skiddy at his own game there. He's got your number. 3 versus 2 for Heroic after that impressive entry by Blaz, just walking on, you know, knocked down the front door. Very, very easy. And he finds 2, unfortunately falling because of that Prisma. In realism, you know, that was what caught him out. Just trying to shoot the back of an alibi, but it gave him away. And then, of course, the refrag coming from Doki. But we're only a minute in. And this is just part of the course for Heroic. Every single Heroic game we've seen so far this weekend has felt like this. Doki and Virtue now left in a position where Uno is free to just wreak havoc on the site. Capture all of this utility and make it his own. Has a yellow ping as well, a missed yellow ping, but there, a fresh yellow ping on the genuine alibi. He's crouching, that's how you know. And they can try and find this opportunity. I think Joom is being very smart with his drone here, not moving it too much, not giving it away. Just have to shoot this alibi Prisma if he's to go down, but Joom does get taken out from range by players holding 90. Virtue finds him, and there we have it. A great hold by G2, centered around just sort of dancing around this 90 enshrined position, and they ate up the Heroic attackers that came hunting for them.
Yeah, Virtue with the performance of a lifetime right there towards the very end, and it's just I don't even know how to really describe it. It's just one of those very unfortunate scenarios for Heroic where you have live intel on one of the players that you're trying to deal with inside of office. You send 2 players to go and snuff him out and hunt him down, but sometimes he just wins his ones a little bit better than you do, and that's exactly what Virtue did. 1 frag with the MX4, the second one with a bailiff, and then suddenly, boom, that's the second round locked in for G2, one that they're definitely going to be very happy to acquire.
Yeah, they need to start gathering rounds and quickly right now. 5-1 is not a split that you want to see. On the defense, you expect them to maybe rack up a couple. They're moving down to Vents now for their second defense. And they'll want to keep a tab on Blaz this round. Obviously, it's very difficult to do so given the operator that he's bringing. Those alibi Prismas certainly one way of doing it, but you have to kind of rely on the failings of Blaz more than anything for that to work. The mirror windows as well, a form of intel that cannot be counted if they are manned in terms of by a Nook. Of course, invisible to drones, invisible to cameras, but not invisible to the naked eye. So just keep someone on those mirror windows, make sure that he can't just walk in. But of course, that doesn't cover all bases. The whole point of a Nook is that he will find that gap, and Blaz has been very good at doing that throughout the course of this weekend.
Yeah, I guess on top of the mirror window, the only other tool at your disposal that you have to sort of like snuff out a Nook would be barbed wire, because you still make a little bit of noise going through them. Alamo is already lit up as all hell, and he is stuck inside a passport with literally nowhere to go, but he has to challenge up these duels, and he does trade back some damage to Skiddy, but he's still the first casualty on the side of G2, caught in a very awkward position, and this is not a place where G2 want to find themselves in, being a man down 35 seconds in, but Doki does equalize up the man count at the very least, and he's willing to actually overstay his welcome here inside of Passport.
They're putting a lot of stock in Passport, it would seem, trying to catch people out before they enter the building, but I feel like the opportunity has gone begging. Damage was a key factor there in that engagement between Alamau and the players outside. He lost too much health to be able to charge through the barricade. He would have killed himself. Blaz takes down Doki as well. That is the player that went to reoccupy Passport, dealt with again, and now
he's
Blaz... No, he's beneath sight. Oh, no, he is inside. Yeah, this is a defense now. So Blaz, once again, is inside. Doesn't fall prey to the alibi Prisma a second time. And Uno in a position where he can just walk in with the Fuser, maybe get Sneaky Plant down. Kayak taken out by Benja. Blaz removed by Gemini from above, as well as Virtue. These vertical angles working too well for G2. Heroic lingering far too long, not pouncing on the opportunity. And now it's all up to Skiddy, but Virtue will mow him down as well. An excellent couple of rounds so far for the alibi. The Aussie doing doing bits on the defense.
Yeah, it seems as if he's reliving the glory days of SI just earlier this year in February as well. He's having a little bit of a heater so far on this defensive side, and Heroic, despite the fact that they, for the second time in a row, are able to literally just inject Blaz into that bomb site ridiculously early on into the round, but they once again can't quite convert the victory because you still have to address those vertical angles. As Whippet would constantly say, it is a double-edged sword, and if you want to take it back a little bit further as well to the days of Bloodbath, even saying that as well when he was still casting Year 1 Siege. These angles, they work both ways. They are a double-edged sword and you need to address them. And I really love the amount of initiative that Heroic are taking into these rounds, but still, you cannot forget your basics.
I have a few people wondering in chat about broadcasts and things and what's going on today. If you're interested, there is this broadcast. Of course, you're here. Welcome. We're delivering somewhat of a proper cast, I would say, for this game. I would imagine Fresh is providing more of a couchcast style thing over on his channel. So if you're more interested in that style of coverage, go and join Fresh. Each to their own. I love a bit of both. We're here doing the casting today. So, yeah. Here we go. Round number 8. G2 finally kind of closing this gap. As we said, they absolutely needed to. Heroic looking a little bit toothless on the attacks. Well, actually, no. Unfair to call them toothless. I feel like the bite is there, but the swallow, for want of a better term, isn't.
I feel like we should park that analogy until the end of time.
Yeah, I'm never using that one again. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Things my brain does.
I get what you mean.
Yeah,
though, because
it makes sense.
They're
it's
instead regurgitating instead of digesting. You know,
it makes sense. It just has weird connotations that I don't like.
We'll need to revisit that at a certain point. We'll iron it out. But for now, Blaz has actually got live intel on a yellow ping. But Virtue, what is that? He shuts down Skitty because they didn't address this server hold that G2 were employing. They basically let Virtue get away with daylight robbery right there in that opening engagement.
They need to be a bit more committal, I think, Heroic. They're being caught out by lingering just a tiny bit too long in dangerous areas and not pulling the trigger. They're doubting themselves. They just need to rekindle that confidence. And yet again, the openings... too easy to benefit from for Benjamaster heading deep inside of CTV, working those angles. Kayak will find a refrag onto Virtue, but a lot of bodies have been lost on the side of Heroic. Doom trying to even out this man count by taking down Doki. A great little snap to the head as Doki goes to the wide swing on the Azami barricade. Kayak in a position where he can flash out this room. Doesn't necessarily connect with where he wanted it, though. And that means that the player inside, or, well, if there was a player inside, he thought he saw one. I thought I saw an outline, but that outline is deep inside of CCTV. He has now got full control of Armory, but this is only step 1, and they've lost a lot of bodies in trying to achieve that step.
Yeah,
he's going to bail anyway.
Exactly. He needs to recover that diffuser and potentially go for a deep send into this vent side. I don't know. I wouldn't even think that that's the right call either way because he's still got Gemini still dug deep inside of there. And on top of that, I mean, time is starting to become a real factor that now Heroic desperately need to worry about, and they might just instead go back up to the top floor and go for a full east take, potentially just send it through the vending machine window. But a Kayak's actually going to go back up, and okay, there is a nade because I think they actually did hear that rotation come through metal, but either way, it's going to be crunch time right now for Heroic, and they're running out of options fairly quickly.
It's a difficult game of cat and mouse because there is a shortage of cats and a surplus of mice. And there goes one of the mice finding a cat, Kayak. I mean, he's a yak, really. But Adamau will find that final kill with a C4 prepped for that drop. They knew exactly what was coming, and they dealt with it splendidly. G2 take yet another round. That's 3 on the trot on their defense, and they're finally showing signs of life.
Definitely, but Heroics seem more and more lost with each passing round that they are loading up into the server. That round in particular, while I definitely have to give credit where it's due to Virtue because he was able to find 2 frags throughout the course of it all, but still, Heroic, they just don't necessarily know what to do. They have a couple of ideas that they really want to explore. They have a couple of different gimmicks that they want to try to employ in some of these strategies for clearing out that top floor armory, for example, but they just were maybe a little bit too complacent and weren't really like fast enough to jump the trigger and actually pull it quick enough, and then they just got literally gunned down through a wall bangable surface that is the server wall. I don't know what is up with Heroic's indecisiveness in that last round, but it is something that I, for their benefit, really hope changes moving into this next 10th round.
10th round it is. Heroic do need to find that momentum, something on the attack. Like you said, they've had their struggles. I really pin it down to, you know, timing almost, you know, hesitancy and lingering. You can't linger on border. The mice will pounce. So far, yeah, G2, I think it's fair to say that they have been the mice in this matchup. Heroic really put a mark on this border in the attacking half, and G2 are clawing it back from behind. And I suppose maybe clawing is the wrong verb, because of course that's something that cats do and not mice. But yeah, you know, it's a game of two halves.
Rats. Maybe rats can claw.
They're the rats. They prey at night. They stalk at night. Anyone that knows that reference is a Chad of the highest order. We have ourselves, of course, the 10th round. It's going to be an armory defense. And plenty of speed, plenty of destruction being brought by Heroic. They have the Ash. They have the Buck to speed things along. I like this as a bit of a flex pick. We saw it from G2 on their attack, just being able to waltz on in through any soft wall, maybe contest those the footholes inside of CCTV, just open them wide and make it more two-way. Doki holding on to East Stairs right now. He has his army barricades to help him out, and Benja deep inside of office. Everyone on G2 spread out, covering all bases at the moment.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of contact found in the early stages of the round, but as I say that,
nice
well,
pitch.
Doki is going to be the first player to fall as Joom draws first blood. That's the East Stairs presence completely dealt with, and Virtue's once again going to be on these feet holes. And he's actually got Gemini opening up the rest of the wall so that he might be able to swing onto the rappel on top of that. Kayak starting to work this bottom floor passport control on top of that, and we will have Blaz rejoin Skitty over towards Customs. They do finally fish out and snuff out Alamau, deal with the roaming Oryx, and they can start prepping up some vertical nades to maybe flush out Virtue, but he's actually just rotated back towards Metal Stairs to see if he can rejoin in on the fun. But early stages of the round, looking very good for Heroic, and really grim for G2, surprisingly.
This 5v3 excellent position for Heroic to be in. That kill onto Alamau, so crucial. Whether that was based on intel or not, it was well reacted to by Heroic to find that Oryx. He was in a playmaking position. He was going for it, and now he's relegated to cam duty for the rest of this round. Kayak going to swing in towards this balcony, try and tackle this break in CCTV extension that G2 have posited. Honestly, Heroic may be in a position where they don't necessarily even need to tackle this head-on. They have the manpower to maybe head to the site and head up these stairs, cause a bit of an issue, overpower them just with sheer numbers on that far side, and not give any thought towards this position being played right now. But it is kind of connected in the middle by Benjamaster, a thread from one side of the map to the other between all of these defenders. If one of them falls, though, it might all start to unravel.
Yeah, and Benja specifically, if he falls, then Virtue's going to be too far disconnected away from the action and run out from East Stairs, and he does find a little bit of impact on top of that. But your last remaining anchor has now just fallen to the wayside, and Virtue's now going to have to rotate back and get the job done all on his lonesome. And from the AC window, he will be struck down by Joom. So that is Heroic finally claiming an opening, well, not an opening, but their first round on the attacking half so far, and they will sit not all too comfortably on map point after that.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say not all too comfortably, because that was a good round from Heroic, but it was against the trend. G2 have been very good on these defenses. Going to Armory Archives again now to reattempt what was a failed defense. Honestly, part of it just came down to losing those early engagements, right? Doki maybe not expecting to go down so early on East Stairs. A very nice pinch coming out from both sides of the map, the East and West balconies between Heroic players, to catch him out, and then Alamau just missing that opportunity. You think in that situation, if he wins that, it's a 4 versus 4. He loses it though, and it's a 5 versus 3, and we saw just how thinly stretched G2 were trying to deal with a full force Heroic, essentially. They hadn't really wasted too much time. They hadn't wasted any utility, really, in finding those opening frags. So it was always going to be a difficult ask for G2. Reattempting this site, absolutely the right call.
Yeah, definitely so. And, I mean, vents would have also just been now unlocked for them, so they could have definitely gone and visited that one for potentially a second victory to, you know, force out the last round of regulation. But revisiting the bomb site, nothing wrong with that at all whatsoever. It should work out relatively okay, provided that, as you mentioned, those opening engagements do actually go in their favor. And because now G2 have faced Heroic's attack once and actually twice over on armory defenses, they should be a little bit more accustomed with what they can expect. You know that Heroic are actually going to put a lot more emphasis on trying to dig in your HE players in the form of Skitty and Blast to go for those vert nades. So you might want to, you definitely want to address them, but you know that they're going to be butting up. You know that they're going to have a little bit of support. So you might want to think about doing what Heroic did in their own defensive half. Just throw a ridiculous amount of bodies in their general direction, and the numbers will work their magic, basically.
So everyone on G2 patrolling, I'd like to say. They're covering... It's a zonal defense, if you ask me. Alamau pouncing on the opportunity. Blaz goes for that punch ult, gives away his position, and the wall bang comes through from the Oryx. A good opening frag for G2. They'll take that one, for certain. Juke trying to hunt as well. Skiddy, though, takes down Alamau. They get that refrag. So crucial have refrags been for Heroic and their modus operandi. Absolutely great start there.
Uh-oh.
It looks like this cooked grenade may find its mark. No, Skiddy just missing the opportunity there. And in fact, the alibi of Virtue hearing that pin pull and falling back at exactly the right moment. And another fresh yellow pin comes out onto the 90 position, but Skiddy has to follow him round into break, maybe predict some movements here. Doesn't let go. Doesn't pull the trigger. Doesn't let go of that grenade. We'll keep it in pocket for the time being. Because apparently you can do that in Siege. Put a pin on a grenade and put it back in. It's great.
Don't know how it works, but I mean, it's a thing. It's a mechanic
people
in the game.
complain about realism declining in the game. This was always a thing. Come on.
It always has been. Yeah, exactly. Ever since day one. This is not just like a feature that has been implemented in some of the most recent patch notes. No, it's been here since year one. But now the kill feed will start to get painted orange quite rapidly as Doki, Gemini, and Virtue each find a kill of their own, to the point that it's all down to Kayak, left now in the 1v4, and he will eventually shut down Virtue. That is the actual alibi, despite the fact that the hologram in front of him continues to plague his progress a little bit. And once again, Diffuser is stranded in no man's land with 50 seconds left to go. He has got one hell of a mountain to climb. So hopefully he's got his hiking boots and picks packed, because, well, he's got to make a move.
Keeper barricades come out as well onto this position, just causing more delay, more annoyance for Kayak more than anything. Clears out that alibi, and of course the crossfires can begin. The Candelas will rain out and afford him some safety, but it's Gemini to find that final kill. A team ace denied. If Benja had found that kill, it would have been one kill for everyone on the side of G2 over the course of the round, but instead Gemini picks himself a nice little 2k.
And so we go to the 12th and final round of regulation. I didn't expect it to honestly be this defender-sided. Like, sure, Heroic, they got off to a wondrous start off on their defensive side, and at the very least, they have been able to get themselves that one necessary round earlier in the attacking half. That's the only reason why they're currently sat on map point. Should they buck the trend, they will just take this 12th round all to themselves, but it has been very, very difficult for both teams to address these Bastion-like defenses.
So Heroic managed to buy themselves one round with that tactical timeout after round 9. And now they've lost the next one. I'm wondering if during that time they had the opportunity to think forward and think, okay, what are we going to do if we get to head to a secondary site? And interestingly enough, G2 opting to go to Bathroom rather than Vents, which was their secondary site the first time round. So Heroic may be less prepared for this, and we do see a full switch of operators, indicating that, yes, they were not expecting this. They were planning for that Vents take. That being said, it does look like a little bit of a pocket strat coming out as well. As a full switch, in fact, comes through. The Capital switch onto the Lion, and we have the Sens coming out. You don't bring a Sens unless you've got a very specific plan for them.
Exactly. On top of that, you've still got the E1Ds that Lion on, well, that Kayak on the line can bring out, so you can lock everyone in place. You've got Skitty that can just basically pierce his way into the bomb site quite rapidly. But on the side of G2, also a small little shift in defensive philosophy. They have brought out Alamau on the Mozzie, so they're looking to deny intel, and then Gemini with those bear traps might catch some unsuspecting Heroic members off guard should they rush things up a little bit too quickly.
He's still got one in pocket as well. I want to see that third Pog map come out, Gemini. Come on. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on it for certain. This is strange. We're in the first 40 seconds of a round involving Heroic, and we haven't seen a kill yet. Juno, of course, has been involved in an engagement at the very least. Came out of it a bit worse for wear.
I don't even think he actually shot anything. He just took like residual damage from an impact nade. And
Virtue
there's
out.
Virtue actually going down, and Benj is also going to join him in the DBNO state. This is absolutely massive for Heroic to capitalize on, and they shut down Doki. Now there's only 2 healthy players left alive on G2.
This is where you really want to dock. A dock in Animal's position now would have been able to res both his teammates, but unfortunately he's pinned back and unable to save them. He's going to go for the save, but the red ping off the EU1D will give away his location. Does get the safer option in Virtue, back up and in the count. Benjamaster is as good as dead at his position, and Blaz will, of course, secure that. There we go. So a 5 versus 3 now, with Virtue looking especially worse for wear. Heroic in a good position to try and close this out, but do they know that Virtue is still lingering in this corner? This could be a key engagement. Blaz doesn't connect with the head. Oh, he does! It's an exact trade, and a 4 versus 2 will now play out. Gemini and Alamal, the last alive for G2.
Yeah, Heroic takes those trades all days of the week, and now it's all down to Gemini in the 1v2. 9mm finds absolutely no damage onto Skitty, and he will place the final nail into G2's coffin. Down into a 6-foot grave they go, but of course, this is only our first map in the best of 3 series. Border goes to Heroic. Well-fought victory on their side, but unfortunately for G2, as we mentioned, it was their own pick, and now they somehow have to work a little bit of magic into Bank.
Excellent round, and game rather, from Skiddy there. 15-7 was the final stat line that we had. I've just got the map ban on screen right now, 2 doors, in case you're wondering. So we can have a look at how this should play out. Of course, I believe, honestly, Fresh will do a fantastic job of delving into these map bans. Honestly, he's the map ban king, so I won't even attempt to step to his level right now. If you want to get some good map ban analysis, head over there. But this is just to illustrate where we're going next. We did have, of course, a border. That was G2's pick.
Yep.
Big thing for Heroic to be able to steal a map away from a side like G2, the SI champs no less. Made the main stage in Copenhagen as well. And Heroic are 1 map ahead in this not Combine, that's the other one. Rumble qualifier. There's so many Siege tournaments going on at once. I can't handle it.
We love it.
Yeah.
Wow. Indeed. And also just a little bit of trivia. The last time that these 2 teams actually had met in EUL earlier in March, they also did play on Bank, and it did go G2's way, 7-4 scoreline. But obviously that was over 3 months ago, so it might not really be all too relevant anymore now.
No, and
I don't think.
In case you're wondering the sort of wider context of all this, in case you've just tuned in, I know a lot of people weren't watching from the beginning, so welcome. We are covering the qualifiers for the Rainbow Rumble. We had a whole round robin take place yesterday. I'm going to switch on over to the Liquipedia page to help illustrate my point here. All of this happened yesterday. Heroic came out on top, G2 came 4th, and that is why we have this 1st versus 4th place game taking place right now. So Heroic, the most informed side with 4 wins to their name over the course of yesterday. Wild were on top at one point. They were 3-0, and then they lost their final 2 games and plummeted down to 2nd. I say plummeted, dropped just 1 point. So they're up against Wolves in a later best of 3 that will be on directly after this one. Heroic won this match yesterday as well. It's worth mentioning. They won the single best of 1 against G2 on Villa. They even banned the Nook and the Mozzie, which obviously G2, we saw a fair amount of Mozzie play from them here, but we saw a lot of Nook play from Heroic as well. Clearly just didn't want to deal with that yesterday. I'm intrigued about that sledge ban. That sledge ban was a really very specific ban that came through, I believe, from the side of Heroic. So
yeah, let's beg the question, like, how that game would have otherwise gone if Sledge was available, you know?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe they just didn't want to have to deal with quite so many grenades. That's got to be the only thing. Maybe they saw something in G2. Again, I will mention that we didn't get the opportunity to watch a lot of the G2 games yesterday because Fresh was hoarding them all. So if grenades were a big part of their gameplay, which it may well be, we saw how well they employed grenades over the course of Stage 1 and the Copenhagen Major, then I suppose it was a nade ban. And that kind of lines up with this Nook ban yesterday as well on Villa. Maybe you think Villa a bit of a better map for Nook in general, just so many more openings that you can create. So Heroic are essentially banning nades against G2, which makes sense.
Yeah. And it is also funny to think about it that yesterday, when we saw Joom in the opening game that we casted of round number 2, which was against Wolves, if I'm not mistaken, And throughout the course of all of Heroic's games yesterday, we saw Joom rocking like a fair amount of glass with nades on top of that as well. So all of Heroic, they're not necessarily strangers to playing without the best nade ops available in the current game and in the meta as a whole. They are very flexible with who they can bring out. And even when it came to Joom on that glass yesterday during that clubhouse match versus Wolves, he was top fragging alongside Blaz with the DMR, which was quite the ridiculous sight to see. So he's more than comfortable on, whipping out the sniper rifle every now and then if it's absolutely necessary.
Let's just put a little bit more context in as well. Before we head to a break, I'm just going to educate our lovely fans in case you're wondering what this all means, why we're playing all these games. I've just whipped the qualifiers bracket or sort of structure up on the screen, and we have this bit on the far left is going on right now. The Blast EU team qualifier on 1st and 2nd of July. That's today, 2nd of July. 2 teams will go through to the group stage. That will be the winner of this game, Heroic or G2, and the winner of the next game, Wild or Wolves. And they head straight to the group stage, and then the fun begins over the next month. Over every weekend, we have one of these qualifiers involving any teams from EU, and there's well, those are the EU Open qualifiers. We also have the Northern EU Open qualifier on 8th and 9th of July, so that's the next one coming up, where you need at least 3 players in the Northern region, which is, of course, the Nordic countries, Faroe Islands, Ireland, and the UK. So lots of potential teams that can join in that. Then you have the Open qualifier. Again, anyone can do those. 6 teams from each make it through to the closed qualifier. That will include teams that have been essentially invited from NPL, from UKIN, the UKIN winners being Team 86, and the Nordic Championships winners being ex-Thunder Esports, who are, I believe, currently competing in the Combine Qual right this second, as well as Team 86. So they did quite well. Both sides actually did very, very well yesterday in that particular qualifier and look likely to make the Combine as well. So that's what's sort of in store for us. The Blast EU teams have a lot of time to sort of linger and wait. They've got the group stage in about a month's time. This, the Rainbow Rumble proper all starts in August. So we have the Combine essentially all taking place in July while these qualifiers go on, and then the Rumble all taking place in August, and then both finals taking place at the end of August. So lots and lots of Tier 2 and intermingled Tier 1 action on our plates, Tudor.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff. You just gotta love the mixture that we have between the top, between the best of Europe and the upcoming teams as well. I just love this kind of mixture that Tier 1 and Tier 2 is able to provide. Since we lost Challenger League, unfortunately enough, rest in peace, CL. You will be dearly missed. But I do believe that we are going to cut to a short little break before map number 2 starts. So, yeah, I guess Bank is going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go away too far, because we'll be back shortly with map number 2.
See ya. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the stream. We have map 2 on the way right now. In fact, we're going to head straight on in as it is about to begin. So just hold your horses for a moment while I do some little trickery. Here we go. We are ready for map 2. Don't worry, Toodles, you're just in time for the game. We are live. Your mic is hot, and we are going right into the game. They caught us out a little bit there. Just straight on in.
I paused for a hot little second. I had to up the beverage because classic H2O just simply wasn't enough for me. But yeah, it's time for map number 2. We're going to be going all the way to Bank. Keep in mind map number 1 in case you missed it. Well, shame on you, first of all. But it was Border and Heroic. They were able to close it off 7-5 by the very end of things. And we are seeing that Sledge Band once again make an appearance right here, funnily enough.
Yeah, it seems to be Heroic's sort of go-to operator to ban against G2 right now. Monty being banned in response by G2 against Heroic. Of course, these bans are universal. Neither team can access them. We know that. But Fenrir is also removed from the equation by G2. Last ban for Heroic. Could be anything, really. Valkyrie. Solid choice. Very solid choice on this map. Very powerful operator. Probably a little bit more stock in her than, say, Azami or Solis on this map, so makes a lot of sense to remove Valk from the equation. The nades still in short supply. That is the continuing trend with this Heroic versus G2 matchup. Yesterday, G2 counterbanned Yana into Heroic's Nook ban, and maybe felt like there were far too few nades to go around. It was only the Sledge left open there, so yeah. I think, yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. I'm also dealing with double audio, so I'll let you take this one for a bit.
Yeah, no, sure. The one thing that I also did want to touch on was the Monty ban, actually, because we did see G2 play a fair bit of Bank yesterday, as well as a lot of Border, and they were definitely no strangers to just employing as many riot shields as possible. I mean, we saw both Benja as well as Alamau interchangeably picking up Blitz and Monty whenever they were struck by the Fancy. So it's clear that Heroic don't necessarily want to deal with any of that, any of those shenanigans, but surprisingly enough, it was actually G2's ban taking out the French Mountains. So I guess that they don't necessarily want to give Heroic the wrong idea and let that valuable tool fall into their hands when that second half does come around. But we are going to be starting off with the basement defense for Heroic, and we do obviously also see Kayak on the Echo, an absolutely paramount operator to be employing for these kinds of defenses. It really feels like super nostalgic of like very old Bank setups back in the day.
So I'm intrigued to see G2's attack, because they have opted to start on the attack for this, which is Heroic's map pick. They've already lost their first map pick, G2, or their own map pick in Border.
Yeah.
So now they really need to justify this attacking start. I think if they don't win this round, then there are some serious question marks, because they are the ones that have taken us to this position. So Alamau getting in position to maybe go for an early plant. Baits out a C4. Ooh. Very nice. Doesn't lock that Ossa shield to the ground. Ooh, takes a bit of flak though while the animation comes through and goes straight onto the plant. A quick push coming through from G2, and I don't think Heroic are ready for it. Second C4 is ready to go out, but it won't meet its mark. It won't even take down Alamai on the exit, and Gemini takes out Doom in the meantime on the cover. 5 versus 4. A full 5-man post plant for G2. How could they possibly lose this one?
Yeah, and Heroic, they're already starting to move up back towards that top floor. Kayak now looking for any heads to click on with the rotate created in towards Square. He's looking for victims to collapse upon, but none are presenting themselves. It's Virtue and Co. to absolutely smack down each of these retaking Heroic members in G2 right out of the gate, setting and dictating the pace for how Bank should be played.
And now we know why they picked attack. Now we know why we're here, and now Heroic know what they have to be dealing with. So, Doki, let's put the.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's. That was a Prano strat. That was a Prano strat. Okay.
Good way to keep his memory, close with us, I guess.
Yeah. For those wondering, Prano was a player on G2 for a short while alongside Doki. I think that might be the only... No, alongside Doki and Virtue at that point.
At the time, yes.
Yeah, I think
and Alamau as well, because he exited the team just after the Berlin Major last year in August.
Yeah, so there was an overlap with Prano and Alamau on the same side for a while.
Yeah,
This was, yeah, it's strange to think that the kind of G2 Super Team project has been going on for that long, because there was a while it just wasn't working.
It wasn't, and technically
through.
after that Berlin Major, it was.
Do you remember Sabos?
Oh my goodness, God, that was a really long time ago. We're talking about like SI 2021 when Sir Boss was playing on that very, very old G2 roster, and I believe at the time it was actually no, Fabian wasn't still in the picture even as a coach back then. He had just freshly exited the team, if I'm not mistaken. So
to answer your question in chat, Hammy, this is in fact Heroic's map pick, but G2 have opted to attack first, which is unusual. So that's what we're saying, you know, now we know what they're doing, and now Heroic know what they have to deal with. So, Prano strats, apparently, is what they have to deal with.
Yeah.
We have an open area defense now. Heroic are not keen to face down the same G2 strat, the same Prano strat yet again. And instead extending themselves up onto this top floor, as is sort of custom on this site. Doom has Skiddy in tow, as well as Uno on that Catcan, but it's Doom who will meet his early demise, as in fact Alamal will eat up that Azami. Blaz is in fact the second player up here trying to contest the top of main stairs. Skiddy with the cross, and Blaz does find that refrag onto Alamal, a very crucial one, onto the IQ. A very specific piece of utility that's been brought along to deal with these jammers, to deal with these Catcan traps especially, and now it will be going and spending its time in the graveyard. Virtue finds Uno on that refrag, constant refrags though. Doki takes out Skiddy. It's just a skirmish on this top floor, and G2 come out on top.
Yeah, and now Heroic, they're going to have to forfeit any and all top floor presence, or so I thought. Kayak is still willing to contest Doki a little bit and maintain control of Square for as long as humanly possible, but that leaves the site completely exposed, and it will be completely corrupted by the incoming G2 attackers. That's Benja watching for Kayak's drop and just picks him up very easily, and Virtue is also going to strike down Blaz on the rotate down lower elevators. Last player alive had nothing to say in that entire altercation. So G2 off to a very, very banging start, dealing with what could have potentially been Heroic's most well-prepared bomb sites for Bank.
Yeah, and they're being forced down onto the basement again.
Yeah.
They're thinking, okay, where do we go? Where's safe? You know, CEO is their tertiary site pick, it would seem, and they're not feeling like that's worth bringing out just yet. So Doki's really feeling it. He's very happy about how this half has begun for G2, and so far,
I could make some noise since he demands it. I've got my Vuvuzela not even an arm's length away.
Please do not. How is that at hand? I cannot believe you have this
always at
ready.
hand. It's always on my desk.
The number of times I had to slap that out of your mouth in the Berlin Major because it was annoying the hell out of me. I do not want this on a broadcast as well. Please no. It will sound even worse down Discord audio. I can guarantee it.
It's fine. Yeah, no. The last time that I whipped it out on broadcast was during Tom J. Sherlock's tit. That was it.
What good times were had on the tit.
I don't want to remember the tit.
I've repressed those memories. I did unspeakable things during the tit.
Oh, but everyone benefited. You look so crisp. Going full like rap god mode as well.
I will both treasure that memory, and it will also haunt me for the rest of my days.
Good.
Early round here by G2, and they're taking a little bit more time, it would seem. Never mind, Benja is in Tellus. He's got the kill onto Blast, and he's almost wallbanged the player inside of Open. That would be Skiddy, the recipient of those bullets. A flash comes sailing past, but nowhere near him, as it turns out. Drops the logic bomb. Doki ready to try and pinch onto open area. Benja Master does find that kill, and Doki as well picks up Doom. A very quick clear. The first minute, and 3 kills going the way of G2. But they overstep the mark a little bit, and Uno will take down Benja. 2 versus 4 now, but 2 minutes to have to defend it, and not much utility to fend off this ferocious G2 attack.
Definitely not. Heroic are going to have to play very unpredictable from now on. And you can already see Uno is dug deep close towards that A-site chassis. The hatch above him is yet to be open. The C4 tossed out, but not even in the same postal code, and doesn't quite land its mark either. And he will start to get peppered up and does retaliate with a few 9mm rounds, but Doki with a well-cooked HE is going to blow Uno sky high. Kayak now left in the 1v4. I don't even think he's got any yokai drones to potentially just
Wow.
stop that plant, but we don't even get to see the post plant. Virtue gets hungry and greedy and closes the round off prematurely.
It felt like a Ferrari peak from from Kayak's
Little
perspective.
bit, yeah.
It didn't quite have that same impact when we saw it from Virtue's perspective, a little bit more considered, but yeah. Heroic just don't know what's hitting them. This is a tactical timeout from Heroic for good reason, right? Look at those kills. 3 kills over 3 rounds is not good enough. Absolutely not good enough for Heroic. Heroic have hit a slump. For all the good things that we can say about Heroic as a side, consistency is not in their ballpark. They are the most up and down side I can think of inside of EU, not just over the course of the past stage and over the course of the past year, but even over yesterday, right? 4 wins, and in the middle of that all, a 7-0 loss on Villa.
Yeah.
This team cannot be consistent to save their life, and it may be their undoing here on back.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a shame as well because, you know, their sister team in CSGO has been consistently, like, ranked top 2 throughout all of the competition, and even took IEM Dallas just a couple of months ago as well. So I really do hope that the R6 boys are able to take a page out of the CSGO roster's book at a certain stage. It might just take a little bit longer before this version of Heroic does reach that level of consistency that is desired and required from at the tier 1 competition altogether. But hell, at the end of the day, it's still very early days in the second map of Bank. G2 have been absolutely on fire, and at this certain stage, I wouldn't necessarily condemn Heroic if they just want to park this map and forget about it and then just move on to Theme Park completely fresh-faced as well. It's not the first time that would happen in best of 3 scenarios. We have seen like absolute stompers of second maps across all of Siege's history.
Now, strategy can be addressed. A direct way of countering what G2 are bringing is important, but I think that tactical timeout is more for the mentality. That is a Murat TO right there.
And to also just slightly throw G2, you know, out of circulation.
Yeah, put the brakes
just
on.
Forcing them to sit still at their desks with their hands off the mouse and keyboard for 50 seconds.
Seems like it just gave them time to think, though, and cook up something new, because we've got the Glaz, the Sens, the Ying, the Nomad all coming out for G2. That spells to me that they're going to go for a very specific area clear to lock off rotations with those air jabs. Doki already in sight. He's going to set down those air jabs if he gets a chance, but no! Heroic strike back slightly, but it's still an orange kill feed, and Gemini in a position where he's already getting the diffuser down with 40 seconds elapsed. Jertsu taken out by Doom.
Oh, that's
crucial C4 takes down the planter, and now a 2 versus 2 with the Glaz and Sens duo to try and rescue this failed rush for G2.
Okay, there's one more smoke that is just literally starting to bloom as Alamo has dropped it on his feet. He's willing to get curious inside of the bomb site and see where these pesky Heroic defenders are lying about. Drone will also be sent out, and Alamo finds contact through the wall. He decapitates Joom, and suddenly it's left all down to Skitty with the SMG-11 to duel down range. Pixel perfect onto Alamo, and he catches the drop. Skitty, what have you done?
Wow. That was a 2 versus 4, I think, between Skitty and Gemini. Excellent play by Skitty in the 1 versus 2 as well. We thought Alamau's shot through the wall was tasty, but Skitty, my oh my. Beautiful. Lovely little bit of crosshair placement to pick up the kill on to Alamau. The Glaz in the distance. You got to favour the long-range sights in that engagement, but Skitty, very nice, very controlled, very cool and calm. If you watched that clip back and didn't look at the kill feed, didn't look at the sidebar or the UI, you would have no idea that was a 1 versus 2. It was just so calm.
Dude, the thing that I still can't even actually wrap my head around is Skitty with the initial long-range shot down in towards lower square. He actually had time to readjust his crosshair and find the exact pixel of Alamau's head while it was wide in the open for about like 1 to 1.5 seconds. He was actually given the luxury to readjust the SMG-11 down range, and that is a little bit perplexing for Alamo, given just how ruthless he was throughout the course of this entire half to suddenly just kind of freeze like that.
The other thing that's worrying as well about G2 in that 2 versus 1 was you saw how quickly Benja dropped after that attempted frag came through from Alamo. Maybe a little bit delayed, but if you ask me, that's a bit of a disconnect. That's a bit of a disconnect in the 2 versus 1.
Big true.
And if they played tighter, if they played closer together, maybe took their time. You know, let's think about this. That was a rush that failed in the first minute of the round. They had drones, at their disposal. They had utility at their disposal. They had the opportunity to pin down the final defender and make it an easy job, but they didn't. They kept their foot on the gas, and that was their undoing. Skitty, specifically, was their undoing. 30 seconds into this round now, and I shouldn't really be analysing the last one, because if these rounds are anything to go by, we should have action pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely so. Action is coming on the way, and it seems as if Alamau is going to be the courier of said action as he's going to toss out those preliminary candelas. He will actually get wide swung by Zoom, who's just farming them left, right, and center. He finds 3 as Doki finally secures a trade. He doubles down for yet another one outside of Jenny, and now Virtue is forced to get back into the action, but he gets gunned down by Skitty, the hero of last round, and Doki is now left stranded in the ever so elusive 1v3 with that diffuser at the mouth of the A-bomb site windows. He has to just scurry his way through this janitor's side, a Kiba barrier placed down on the opposite end of long desk, and he's instead gonna go the long way around, fishing for engagements wherever they may present themselves, and he's narrowly caught the scent of Skitty, but he turns away at just the wrong moment. And that is once again the man, the myth, the legend, Skitty, delivering haymakers this entire time.
Let's not sleep on Doom. Let's not sleep on Doom.
Definitely
3 kills.
He started it off.
Exactly. 3 kills against the incumbent G2 Rush. And that timeout seems to have worked for Heroic. 2 rushes from G2 and 2 snapbacks from Heroic. Very quick on the draw that time round as well. Absolutely alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic for these kills and ready to deal with whatever G2 threw at them. Back-to-back rushes, back-to-back highlight reel plays as well. For Skitty, for Doom, just these rounds at this pace, it feels like I'm watching CSGO right now. There's no downtime. Absolutely no downtime between these rounds.
I mean, every once in, every a couple of moments here and there, we actually do get a chance to catch our breath as the dust settles. But then we've already waved goodbye to like 7 people.
There's always prep phase. There's always prep phase. Just enjoy it while it's here.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe also the pick phase as well. And now I'm kind of unironically wishing that we also had
action phase. Watch out.
That we had 6 picks, just so I could actually catch my breath again.
It's action phase now, guys. We've got to be ready. We've got to be waiting to see what action takes place. G2 have taken a Hibana and a Thermite, but that isn't necessarily an indication of them slowing their playstyle. Those are, that is in theory the quickest hard breach option.
Yeah.
Thermite. So
send it down Steward, just open up the wall, you're good to go.
I'm still on edge. I'm still ready to toss to you for the play-by-play. Gonna try my best to sum up what's going on. A little bit of breaching, a little bit of scouting. Interesting to have a breaching round.
Has been opened up as well.
Doki hunting them down, and there we go. The first kill of the round going to Alamau.
Zoom finds contact, and now Doki is looking to capitalize, but he just narrowly drops down through. Zoom is not willing to toy around with it. He ain't having it, but he will eventually get sussed out by Doki. That is a 2-man advantage secured for the side of G2 on their final offensive, as Kayak has been isolated outside with no way down, has been reinforced. He has to lock himself in with the Kiba barriers just so he can have an impact. More flashbangs tossed on through, and he just gets bullied out of the server, Jerry.
It's 2 versus 4 now. Heroic haven't done quite as well holding off this push. Uno pushing up the main stairs, but he looks the wrong way. He's just staring at the wall. Benjamaster takes him down for free. Blaz now in a 1 versus 4. We've seen him produce some heroics before for this squad, but it's going to have to be something incredible. Benja just does not stop pushing down those main stairs, collects 1 and 2 for his team, and G2 finally seal out that second half of the first half with a successful rush.
Yeah.
Once again.
Wow. I mean, I wouldn't, it didn't even really feel like a rush. It just kind of felt as if they were catching off all of these roamers left, right, and center. And once they dealt with them, it's like, oh yeah, wait, I forgot. There's actually an OBJ that we can address. Let's go and, do something about it.
It was like an early round and then a late round. There was a roam clear and then no transition at all. It just went straight to the site. I loved watching Skitty trapped inside of elevator. I'm a little bit sadistic.
I feel bad for the guy.
That was horrific. That was a nightmarish situation. He'll be having flashbacks to that one for certain. G2's defensive half now, and they've put up a good fight. That was much needed after that disappointing showing, shall we say, on Border.
Definitely so, yeah. It's good that they're starting to, once again, pick up the slack, do right by their own strategies, do right by the stature that the name of G2 actually carries. And now we're going to be transitioning over to the defensive side, so let's see if G2 still packs that same grit and ferocity as it does on the offensive. Now, keep in mind, this is still Heroic's map pick. Heroic, on paper, should be able to find their comfort zone over the course of the next couple of rounds on the attack, but I don't know, man. I think, like, G2 honestly already won the head game.
Yeah, the question is right now, Heroic, can they just mentally reset? Because that was an ordeal more than anything. Of course, G2 playing this style, it's gonna affect Heroic maybe a little bit, but these aren't a bunch of young heads. You know, there is youth among this roster, but they are experienced as well. I think Heroic will have the mentality to be able to tackle this. Uno, especially within the server, he's seen it all before. He knows what to deal with. An ex-G2 man himself, no less. So he's a good pair of shoulders to rely on for this half.
Opening contact found by Joom down main lobby towards lower elevators, and I'm not exactly sure who was on the receiving end. It might have been Gemini as well with that DMR, and he does turn his attention over towards Alamau, finds him located inside of Tellers, and well, at the very least, they now start to discover what the setup of G2 actually is as Blaz continuously opens up hatches to find some Surya gates on the opposing ends.
I think we're being treated to a much more standard bank now. I can catch my breath.
Yeah.
Heroic are taking their time to clear. G2 are sitting back. They're not actually contesting very much in this early round. It's taken half of the round for Doki to find his first kill and for G2 to get that edge. And now he's going to make his way up the spiral stairs. Skiddy is just waiting. He's being patient. Goes for the peak. Doki goes down. The banana C4 doesn't quite come out into the right location, but Doki forces the drop from Blaz and gets the kill for it. It's a great use of the C4. Skiddy will claim the Mozzie in response, but Doki has done his job. He's wasted 2 minutes and he's found 2 bodies. Now Heroic need to turn their attention to the site itself and all of the utility that lays in wait for them.
Yeah, exactly. 55 seconds left to go, and Uno is finally going to claim control of this blue side. Still has to be wary about the long angles being held from inside of A. That Surya gate will be dealt with, and it can potentially be reset at a later date. It's going to get a little bit awkward with the main breach since there are kill holes, but nothing that Uno can't get done. And I thought for a second that exothermic was shot out of existence, but it's safe. Smoke grenades will be dropped down, and Uno's going to reoccupy the physical bomb site, trying to get that in, and a HE frag will find Gemini, but yeah, as you mentioned, he has been down, so a drop will need to come on through for them to reattempt that defuse plant.
And both players above right now, and they're waiting for them. Benja just watching the hatch. Kayak now in the 1 versus 2. No C4s. It is a gun game at this point. He does have flashes and can maybe push on through, but he has to get these frags realistically in the next few seconds. Doesn't really have time to pick up the diffuser and go for it. Sends a flash in, blinds himself, can't collect the kill, and Benja Master will clean it up. Very messy end there for Kayak, but he did his darndest, and honestly, it was a very difficult situation to come out on top, and especially as we saw at the end there in the kill cam, the Pulse had hatch control. Very nice reposition from G2 towards the end of that late round to ensure a victory.
Exactly. The contingencies were well set in stone for G2, and should have something gone horrifically wrong with Benja's own respective 1v1 inside of red, Alamau was right there to pick up the slack as 000 would have potentially hit in that reattempted defuse plan. All things considered, great opening defense coming out from G2, where Doki was working absolute magic on the roam as well. Really, really clever 200 IQ play to have also forced the banana player down to drop Assassin's Creed style with the C4 right into his open arms with the pepperoni. And sure, he eventually did get traded off, but as he mentioned, he already done his job by wasting almost 2 whole minutes of Heroic's time as they were forced to address him. And now we can definitely park that basement side. We're going to be going over towards staff and open area, and I wouldn't be surprised if G2 are just going to be playing the map once again, because let's face it, they're really, really good at that.
Now, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of talented players in this lobby right now. You've got Doki, you've got Benja, you've got Blaz, Skiddy, Jube. All of these players you expect to pick up a heckload of kills in any given game. But I feel like Doki, on his day, trumps them all. Even Benja, I'm going to say, I feel like Doki has proven himself over time. And 10 and 3 right now, I don't think he's going to be stopped. I feel like this is a G2 game just because of the performance that Doki's putting in right now. And he's not done yet.
No, it's very rare that you actually have someone averaging more than 1 kill per round. And keep in mind, we're only 7 rounds in as well. Doki's multi-kill potential has been through the roof so far, and it is Gemini on the dock to immediately kick things off. Finds the head of Skitty, and well, I mean, now they obviously have to realize that, heck, we have an extra long-range gun to deal with on the defensive side that is maybe lingering around that stock side. So they will have to address the French dock for the time being. As you can see, Blaz is scurrying his way towards those stock windows to maybe try and flush him out.
A lot of bodies being poured into this endeavor.
Oh, he's actually inside stock behind the table. They don't know.
Yeah, you're right. There is that outline. And he has the support in the form of Virtue, but maybe they don't expect the swing from beneath. There's the spray from Gemini. Does always have the option of dropping down to safety. He's going to contest his position for the time being. Nate does come out to his position well cooked, but the dock has scarpered. There we go. He's downstairs.
Good. Yeah, also really good trade of util for Virtue to, you know, just place one extra Kiba barrier down on that stock. Okay, they have also spotted out what looks to be Alamau inside of Janitor, and he has got an open hatch if he wants to drop through it. Once the heat gets a little bit too hot, he can drop out of the kitchen, but doesn't have that luxury. June decapitates him.
And now control of the site, it would seem, as Blaz just decides to drop on in. Kayak's already in, Uno as well with the Fuser. G2 need to scramble the jets as the kill feed reigns in blue. Gemini trying to retake here. Uno setting the diffuser, but he's taken out by Blaz yet again. The Frenchman dominating this round here. It seems he's turned up. He's wide awake now. Virtue in a 1 versus 4 post plant on an open area retake. A difficult task at the best of times. He can spy a few heads, but it's a rat's maze in there. They can reposition anywhere as long as they stay crouching. You've even got vertical control outside. Not a chance in hell. And Blaz will find his third. An excellent round for the Ash. And Heroic, they needed that.
They desperately needed that. They keep the gap close enough to the point that it's only 2 rounds separating these 2 squads right now, but G2 seemingly unaware of what was actually going on. They were able to, you know, get well, I should technically say retreat all of their players back towards the bomb site physically, but they didn't necessarily account for the amount of initiative that Heroic actually took by just forfeiting any intel gathering on the physical bomb site, drop down through the hatches as they also had square control so they could push down through that kitchen side. I don't recall if they had main stairs control, but it really didn't matter because they had so many bodies down on the bomb site. But I do have to hammer Doki a little bit because I think he was on cams when he was killed, if I'm not mistaken.
It happens to the best of us.
It does happen to the best of us as well, but seems like a little bit of a throwaway round that G2 would have really wanted to have on their side because that would have meant, you know, match point for them. 6-2, gap 4 rounds. They could just easy breeze their way through it.
Well, it's definitely against the grain of this game so far, right? So that's one thing that Heroic can maybe, or rather G2 can maybe rest on and say it's an anomaly. We back to standard procedure now. Heroic, of course, they'll want to build on that win. They'll want to carry it forward and close that gap to a 5-4. Much more achievable, much more winnable looking scoreline. 5-3 is respectable though. Doom in beneath. Looking to clear very quickly as the ace. He's not the only hard-breaching option, but Benja mows him down, detects the ace, and finishes him off. Blaz, though, he's not stopping after the last round. Okay, maybe he is now, after Alamau takes him down. So the Amaru and the ace lost within the first 30 seconds. 3 versus 4 for Heroic.
Joom's not going to be happy about that one. I think he just narrowly got Benjamin Masters' neck or collarbone with the AK-12, and he was hoping for a kill instead. And Blaz as well on the top floor, just
being
not ready
up
for Alamo. They are indeed, as Uno is once again going to reoccupy this, well, this blue side and go back up the stairs to see if he can maybe catch someone off guard. They have got top square control as well, so they have definitely confirmed that blue was clear seconds ago, and it is a staff and open area attack as well. Doki is dug deep within the bomb site on the triple reinforcement, so he's going to be really tough to address.
My question is, where are the other 2 players on G2? It looks like Heroic are trying to tackle this site very directly, very laterally, and if G2 have vertical angles set up, then they could just be walking into a firing range. Doki, as you say, anchoring for the time being. Skitty doing a little bit of drone work. Gemini inside a stock. There we go. So that is a potential vertical angle that he can hold. And there we have Doki just holding the cross into the rotate inside of admin office. Takes down Uno. This is now a mountainous task for Heroic to rescue.
Yeah, 80 seconds left to go. Seems like a lot of time. Definitely more than enough for Heroic to explore their options and enact upon them, as Kayak is going to try and take matters into his own hands. But yeah, that wub gives his position away easy peasy, and Impacts as a main deterrent tossed out so that the Yak thinks twice about just sending it into the bomb site. Skitty did pick up a frag onto the stock player just moments ago, so that vertical pressure, no longer a headache for Heroic to worry about.
Kayak does have the option of going in above and grabbing a mobile telephone, but I think at this point his priorities lie in trying to tackle this site directly, trying to find some kills, bait out some engagements with some warning shots. Impact EMP goes out, doesn't walk in. I'm expecting that to be to disable these Banshees, which are causing problems. Doki holding onto this corner with all his might. The Scotsman is stout and steadfast in this spot, and Alamau will pick up the kill as he swings from the teller's window, or the archives window more specifically. A clean round from G2. Very nice shutout at the very start to prevent the lurk, and then after that, it was just a case of shutting up shop.
Yeah, exactly. Doki, really well done on the bomb side, definitely rectifying the mistakes that he committed in the previous round on the Thorn, if I'm not mistaken. Now definitely hopping onto the Melusi and just finding two quite easy frags for him to pick up, realistically speaking. One of them was onto Diana, who had pulled a grenade trying to actually flush him out, but yeah, happens to the best of us when we get, you know, caught with the nade out in our hands as well. And as a result, yeah, G2, they're going to be sat very comfortably this time around on map point. One more round is technically all they need to force out the issue of going to map 3, which is going to be Theme Park. And Heroic, sure, they did get away with one round in this half so far. There is potential for more, but I'm not really too optimistic about it. As you mentioned, that one and only round that Heroic picked up felt much more like an anomaly than anything else.
And they'll be sort of keen to capitalize on the fact that this is, of course, G2's tertiary site. The CEO defense, the top floor. It's undergone a lot of changes in style and considered kind of strength, even in the past year, but especially over the length of Bank being in competitive rotation and sort of in its come in and out as reworks have happened. But right now, G2 deciding that it's their least preferred. Benja lurking inside of a server for a top floor defense. I think he's gambling on there being a very quick entry down there by Heroic, but doesn't look like anyone's coming that way. Everyone on Heroic instead sort of prioritizing a standard take with these repels and clearing out the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it did happen in the last round as well, where June was down below going through sewers. Hilariously enough, that's a lovely angle secured by Blaz, and they're going to reap the rewards as they've already eliminated Doki from the equation. And now they can at least get to work on that Kanto wall next to elevators. Whatever electricity was plaguing it has now been dealt with. I think there is still a Kite Electroclaw that needs to be well, taken out of existence before those X-Cower pellets can
I think
get to
it
work.
was inside the elevator because I didn't see it anywhere on that wall.
Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't on the right side. You're right.
Yeah. So it was being protected. It had the radius to electrify outside the elevator. Benja, in a bit of a tense standoff here, I think they both kind of know where each other are. Both Doom and Benja just occupying each other for the time being, while the rest of the team get on with essentially a 4 versus 3 on site. But Heroic are still moving their pieces around. They're still setting up. Half the round elapsed, and it looks actually like Skiddy in a position to try and support this pinch down onto Benja on the blue stairs.
You're committing potentially 3 people towards flushing out Benja, but where's the pressure coming in from down below? Or at the very least, it's going to be Jim to take up the heads-up gunfight. He does, at the very least, draw Benja out for the trade. He had the opportunity to go back down, and that will cause G2 the potential man advantage as they are now left in the 4v3.
Very important trade there. Well set up by Heroic, but they took a lot of time to do it, and that's the problem right now. Time starts to become a factor for Heroic. You still have to tackle these Wamai, this Warden as well. Not necessarily going to get too much value when you look at the lineup and the utility that Heroic are bringing. Only the one flash, really, that he's going to be able to see through. But he's still a factor. He's still got the, those glasses that MPX can make a difference. And, of course, the accruing Kiba barricades. 30 seconds left, and still, where are Heroic? What are they planning?
I don't know. I mean, Gemini's basically got that entire long corridor down towards top square locked off, and he can definitely hold on off his own. But as I say that, he gets pressured to all hell by Skitty, and he's the first player to fall now, leaving us in the 2v4. It's down to Virtue and Alamau to pick up the pieces and mop the floor with Heroic to secure a second map. It's Alamau to kick things off. Uno gets peppered up as Skitty is going for the long rotate, but the timer's gone red, and they don't even need to get the plant down. They deal with both remaining anchors. Virtue and Co will be eliminated, and that is Heroic keeping the dream of Bank alive for yet another round.
Slow and steady wins the race, it seems, for Heroic. That was down to the wire. Very tense, but it never felt like they were out of control.
No,
very impressive. Not. Very impressive round management from Heroic overall, from start to finish. They took their time, but they took all the time that was necessary. You've got to wonder if there's a single slip up in that final execute, does it all unravel? Most likely. But they kept their heads, they kept their cool, they kept their nerve, and now they're closing that distance. G2 still only a round away from seeing us through to a map 3 in this fixture. Heroic, though, they're slowly but surely creeping up on them. It's been round for round on G2's defensive half. If we continue on that trend, G2 should lock it out here, but Heroic are now attacking the basement for only the second time here, and G2 locked this out very convincingly the first time of asking.
They did, and the potential for them to just repeat history and do it again is very much a reality and a threat that Heroic are going to have to take into account. We're going to be once again going on this extensive roam with a couple of open hatches towards the top floor so that every one of these roamers can just safely drop down. The last time around, Heroic didn't exactly go for a spearheaded attack through sewers or through blue. At least they didn't even reach the stage of the round that far until it got really messy in the 2v1 post plan, if I'm not mistaken, with Kayak left in the clutch scenario and just unable to really get things done.
Ooh.
But Skitty's already inside of Electrical, and he has spotted out one player just narrowly cross through. That is Alamau with the heartbeat sensor now left in the DBNO state, and Virtue is going to trade him off at the very least, so Alamau is recoverable.
Recoverable in theory, but I don't think the bodies sent in that direction would be a very smart move, though Benja has taken out Blaz, and maybe that's the play. I think Benja just got into Tellers and took him up. Kayak, though, will get the refrag, so a very heavy committal to rescue the Pulse there, and it may be costly here as Heroic have found an opening now in the 3 versus 3. That hatch is actually working in Uno's favor.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
It doesn't mean that anyone on the side of G2 can actually pressure from above should they want to actually force the issue through that staircase, but that's a wonderful pinch that G2 were able to accomplish. And yeah, I was asking myself the same question. Why are Heroics so disconnected? It's all down to Joom now in the 1v2. He has to go and pick up that diffuser, and he's got 95 seconds left to play with a very injured Alamau that he can easily shut down should he line up his crosshairs just in the right way.
G2 have been playing Protect the President this whole time. Alamau was the first down of the round. And he's still
one of the last
here.
2 survivors,
He's in the 2 versus 1 and providing such crucial intel right now. If he is within sight, if he's possibly reading into Joom's location, Joom will know that there is a pulse lingering and that he cannot stay still for too long. That he has to get down here and force the issue. Of course, though, with only 2 bodies on the side of G2, you can't afford to play the typical Pulse in gold vault. You have to be active. You can't just leave it to your one member, your one teammate to do the fighting for you. So Joom, he has a bit of time here. He's going to open up the wall potentially, or just get in and go for these kills.
Got no more Selmas. It is very uncomfortable, but he actually just smacks down Alamau, picks up a very easy frag through the wall, and suddenly he's only got Gemini to worry about, and now he's actually thinking of potentially baiting out a rotate, planting the seed in Gemini's brain that he might be coming from main stairs, but instead, he's still inside a CCTV. The plant Q will prompt Gemini to go for a swing, and it's Joom to find the frag instead. He played Gemini like a fiddle.
And Gemini had no idea where he was going. He was running up red, running through red. That is heartbreaking for G2. A 2 versus 1 thrown. In fact, it might have been even a 3 versus 1. It was. Joom clutched
It was a 3v1.
It was a 1v3 from Joom. And G2 now in a position where, is that the missed opportunity? Have they bottled it? Are Heroic going to carry this over and win it in 2 maps?
Yeah, I mean, at the start of round number 10, it was a 6-3 scoreline. Heroic was nothing more than a little bit of a shadow that was following G2, and now they are breathing down their necks, threatening to end off this best-of-3 series within the span of 2 maps. We've already just now gone to the last and 12th round of regulation, and the possibility for us being treated to overtime is very, very real now.
We can't underestimate what that will have done for the mental on Heroic as well. A 1v3 clutch to keep your team in it, match point against you. They've got to be feeling it now. I would not be surprised if we see overtime. This round, they could just win it off vibes alone.
Yeah, definitely. And now G2 trying to put the last couple of mistakes in both rounds number 11 and 10 in the rearview mirror and just focus on getting the job done right here and right now. Feels like it's going... I feel like the nerves are going to start creeping up to them, honestly. I feel like the frustration's going to come out, and not in a good way.
Yeah. You just got to think about Newbie as well on that roster. Gemini, that could have been the hero moment for him. 1 versus 1 to send them to map 2. Or map 3, rather. Missed opportunity, perhaps. That's all it will have to be. They have to right these wrongs now. Blaz, on the rappel, doing some droning for himself. And I believe Virtue didn't shoot that drone out. So they will have that audio cue. Benja playing for Beneath with a C4. Can play off Virtue's contact if he chooses. And he's going to get the support of Uno, Kayak, and Skitty all circling around this stock area. But Gemini comes and aggresses on that window. Takes out Skitty early on. The Yana removed. And the top fragger on the side of Heroic down for the count. Maybe Gemini has just made amends there.
Yeah, definitely so. And now that I actually think about it, there hasn't been a single round where Heroic have successfully flushed out Gemini from that stock side. He's continued to be a nuisance, and Blast trying to jump and kick-start this round, but only meets an untimely demise as Virtue is also going to clap down onto Uno. It's now a 2v5. Joom, Heroic's needed. He does find one onto Virtue, and that does slightly skew things back into the favor of Heroic, but not all too much. 90 seconds left for them to play with in tandem with one another, and that is the key word. They have got to do up and continue playing like a team if they want to stand a chance of seeing round number 13.
G2 not giving Heroic an opportunity to catch up in Mancal in that transition. Very crucial transition for Heroic that they've missed the chance to close that man count gap. But we still have options. They still have plays that they can make. Plenty of utility in the pockets of Doom and Kayak, able to open holes, create destruction, destroy various pieces of utility that are on the side of G2 that may be holding them at bay. But in reality, the problem is the bodies. 4 up for G2. And we've seen how well G2 have been able to handle this open area defense at a man advantage before. It seems inevitable. The doubt is now creeping in to Heroic. Kayak spots the body, but just as he's reloading, again, a missed opportunity. But some intel fed the way of Doom. He can find this kill. Kayak goes for the drop. That might bait the engagement. Maybe Doom can pick up on the kill, but no. Doki swings out of the sight and finds Kayak instead. Doom melted by Benja, and G2 will take bank. We are going to Theme Park 2 doors.
Indeed, we are. Theme Park beckons as G2 finally put an end to the bad spells in the last couple of rounds. And after Heroic was so damn close to taking us all the way to overtime, G2 just said, enough's enough, lads. It's our show, and G2 is the only name that will be, well, placed onto the banners. And yeah, now we go to our decider map to see exactly who is going to go all the way through to the group stages of the Rainbow Rumble.
Yeah, I'm glad that this has gone to a final map. I'm very excited. We've had 2 7-5s now, back to back. So this one's going to be a doozy. You can guarantee it. Theme Park on the docket. I'm just going to bring up very quickly our ban phase just so you can see exactly how that panned out in case you weren't here earlier, and we can have a look at exactly who's picked this map as well. Heroic effectively with the final ban out of the choice between Villa and Theme Park. Choose Theme Park. An interesting choice given that just yesterday Villa was won by Heroic against G2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you are right. They did win it 7-3 yesterday.
So they're banking on G2 having done some prep against them. And that's why G2 left it in the pool, left it up to them to choose between Villa and Theme Park, and said, you know what, we dare you. We dare you to take us back to Villa. And Heroica said, no, you know, we're smarter than that. We're going to head to Theme Park. So It's a lot of mind games. It's very tense. Of course, G2 starting on the defensive theme park. It's a good map to leave in the pool. Leave as one of those last two if you know you get to pick first, because they're going to expect to be having the advantage in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, they did the exact same thing just now on Bank, and it worked out wonders for them. They would have ideally wanted to walk away with a 5-1 split, but 4-2, and then a relatively labored close off on their own defensive side did eventually get the job done. There's no harm in employing the same tactic right now on Theme Park and start off with the defense.
A little question's been posited to us in the chat, and I think it's a good one. Kenneth has asked, who is the greatest signing in Siege of all time? Some names mentioned. Kanto to G2. Very big signing, that one. It sort of kick-started G2's dominant era. The only dominant era we've really ever seen from a single side in Siege. Shaiko to BDS. I would say that Kanto to G2 is bigger purely because of the silverware, right? Shaiko to BDS, it didn't manifest in any actual victories. If anything, Liquifac to BDS did. All right, they got more wins with Liquifac as soon as he made his way up. Obviously, Shaiko, incredible gunner, and they did see success domestically, but never won anything. G2 picking up Benja as well to go straight into winning SI.
I do still think Kanto was arguably the better signing because they did win following his signing. What was it? Pro League Season 8. They won the Paris 2018 Major. In that particular summer, they won the Invite 2019.
You're doing this without Liquipedia.
I'm doing this without Liquipedia.
You're impressive. I can never do this. I can never rattle off a list of, especially tournaments that old, right? I can probably name you like the past 2 years of major victors.
I can't.
Besides that,
honestly, for me, 2020 to 2021 is a little bit of a blur. The only reason why I actually remember anything from back then is because I actually went to the Paris Major back in the day, and it's still like really fresh in my memory as if it literally just happened yesterday.
Oh, very jealous. Yeah, it depends what your metric is, I think, Kenneth, because if you're talking about silverware, then Kanto to G2 I think is pretty undisputable as the best signing in all of Siege history. But if your metric is kind of the transformation that it's caused for a side, yes, Shaiko to BDS is definitely a potential one.
I would also maybe even argue Geo on the very, very classic Evil Geniuses roster back in the day, because Evil Geniuses, they obviously had they had a very, very loose 5th spot. The same story with X-Penta G2 back in the day, where they had Canadian, Necrox, who else did they have? Young, as well as NVK, and then that 5th spot after it was occupied by Geo. I think it really transformed that classic EG for the better as well. But true. I mean, if we're keeping it just within EU, I definitely have to say Kanto.
It's difficult to do the same thing for recent history because there are so many different teams that have kind of come up. I think probably
recent history, Joom, easily. Easily Joom.
You kind of have to think about W7M, I think, because they are now undisputably the best side in Siege, right? There's no question about it. For the past year, they were always at the semi-finals, always at the quarterfinals, always in the finals or whatever of every major. And then finally they get their major in Copenhagen. They get their win. So the problem is, I can't remember exactly the movements of who ended up on that scene. There was, there were members from the old Team 1 roster. I'd say maybe you could argue Lagonis to W7M, but there was a lot of movement in there. So it's a difficult one to say. And then obviously you have the who was the 5th that replaced Julio? Is Philippox, right?
Philippox.
So Philippox at W7 being the final kind of thing that pushes them past the barrier and gives them an exit. Because he was so clutch in Copenhagen. Absolutely bonkers tournament from Philippox. So you could make the case for Philippox. I know there's recency bias in that, but Philippox and Nade, yes, of course, kind of. So Nade was also new for Copenhagen. Yeah, so I think Philippox is probably more of an integral reason for their success. Honestly, also, Julio out. Because, as good a player and as good a pair of as good a brain he is to have in the server with you, Philippox has the fresh the youth
He's got the
to
young
back it
blood
up.
in
He's
him.
got the young blood. He's got
Yeah.
the fragging mechanics to back it up, whereas Judo is a little bit past it in that regard.
I mean, he's been playing the game for 8 years as well, so stepping off to coach doesn't seem like a bad, option for him.
I don't think we're going to have a break, Toodles. So if you want to grab a drink now, that it might be the best time. I just might flip over
I can let you ramble on for a little bit until the map starts. I'll probably only be like 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah,
go.
You go for it. You go for it. Yeah. So I'm gonna sit tight because the game is kind of almost ready to start. It's targeted to start on the hour. Oh, actually, okay. In which case, we do have a long gap. Okay, so we actually do have a long break. So I'm gonna throw to a break. While I also get some refreshments. We will be back in about 10 minutes with the next map. So keep this tab open. Maybe head on over to Fresh's if you want to have a little bit of chat, because he's more up for that. We're expending a lot of energy doing our like full casting, full analysis type shtick over here on the Jerry the Music Man channel. So we need breaks. So yeah, see you in 10 minutes then. I should have said that when I had the transition screen. This is why I don't produce. We've had this a number of times. This is why I don't produce. Here we go. We'll try it again. See you in 10 minutes.
Navi!
Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to the stream. Once again, we are caught off guard by the quick entry of the game. But here we are, Heroic versus G2. Yes. We have a ban phase in front of us, and round one, straight into the action. Here we go, two doors. Are you ready for map 3?
Certainly. I have been really impressed with the series overall. It's been a very close and competitive affair, with Border going the way of Heroic 7-5, or actually no, 7 to, was it 7-5 or 7-4? I already completely
forgot. 7-5. Both 7-5.
Both 7-5s, yeah. So we've basically traded each other's team picks, and now we're going over towards neutral ground to see exactly who makes it into the group stages for the Rainbow Rumble.
You could argue it's Heroic's round. We did have a discussion about the map ban phase beforehand. Of course, it's the end of a best of 3 ban phase, so G2 will have some say in what it is. They get to choose between Villa and Theme Park, and it's Heroic that essentially choose Theme Park. That's why we see G2 starting off on the defense here, and expecting to, hopefully, if you're a G2 fan, rack up a hell of a lot of rounds. Heroic. I'm looking at their lineup, two doors, and I'm seeing something very scary and very yellow.
It looks very tomfoolrous. That's all I'll say.
That's one way to put it.
It seems as if the Blitz is indeed going to be locked for the start of Theme Park in this opening round on the side of Heroic. And immediately, yeah, thank you so much, Strikel. I know you're 3 minutes ahead of us, but you are doing us all justice by hopping right on Joom's POV.
Exactly. We want to see what this guy has cooking. Heading to the roof, so it might be a hatch drop into the middle of the map. Try and cause as much chaos. Just drop a nuke right down there. But it's Blaz to find the opening kill. Wise to Benjamaster's antics. Who tries to hop on out the window. He's the Warden. What are you doing? You know, take the 1.5 scope and the on the MPX, I suppose, to assist you with those runouts. But that is some useful utility now gone for the late round. Adamau activating the codes on his Fenrir FNAT mines, just to give them their full and proper title. Just so that he can cover certain areas of the map. Joom is going to be ready with this smoke down the hatch to assist his drop. And he's just timing it. He's waiting for the trigger to be pulled.
That's a little bit of a funky lineup as well. I think it should just sort of block off the doorway if it bounces back towards it, as it is Gemini to find some contact with Skitty on the Vector. On top of that, Blast takes a boatload of damage as Joom finally makes his entry on through. It's messy between him and Doki, and now they're going to be just chasing each other, ring around the Rosie, and Gemini's there to provide support. So the Blitz, the Riot Shield, the entirety of which this strategy was banking upon, has fallen to the wayside.
And now the rest of Heroic are trapped like rats in a cage. They can't get out of break room. Everyone on G2 now has their sights trained in this direction. As long as they know that both players are in here, right? They probably sense it at this point. They know that the Selmas have come out. They know there's an ace in there, for instance, and they will have heard the gun of the Yana. Doki gets, you know, through the drone hole. That's cheeky as you like from Doki. Blaz now on 1 HP. Has a drone to work with, which has now been shot out. And so has he. Doki ends him very quickly. A swift response to a swift execute by G2, and a round on the board for the defending side.
Yeah, Blaz would have needed to ace clutch right there in the 1v3 all on his lonesome, but I think it was actually the first player, if not the second player, on Heroic's lineup to take a lot of very early damage at the start of the round. I believe it was actually whoever was on the Twitch at the time. It might have been Kayak who was first lit up, and yeah. A little bit unfortunate that Blaz wasn't exactly able to clutch things up, but as you mentioned, G2 did a wondrous job of keeping both of those two players locked in within the break room and just bringing that actual, not the office, but the initiation room pressure and that push. They brought it to a complete grinding halt the moment they were able to deal with Joom. Good stuff coming out from Doki to just occupy him, enough for Gemini to come in and support him as well, so they just dealt with the Riot Shield very quickly. And that is a well-deserved and well-earned opening round, as we are now going to be moving towards Office and Initiation.
So a wise man once said, Two Doors, that if you're going to rush, do it in the first round. Little quiz question, do you know who that was? Putting you on the spot
give me a hint. Was it a player or talent?
It is a player turned coach who is also cast at various points, but maybe less known for that. So, he's still coaching.
So Kangaroo Kenny.
No, it is.
Well, you said player turned coach, also cast.
That's fair. It's Meepy I'm talking about. There aren't many of those, Meepy. Those about, but yeah, Meepy once said that, and honestly, that stuck with me because think about G2's mentality right now. They have to be wary. Every single round now, they have to think Heroic might be up to something. They could pull that strat out the bag if they so choose. On any site here, it's not the most rushable map, but it's certainly workable if you can force it. But it will feel like a forced thing. It would feel forced for Heroic to go at it a second time, as they are now on a slightly more default lineup. The Ossa, very strong operator on this map. You think about all the long sight lines that can be achieved through breaching of various kinds, and you stick an Ossa shield on one side of that, you are in complete control of it. No way you get swung on it. So, very nice to see Kayak on that operator.
You take the Ossa, you plant it inside a cache, and you're threatening an office execution. You do the same thing in control room, and you're threatening initiation on top of that. It is Alamau to draw first blood onto Uno, so no more hard breach available for the likes of Heroic. Only soft breach from now on. They have spotted out Benja, and he just narrowly avoids death, but he is still knocking on the door as Blast creeps his way further, closer towards this B bomb site. Skitty finds contact onto Alamau and secures a delayed trade to even out the man count, but Gemini is not willing to let go. The TCSG finds Skitty, and Kayak is going to collect Gemini on top of that as a retort, but Blast deep inside of the bomb site shuts down Doki and will be injured in response.
Refrag game on point right now for both sides, and that is something we harped on about for Heroic on the side of Border. It's playing out very similarly right now here on Theme Park. Blaz down and now out, as Benjamasa will secure that kill. Kayak doing some scouting ahead. This is the bomb site. Office initiation. We're not playing with our backs to Bunk and Daycare. That was, of course, the first bomb site we saw in that first round. Now the 2 versus 2. And the 2 remaining members of Heroic, Doom and Kayak, a strong gunner and your support. Looking to try and find their way through. They've spotted that gap. They've probed it open, and they know that initiation is safe for the taking. Benja spraying the feet of Kayak, but he does manage to make it behind pillar into a safe plantable position. Doom on the cover as Kayak tries to stick this defuse.
Oh, that's brilliant coming out from Jum to just smack down Benja before he can actually get an angle onto the confirmed plan. Now it's down to Virtue with a semi-automatic gun to try to find any form of contact, but Jum played that post plan to absolute perfection and facilitated the execution as a whole.
I didn't even see him peeking from Virtue's perspective. That was perfectly timed and perfectly worked behind the Ossa shield by Doom. Very nicely gifted to him, of course, by Kayak, who went in with his second and got the plant down. Nice little 2v2 execute coming through from Kayak and Doom. You have to credit them for that. So, 1 round apiece now. Heroic have managed to garner themselves a valuable attacking round here on Theme Park. I wouldn't be surprised to see G2 head down to Throne Room, and that is exactly where they are headed. Initiation Office, an odd choice of site when this is open, when you think about it. Initiation Office is also, I just think of it as the weaker version of Bunk Daycare, because you hold the same areas, but they're harder to you know, there's more opportunity to plant in them as an attacker. So why go there when you can just come down to this fortress that is Throne?
Indeed, and if I'm not mistaken, with the stats coming out of Copenhagen on top of that, I think Armory should be the easiest bomb site to win in terms of raw win rate as a percentage.
On defense.
So it's, on the defensive side, exactly. So it doesn't seem like any surprise that G2 are going to be going down here just so they can reinstantiate their own lead and apply a little bit more pressure towards Heroic so they get that sense of comfort that they had to begin with on the likes of Bank as well, because they are starting off on the more favored side. G2 knowingly and consciously picked the defensive side just so they can achieve that.
So Doom flexing onto a third operator. We've seen Blitz. We've seen, I believe it was Ash during that round, or Lion.
And
Ash
now Brava.
Now Brava. So different tools for different jobs and all that. And there is some value to be gained from this Brava, particularly against these FNAP mines. So if you can steal some for his side, then it will clear the path for his team and also prevent any sort of retaking it through those areas by G2. Very, very powerful gadget to be able to steal for your own team. You also think about maybe being able to disable those pests, disable the... well, actually, you turn the pests to your side, and sometimes they can steal echo drones, right? But
has happened.
Yeah, has happened. Or being able to disable the alibi prismers. But Alamau right now in a bit of a difficult position. He's dropped down into barrels, and Kayak is on this window, so he may be close to an engagement here.
I don't even think he's got to rotate to get back into sight, and it is Benjamaster to find and draw first blood onto Uno. Also, nice little, I do want to tip my hat to Benja because he is rocking a very old Flipside Tactics charm on his on his gun that has been out of circulation for like 5 years, something like that.
It's a great logo.
Yeah, it's an amazing logo. It's a shame that Flipside aren't really in esports in any capacity anymore, but hell, we digress.
You know what? Their legacy lives on. They were so good. They innovated so heavily. They were one of the best teams to look at for finding new strats. Anyway, let's dial back in. Doom has managed to take control of the barrels area. It seems as though Alamau has found his way out, and of course, Heroica man down, losing that thermite early on. Big loss on a map like this. It's your only, well, your second option for Hard Breach, as we see Kayak getting a certain wall open using those Selma charges. Not quite sure where he is right now. I think he's inside a barrel, so it might be that wall. Either way, Heroic a little bit disconnected here, trying to find various frags. And we've still got the Mozzie of Benjamaster lurking inside of Tellers. This is an unusual spot, but it feels like they might have his number.
Oh, they know.
Oh, wow.
Benj is just a little bit quicker on the trigger, and he will eventually get traded off as June will punish him for his previously committed crimes, but now it's crunch time. Less than 30 seconds left to go, and they only have one more Selma that can maybe foster a kill hole or a jump back into the bomb site. Diffuser has gone cold. It is on the opposite end of where Kayak needs to be, and with 15 seconds left to go, the timer is going to turn red in just a couple of moments, and there is not a shot in hell for the Yak to work his magic into this. It will be a G2 round. Nice little two-piece coming out from Kayak as well, but it's a foregone conclusion. These are just consolation exits, and it is Virtue to close things off.
Yeah, no matter how hard they tried for G2, that was nigh on unthrowable from that position. Yeah. And they did offer their bodies up, just trying to stat pad a little bit, grab themselves another kill, but you know, that's what you get. You die instead. I guess your stats aren't looking so hot now, hey. But the most important stat on the screen right now is the one right at the top. 2-1 to G2 after taking a very comfortable throne defense. It does beg the question why they didn't go there before, honestly. Bunker Daycare is the next site of choice, as they've done that full circuit. I don't think they're going to go back to initiation, honestly. If they I mean, they'll have to if they win this one and they don't want to go to drug, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now, we've got ourselves Bunk Daycare defense Doom on the Brava to start things off, and I don't think we'll see him switch to the Blitz.
No, definitely not. The Blitz didn't work out at all in the first round, but that was mainly just due to the fact that he had absolutely no support when he was trying to shut down, I believe it was the Azami inside of initiation, all on his lonesome. And I mean, like, you have to play around your Riot Shield if you are going to make it the main focal point of your entire strategy, and that was sorely lacking on the side of Heroics, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just opt to not revisit that strategy altogether and just keep things classy for the time being. It is going to be G2 revisiting, as you mentioned, Daycare, because it went very wonderfully for them in the opening round, but they won't have to deal with the antics and shenanigans of that Riot Shield. So back to normality we go for the time being, and Doki outside of the cash room door is looking for any wandering soul to walk into his LOS, but none present themselves.
And now just activating those FNAT mines far and wide to keep a good coverage on things. At the moment, G2, they are just playing zonal defense. Like we've seen, we saw it on Border, we're seeing it here. They're playing passively, they're watching certain entryways and keeping guard, because Heroic have been known to be very opportunistic and try and find those early entries and just find those gaps. We see Kayak doing a little bit better work with his Twitch drone than we saw June with his Brava drone, his first taken down. This is his second. He is going to hack that Syria gate. A very nice one. That will protect you from any potential C4s that might come your way. That being said, none on the lineup for G2, but a good precaution nonetheless.
Yeah, and the Twitch drone, as you also touched on, dealt with the FNAT, dealt with the Vulcan, so that should be a lot of control ready to be capitalized on for Heroic. We are actually going to have Virtue slowly creep his way a little bit further, but he is second-guessing himself and just goes back up to top arcade. Doesn't really want to deal with what's awaiting him on the opposite end, as we have Uno and Co. just about moments away from rappelling in towards the break room. Selma's already ringing off in the background, and they have spotted out one player looking to challenge that break side, but no capitalization coming out yet. Instead, Kiba barriers to patch up the breach.
Uno just falling back for a moment as he senses the potential for a run out. He wants to guard against it, keep Blaz on that rappel as bait. And Benja will take out Doom. Doom, who was lurking around that sort of bathroom area, maybe trying to come up the stairs, perhaps is taken out outside of our field of view. Skiddy, though, has managed to take control of Cafe as him and Doom had done some decent drone work to establish this control, but it's still lacking sight lines into the site itself, and yellow stairs control, quite crucially, still in the hands of Doki, I believe it is. Skiddy now trying to push forward and gain something to give them a bit of an edge, but Benja takes out Kayak instead, and escapes with his life as the attempted refrag comes through. Skiddy missing a couple of opportunities, and now just about flicks onto Doki's head. I was going to say it looked like it was going to be an unfortunate story for him, but he's rescued it. Blaz drops in and takes out Virtue, and the trigger has been pulled. Uno finds Benja. He's taken down from above, but Skiddy, taking out Alabao, leaves only Gemini far afield, retaking from this yellow stairs position. Uno down and out, but being rezzed, and now Heroic have plenty of time to play out this 3 versus 1. Blaz doesn't need any time at all. He just holds the angle, waits for Gemini to walk into it, takes the shots. Nice little re-peek around the chassis to seal it out, and Heroic close the gap yet again. Back and forth, 1-1, now 2-2.
I've got to say, Blaz was an absolute monster in that round altogether. Sure, he only got himself 2 kills by the very end of it, but the fact that he was able to literally tank some Surya Gate damage and then enough bullets to the point that he was left on, what, roughly 25 HP and got away with the initial entry onto Virtue within the bomb site. Absolutely massive stuff coming out from him. And I have to give props to Skiddy as well, because he had a very disappointing map number 2 where I don't think he was able to actually even, you know, just break 4 kills by the very end of Bank. It was a bit of a nightmarish experience, that map number 2 for him, but he is back in fighting form, just as good as he was performing in map number 1 and also throughout yesterday's fixtures all together. And he's already got himself 3 kills so far, contributing and finding an impact wherever it's presented for him.
Something I want to credit G2 on right now and over the course of today is the thought they put into site selection. A lot of teams don't really think about how that works and how the rotation works and what your opponents are thinking and how to adapt to what's going on, but G2 are very good at it. We saw it on Border, where they managed to catch Heroic out by cycling round to a bathroom defense. Eventually, though, Heroic won that round, but you can still see the effort. And right here, we saw in the prep phase, they flashed Drug Lab as a potential site and instead settled on just repeating Bunk. What that says to me, they were keen not to repeat initiation. They saw that Heroic were strategically superior when it came to that site and decided, you know what, we're going to push that out of our pool for the time being. We have the option to repeat Bunk, so we'll do it. But Drug Lab was on the back of their mind, so I want to commend them for that. Now, of course, we are on that repeat of the Bunk site. We'll get to see how it plays out. That last round, Heroic kind of surrounded the site, found a couple of picks here or there, and eventually pulled that trigger with the Blaz drop through the hatch. Doom opening up that possibility for the late round right now, as he sends out his Brava drone to do some work coming up the yellow stairs, but Heroic are going to, you know, basically take the same approach. Probe to find that opening.
Yeah, I mean, right now, G2 aren't, once again, bringing out the Aruni just because of the fact that you don't want those gates to fall into enemy hands, but a default camera actually captured on where the bomb site literally is as well at the top of Arcade. Absolutely invaluable, and a second one found over towards top Dragon means that Heroic have got an absolute plethora of intel gathering that they can use as their own and just fish out these G2 defenders.
If G2 are smart, they'll shoot those cameras out, but they may not have the opportunity to with regards to this Dragon camera. The one within the site will certainly prove useful if it stays up as a kind of just an active camera for them. You know, it's like an extra drone, so that could be very useful later on. We'll get to see how that works though. Flores drone being sent in here to do some damage. It does get jammed, though, it would seem, before it can detonate before taking out that shield. Skiddy wanders into the realms of an FNAT mine, but is safe for the time being in this cover and takes out the Frost Mat. Very cheekily placed one. Doesn't catch him out. Blaz, though, is the first to fall. The key piece of the attacking squad, the attacking unit for Heroic, out of the picture. And a minute left to try and work out how they work without him.
Yeah, now your tradability and refragability has just plummeted through the roof because you can no longer trade off of that Yana clone. You're going to have to take up heads-up gunfights, and that's exactly what Joom has been known for ever since he entered the Siege space many, many years ago, back when FPL was still a thing and he was top of the charge month in, month out. And now, tied up yet again, 4v4 scenario with 35 seconds left for them to try to manifest this execution into existence. They have isolated out Gemini, and Joom is going to capitalize once again. Now G2, they're starting to falter, but time is slowly going to start working in their favor as Selmas are going to open up access to that B bomb site. Skitty getting curious, but turns his back at the wrong moment. It is Virtue and Benja and Co to capitalize as Kayak left in the 1v3 doesn't even know which one of these three anchors to prioritize, and he just gets gunned down from inside of daycare. It is Benja to close things off, and G2 once again maintaining the lead, only for it to potentially be snagged away yet again by Heroic.
So a couple of things happened there. One micro interaction I'm going to hone in on there was that particular Selma breach on the bunk wall. I don't think it was very good. I think having a foot level hole at that point, it favors the defenders, right? You saw at the end how many kills the Frost was able to get just by holding that angle and looking straight through it. We saw that Joom was about to work the kind of walkable hole to the left of it, but then had to fall back because a hole suddenly opened of his own team's making in front of him at foot level. He couldn't hold that angle anymore. It was suicide. So a very poor choice of spot to breach there. The other thing that happened during that round was just time management, right? Heroic, unfortunately losing Blaz with a minute left. It's never good that if you're at that man disadvantage, but we get to see exactly why Bunk Daycare is a superior site to Initiation and Gong. Because there's no, or Initiation Office rather, because there's no way that you do a cache clear on an Initiation take and then don't have time to execute. When it's a Bunk take, however, you've got the whole top floor to clear. And that was the problem, right? Heroic had so much ground to clear. G2 had so much ground to fall back to. And they picked up the kills in the final 30 seconds because Heroic were rushed. So that's why it's a great site. And that's why I think we should always see it over Initiation Office. I don't know why it ever comes out first. So yeah, G2 adjusting well.
The only time that you can even really facilitate an Office and Initiation hold is if you have a mirror, which, as you can see at the top of your screen, is banned from play in this particular theme park game, and obviously it does hinder your overall potential and hamstring your potential. We have a little bit of a drone bug, and I do also see in our chat that Schreikel is slightly molding about it, but hey, it's gone. It's fine.
Nice.
Everything's safe.
He's a pro. He knows how to find the person in the UI that's droning and make sure that their drone gets shot. That's how you cure the drone.
It's something they don't teach you in Production 101.
Anyway, while we were moaning about that, there's been a trade. Doki taken down, and Skiddy meets his demise at the hand of a C4 sent out by Benjamaster. And the rest of Heroic left in a little bit of a tricky situation. They've already spent a hell of a lot of drones this round. 40 seconds in, or rather, just over 145 left. And now Heroic, well, it seems like they spent their drones well. They found those players and they pinched on them very quickly. Any of that intel that was gathered, if they did not capitalize on it within the next, like, 20 seconds or so, it would have been dry, it would have been stale, and they would have found it very difficult to tackle the 4 versus 4. But as it is now, G2 on the back foot.
Damn, what a frag coming out from Benjo as well. Finds the player over towards yellow. Now he's left all on his lonesome. Has to worry about lower arcade, but doesn't quite factor in Joom being prone. And that is the kind of two-piece that you want at the very, very end to conclude the first half. So Heroic, they tie up the score line, surprisingly enough, on what is typically known to be and historically known to be the more disadvantageous side since Theme Park re-entered the map pool after its rework. And this poses a lot of different question marks for G2 right now as well, because they're looking maybe a little bit more shaky than how they initially started off the defensive side, and now the shoe's on the other foot. They're going off onto the attack. They don't know what to expect.
Exactly. I did question Heroic's drone management and their drone economy during that round, but as we saw, it didn't matter. Well, they capitalized on that intel gain throughout the round, and they found answers. They found kills at the other end of them. G2, I feel like on their thrown defenses, maybe offered up a little bit too much. That first round, even when they had a 4 versus 1, they just threw themselves at the last remaining body, and it felt like they did that this time round, but with less of a justification for it. They tried that heavy roam strat. They tried to fall back, but they were caught with their pants down when it came to the retreats. So 3-3, as you mentioned, very good split from Heroic's standpoint. This is their map pick, and G2 maybe would have hoped to have got a lot more rounds on the defensive half. They're going to have to bring the goods here on the attack, starting with thrown attack right now. Brava seeing a lot of usage across this map from both teams, And it's exciting because you don't often see a ton of Brava. I feel like Fenrir coming into the pool actually increases, it increases the value.
Yeah, it really, really does. And you can also directly see that Heroic are trying to limit the amount of value that they might just hand over to Doki on the Brava on a silver platter, because that's a mistake that G2 did on their own defensive side, where they had Syria gates and a whole other lot of just utter crap scattered around the map that Heroic could take full advantage of with those clutch drones. So they're not willing to give away too much and keep it fairly basic. But yeah, another thing that you have to worry about are those 5 EDDs that Uno has scattered across the entire map. And if one of those happens to be converted, then you're gonna have to think twice about almost every single doorway, or you take blue damage.
Blue damage from blue team members.
Yeah.
Oh no, my brain.
Or just like friendly damage.
Ah, I see what you mean. Okay, gotcha. Well, a minute's gone, and G2 are taking their time. A breath of fresh air compared to their bank attacks, which were full throttle with no brakes. Benja now entering on top of Dragon. He's being guided through here by that hacked camera. A nice little line of sight in favor of the attackers. He is meeting a bit of resistance, a bit of a brick wall up there. He does need support. He's just guarding against anyone rotating out, but Skiddy catches him unawares. Where did Skiddy come from? Up the Dragon stairs, around... Oh no, Skiddy's even going for a second! He's come around just up the Dragon stairs, takes down the Dragon player, and then out the balcony finds another. Uno tags in, finds Gemini. Heroic have come alive out of nowhere.
They have. If it wasn't for Skiddy getting that run-out kill, there was a second player pressuring Doki, I think it was, from the cache doorway. So they were more than ready to trade each other off if things had gone horribly south. They are planning for every single contingent aspect of this G2 offense. Alamau narrowly dodges Death's Door from that C4, but it's still a 2v5 with 45-ish seconds left for G2 to work this one out. They do find a little bit of damage onto both Blaz and Kayak, but you've got to stop firing out warning shots. You need lethal ones if you want to hope of once again setting the pace on this attacking side. There you go. There's Virtue. He finds the Yak, but the moment that that happens, guess where the rest of Heroic have gone? Back down.
To the side. And, of course, that is the play to play this right now. Heroic are in a very good position. G2 just going to send it right on through. Trying to refrag the Yana clone, but it doesn't work out for Virtue, and now the Yana has to go in herself. And June will mop it up. Excellent round from Heroic. Off the back of Skiddy just kind of doing his thing. As a very surprising push up Dragon. And even more surprising jump out. G2 were not ready for it. I wasn't ready for it.
None of us were. I can... probably not, no.
Well. Round number 8 is incoming. And it is going to be a lab defense from Heroic. We have not seen this site just yet. Plays out very differently to the rest of the map. You've got a couple of options as attackers going for this site. Either hit it fast and direct, or attempt pretty much a full clear. Neither is ideal, and that is where the strength of this site lies. The site itself might have its weaknesses, but it's the way that it forces your opponents to play that makes it a valid choice.
Yeah, and the only reason why you can't necessarily go for those direct hits, as you mentioned, is because of the presence of the frost. You put down those frost mats on the B window as well as the bathroom window, and then suddenly you give your attackers a split-second decision to aim down, making them susceptible to pure gunfire. So typically you will have to go for those full map clears, and even then, Cafe, for example, doesn't give you a whole lot of control. You really have to go for that daycare side if you want to peer into the physical bomb site. But then again, because of how open this bomb site is, you want to open up even more. You want to put kill holes as the defense so you can look into the bomb site from the rest of Arcade and barrels and other stuff like that, because it's very claustrophobic, or not claustrophobic, but it's very awkward to play from within the bomb site. And that's the exact same idea that Heroic have got. They're playing the map.
So Heroic are now ahead in this match. Ahead in the series, and they're effectively here to try and defend themselves, defend their title almost. Not quite a title, but their role at least as being the team that were present throughout all of MPL last year, fell at the final hurdle at the hands of 10-Star. And really, there's been a lot of changes on this Heroic roster since then. Really, it's only the sort of back-end team. You know, you've got
Jum and Uno that are still there, basically.
Yeah,
and Mr. Officer,
yeah, there's been a full rotation almost, it seems. On the other side of things, you've got Doki trying to defend his UKID crown effectively as the king of the UK. Alamau will take out Kayak as the opening frag of this round. Has found himself inside the site as the Amaru.
Wonderful. That's exactly what you need, but you also need the defuser to make its way over, and he can just basically hold down the fort from within it. Gemini is going to strike down Kayak, if I'm not mistaken, and he's going to double up to shut down Joom. Suddenly, G2 have sprung back to life. No longer have they flatlined, but we're getting a couple of heartbeats coming out from them. And so much so that it might be pumping out of their chest. 5v2 still, as Skitty is looking for any heads to click on with that MPX, but unfortunately, he will get decapitated by that SMG-11, and Doki just narrowly scurries out of Blaz's LOS. Wonderful little spray transfer with the MP7, but he's not going to be allowed to get away with any more shenanigans. Gemini, with a 3-piece to close it off, finally puts the final nail into the heroic coffin of that round.
Okay, Blaz did things to me there with that transfer. Very tasty. He made it harder for himself, to be fair. He didn't necessarily need to confirm the down. You're in a 1 versus 5, right? But just count that as a kill. Just go to the next guy. Shoot the next guy instead. But instead, no, he watched a very quick game of ping pong. Left, right, and got both kills. But couldn't get the third. G2 knew where he was after the spray through the yellow wall inside of Throne. And at that point, there was a timer just ticking down above Blaz's head. You know, the Doom counter activated. G2 were on him like a pack of wolves. So... great defense. Well, no, sorry. Terrible defense. Great attack coming through from G2 as they found that gap. Very nice work from Alamau in particular, just finding his way into sight very safely and causing panic in the ranks of Heroic.
Also, hilariously, like one of the only times where digging someone into the bomb site very early on has had a net positive result. Because we saw it earlier on Border, right? Where Blaz was continuously just shoving himself into the bomb site as the Nook. And Heroic weren't able to convert a single one of those offensive rounds. But G2 have, which is a nice little trend to see put to rest at the very least, that now attacks are actually starting to work on with a lot of early established control.
Yeah, in case you're wondering just now, in case you just arrived, we had a couple of games already. This is the third map of a best of 3, score 1-1. And yeah, we did have a very defender-sided border that went the way of Heroic 7-5, followed by a terrifying bank, honestly, from G2, especially on their attacks. They were so fast. That was also a 7-5. And now we're here at 4-4 scoreline. A perfect tie between the two sides. And it really is anyone's game. So I'm very excited about what's in store for us for the remainder of this game. Maybe even some overtime if we're lucky. And a ping onto the position of someone playing inside a break room. A little bit fortunate there. I
think that's Uno.
Yeah, and his silencer is clipping through the wall. So that's why they have the yellow ping. That's why they have knowledge. But he's still in that spot. You get a nade player here and he's dead.
Or you just literally repel in and kill him because he is on his yokai drone for the time being. They are going to rotate Alamau over. They have so much time. Never mind. He's going to make his move, and they can't even capitalize onto him. The first HE goes out, and it doesn't find a connection either. Uno is allowed to persist.
Just taking a little bit too long for Alamau to traverse the length of the map for the free kill with a frag grenade. Of course, they don't want to repel in because he's got support further afield that might be helping him out. But yeah, definitely a missed opportunity there for G2 to get a cheeky early frag onto Uno. Instead, those yokai drones will persist, and the yokai owner will persist as well somehow.
Yeah.
It just seems he's not under much pressure anymore, not in any threat. And
he's like a cat. He's got unlimited lives almost.
At the moment, yeah. Blaz taking a lot of flack here as the kill is confirmed by Alamau. Just storming up the stairs, but Skitty will shut him down. A little bit too eager there from Alamau. Kayak also finding Doki, and you've lost 2 big gunners on the side of G2. A lot of the slack now has to be picked up by Benjamaster, who's ascending those stairs that were previously Alamau's demise. Virtue, though, makes me eat my words and finds a kill for himself. A 3 versus 3 now. Benja takes matters into his own hands, pushes forward, gets another. A second kill for Virtue. Gemini and Repel will close it out. Wonderful little attack there from G2 to make sure they didn't squander any of the missed opportunities after that first one.
Yeah, no, that was a wonderful little sequence coming out from G2. I mean, bar the fact that Alamau as well as Benjamaster got eliminated fairly rapidly trying to take control of that top arcade side, because it got a little bit messy, specifically for the Azami player as well, who just couldn't shut down Alamau, but then obviously you had the Frost, who, if I'm not mistaken, was skitty in the previous round, shut that down. Virtue then was the only reason why G2 were able to actually facilitate that top arcade take altogether, because he was already through the window. He already shut down one player, and then you actually alleviate a lot of pressure from the arcade stairs so you can actually ascend it in the intended way. They just get the kills necessary, and then based off of intel that they surprisingly had 1 minute ago, they knew exactly where Uno was on the Echo, and they could just kill him, because also Gemini was on Repel, watching him like a hawk if he ever made a move.
With that round win as well, Benja breaks double digits just before Doom can. These two incredible gunners butting heads in what is a fantastic stage set out for them. The winner of this game, need I remind you, qualifies to the Rainbow Rumble group stage. And we'll have plenty of tier 2 teams to try and smack about. Quite honestly, these are some incredible teams that we're watching right now. There are some great teams as well lurking around inside of the tier 2 ecosystem right now. If you take a look at the Combine qualifiers, Team Valor looking absolutely mighty. Calories, the X10 star roster, lurking about. You've got Dunlimited, you've got Team 86, you've got plenty of other big teams waiting to pounce and prove their worth. And that's what this tournament is about. Can you sell yourself to these big teams, these tier 1 sides? Prove your worth. Make them want you. But for
I don't know,
now,
you just stole me on that altogether. It
Yeah.
just sounded so... I just wanted to revel in it for a couple of seconds. Dude, nothing excites me more than tier 2 competition, you know that?
it's great. Yeah, I kind of love it more than tier 1 in a weird way. Don't tell these teams that. That would be rude. Alamau finding Blaz for the opener of this round with the G36C. You got a pair of them on the side of G2. That Yana Ash combo. We love it. We've seen it all before.
Yep.
And a nice opening kill. Onto Blaz. Big gunner. Onto Azami. A lot of utility in the grave now.
Indeed, and that is going to be Doki taking a little bit of damage over towards his cash balcony, and he decides he doesn't really want to mess around with it any longer. It's actually Benja sending it down below inside of Armory to meet a very untimely demise. I'm not sure whether he knew Uno was down there, but now they certainly do know the Echo is down below and will need to be addressed, as Doki is going to try to ascend these yellow staircases. Joom will emerge and find a frag onto him as well. There is, I thought there was a person down, but no, it turns out it's just Kayak lying prone on the hatch as well. This Virtue is going to reoccupy this cafe side, flicks over towards the head of the Warden, but no contact found.
Doki having a quiet game so far. He needs his team, or his team need him, really, to pick up some of the slack here. Virtue, Gemini, and Anima. Now, the backline, effectively, of the G2 roster. You're missing Doki, you're missing Benja. And a 3 versus 4 to have to tackle. Alamau, though, on the Yana, has just the right tools to try and dispatch with a couple of players here. He's got the nades. He's going to try and send one up to the top of yellow. Expects one up there. They are there. That is Doom, but he's out of position. Does claim the kill nonetheless, as Doom gets a bit hungry for it. And Alamau starts what could be a rescue of this round for G2 as they try to move on to match point.
35 seconds left, and at a certain point, they're going to have to press that big green button and just send it right into the bomb site. But there's a lot of really crucial, well, crossfires established. They have isolated one player out over towards that waiting room, and Uno is going to be the first to be felled in this 3v3. Kayak does retort with one as Gemini attempted the plant, but is not safe. He has to reposition, and Skitty's going to try to actually put an end to it prematurely. But no, it's Kayak to get that done. So now Alamau will have to find the frag and get the defuse, but can't accomplish either. Skitty shuts him down, and Heroic, they finally do good on their daycare defense.
Took them a while, took them a couple of tries, and now they have the luxury of heading back to Armory Throne Room. This was a good defense the first time of asking. It's been a very difficult site for either team to tackle, although Heroic did manage it on the final time of asking. G2 were a little bit over-aggressive on their final defense of the split. Let's hope that Heroic don't fall foul the same crime. So 5-5, and we will see all 12 rounds of regulation in what is, so far, a absolutely thrilling best of 3. I'm glad we've been treated to this on a lovely, warm Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. And I mean, we got all of the stomping the steamroll games out of the way yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And we actually paved the way for some really, really competitive, some really, really close affairs. And it's only the opening best of 3. Keep in mind, after this one is done, we do have another best of 3 between Wild and Wolves scheduled to start in about 20 minutes time as well. So you don't want to miss out on that one after we're done sending one of these 2 teams, either Heroic or G2, straight to the group stages for the Rainbow Rumble group stages overall. And it could happen within the next, well, it definitely will happen within the next 2 rounds, or overtime might be beckoning.
It feels so good to say Rainbow Rumble again. You know, that tournament was born of an idea to bring together tier 1 competition and tier 2 competition, tier 3 competition across all of Europe. And we're getting it again here. Kayak, though, taking out Doki, a very cheeky run out, finding the repelling Ash early on. It is not Doki's map by any means. Nothing's going right for him. You can't really fault him for that death either. That's just Kayak being very cheeky and finding Doki on the other end of it. He must be thinking, why me? You know?
Yeah. Literally anyone else, just let me do my job as an entry, for Christ's sake. That's all that Doki really wants to do for the time being, and, well, that luxury has been taken out of his cold, dead hands yet again, as Benja will try to maybe skewer the man advantage back into G2's favor, but gets stopped dead in his tracks as Skitty is going to strike him down. Now it's a 5v3 for G2, and the alarm bells are starting to go off in the background. They've got to do something about this attack. It is an armory, it is a throne defense at the end of the day, and they do isolate Kayak, surprisingly enough. So things are starting to look up for G2.
Bit of a freebie, but you need a little bit of luck going your way in a 3 versus 5. It can't all be skill sometimes. So Kayak out of the picture for the time being, and G2 need to reassess things. Again, it's this backline. Benja and Doki down, all up to Virtue, Alamau, and Gemini. We were here just last round on the bunk attack, and we're here again now.
At least they all have 8 kills. It's pretty even.
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah. So
you know that, yeah, you know at the very least that they can all be consistent within this 3v4. And as you mentioned, Hatch is going to be open, so they now have an extra avenue down below.
It's an important avenue as well, because they don't have too much in the hard breach department. They do have Gemini with those Selmas, but those are limited in the amount and the size of holes that you can create around the site. So it's a case of choice. Alamau clearing the way for a potential yellow breach here. That signals to me that they will be pushing from that yellow stairs, but Uno ends Alamau. And now it's all up to Gemini and Virtue. They need to get some breaches down. They need to find some picks from the vertical, realistically, to prevent any sort of horrible crossfire when it does come to entering the site. Because there's 4 guns trained in their direction. There goes the first Selma charge. It will open on up a horrible sight line, cutting across the whole site. But plenty of nooks and crannies for the heroic defenders to hide in. 28 seconds left now, and G2 need to get a move on. 2 bodies outside the site are possibly able to be picked up on. One goes down in the form of Doom. And another one sort of lurking. No, in fact, that is a player by Pizza. So 3 players inside a site and only 15 seconds left, Toodles.
Yeah, with no way to actually get in through the bomb site. They have to drop down in through Split, right into Skitty's open arms. And now Gemini, he's going to follow suit. He spots out the feet of Blast, secures the injure as well. But as the clock hits 000, it is a heroic round. G2 just delaying a little bit too long with that execution in the 2v3. But then again, Doom was basically spelled all over the damn thing to begin with, because they just didn't have the util to foster any other kind of takes. With 1 Selma left over and 1 can opener, you might get a very awkward breach onto the north wall by yellow stairs, but realistically speaking, you didn't have the time for that to begin with. All you have is a kill hole, and with just the kill hole, nothing vaultable or something that you can run through. Your only option is Split, and you know what happens in Split. You get massacred 9 out of 10 times.
Snowing outside in chat is in denial right now, because right now, Benja and Doki have both died in the first minute or so, twice in a row. 2 rounds in a row. And ultimately, that's the win con for G2. You can't have your win cons dying that frequently. Doki has had, like I said, a horrible day, but Benja has been putting up the numbers so far in this map. And, yeah, I say Doki's had a horrible game. He was fantastic on the previous 2 maps, but he's hitting some really rough luck, it feels like, on this one. We're heading down to a lab defense for heroic right now, and you've got to think towards Skitty, you've got to think towards Doom, the impact that they have had throughout today, consistently, both of them, always gunning. I feel like sometimes you can turn to the gunners and say they're the reason that you're winning, but honestly, if a game is this close, Everyone's chipping in some way or another. 7-5, 7-5, and now we may have another 7-5 if Heroic can clean it up in this final round, or will G2 see us through to overtime?
Exactly. I really do hope we get to, see OT, because I have been absolutely just loving every single moment of this best of 3 so far. And I part of me doesn't really want it to end,
I know. I want to see map 4 and 5. Make it a best of 5, guys.
I want to see unlimited OT, bro.
I think Wolves and Wild would have something to say about that, to be fair.
Probably,
They want to get their game on pretty soon. Alamal looks like he's got someone pinned inside a cafe right now.
Has 2 nades to work with as well. He's instead going to scout for a little bit of intel, and that is Uno drawing first blood onto Gemini as Ben just starts actually putting some Selmas to work on these office and vault walls respectively. Alamau, dancing with the devil a little bit as he tosses a drone in for a little bit of extra intel, and that particular cafe player is now rotated off to the opposite side. They know exactly where they are, and it is, if I'm not mistaken, Skitty that's just stuck in there with Doki now occupying daycare. It will be Skitty to find Alamau. Doki with a trade as well. That's a beautiful 2-piece for Doki to get back into the swing of things.
Absolutely necessary for him personally as well. And you look at the 2 players that have died, Alamau and Gemini, having those on drones, having those on Overwatch, certainly more preferred than Benja and Doki out for the count. And these 2 are still an active and present threat throughout this round. A 3 versus 3 though, and not all is said and done just yet. Lots of intel in the side of Heroic. They've got a pair of bulletproof cams, both being manned right now by Skitty and Joom, feeding valuable knowledge to the defensive team. A minute left on the timer. G2 looking to try and find a way of tackling the site. They know that the frost is deep within drug storage itself, and they can try and maybe get a vertical play onto bathroom and drug. Doki as well with those sledgehammer, or that sledgehammer in hand, can wreak some absolute havoc. Looks like Heroic slowly but surely running out of places to hide.
Indeed, and that is kind of one of the downsides of going towards lab and storage, is once the vertical has been completely exposed, you have got maybe like, 2-3 positions where you have to remain stationary for the remainder of the round. But now G2, they've more or less forfeited a lot of that top floor control, bar Doki, who is still lingering around. This is now down to Virtue and Benja. They have the mantle of responsibility to break open this bomb site, and even Trade actually comes on through, so that definitely eases the process for Virtue to dig himself deep and get that defuse plant down. Doki is going to join in on the fun, and he will secure the frag to bail out Uno. They can facilitate the plant now, as it will be left down to Blaz. The clock hits 000, post plant confirmed, and now Blaz will rotate back on over towards lab side with the MP7. He finds a little bit of tag damage, but not enough to close off the map and the series in Heroic's favor. Doki has done it for G2. We're going to OT, Jerry.
3 kills for Doki, awakened after a couple of sordid rounds. He just could not get going this game, but he proves to be the difference maker in that endeavor. Overtime, final map. We could not have written this, Tudors. I've said this before. I'll say it again. We just seem to be blessed when it comes to banger games.
Yeah, indeed. And that means we could potentially see 2, if not 3 more rounds before we decide who goes to the group stages ultimately of the Rainbow Rumble throughout the courses, throughout the course of the summer. It is going to be really, really exciting, and we are going to have Heroic once again continue on the defensive side, returning back to Armory. Bomb site that they have visited twice so far and won both times as well, so they look riled up and ready to just find themselves a 7th round right from the get-go.
And usually now is about the time where I would say, oh, we're in overtime and we've seen a very defender-sided theme park, so Heroic on the defense, they're going to have a bit of an edge, they can win 2 defenses, yada, yada, yada. This has been 3-3 splits. We've seen 2 3-3 splits, so it's a completely even-handed theme park. We're finally in an era where even theme park feels like it's 50-50 between some big sides, between the top tier of competition. And I couldn't be, I'm living for it. What a game.
Been crazy. Been wild.
It has been wild. Well, next will be wild. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got Wild and Wolves on the docket, but we've got to sort this stuff out first.
You're right.
Yeah. All right, so let's have a look here. We've got ourselves a throwing defense, as predicted, as expected from Heroic. Lots of stuff to deny entryways, and plenty of bullets to deny bodies as well. As Alamal the first to fall.
Yeah.
Very quick kill. Yeah, and
That
Kayak.
means no more nades, no more hologram, and Kayak with the 1.5x on the Vector can definitely, well, just kind of spray and pray. That's really the only thing that you actually have to do with the Vector is just kind of aim somewhere in the vicinity of someone's head, and eventually a bullet is going to go right through their melon, and then that's basically your job done as a Vector player.
You know, Kayak, like, usually you look at this lineup, you think he's definitely one of the ones that's expected to sit back. On this map, he's been really... like, swinging for the fences, yeah. Especially in the early rounds, going for these runouts, these peaks as the Goyo. Doki transfers onto Skitty, melts him. Good night, Skitty. Benja taken out, though, in the meantime by Uno. Skitty dropping the nice shot, and well-deserved, but Heroic are still on top in this engagement. Down goes Doki, finally revenge for his fallen comrade, and Gemini will deal with Blaz. Plenty of refrags going on. Virtue somehow is taking a one-on-one inside a drug lab at this moment in time, finds Doom, and we're down to a 2 versus 2 with half the round left. Gemini and Virtue hold a lot of very good utility for tackling this site.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of thinking to myself, what on earth was Joom doing stranded alone on an island befriending volleyballs inside of lab and drug? That makes absolutely no sense to me. When they had the man advantage, he would have been better off just rotating back to the bomb side and playing the long game, because now, realistically speaking, the ball, it is in G2's park, and they have been gifted a 2v2 scenario with the potential of just trading things out or maybe even isolating 1v1s, but now Heroic cannot afford to make any mistakes. At the very least, compared to the last time G2 attacked this particular bomb site, they have the hard breaching tools necessary, so they aren't just limited and relegated to dropping through split.
No mistakes made with the Selma charges this time out in the perfect locations. It looks as though Heroic are doubling up, fronting up on this armory side as well. We've got one playing behind the pillar and one in pizza, looking to directly contest this, but as I say that, the pillar player falls back momentarily. Flashes come out to his position. He can hold that angle from a greater distance, and he is choosing to do so. Gemini is going to worm his way on in here. 15 seconds left almost. They need to get a move on here. Virtue sends the flashes in, and Kayak will deal with Gemini. He hops on the drone. Why? That's a fat finger if I've ever seen one, Virtue. Unfortunate, and now he knows that his time is up. He walks into the crossfire, deals with one, but Uno is there. It would have been some insane gunplay to bail him out of that 1 versus 2. Uno smart enough to wait for the contact, and that is a defensive round going the way of Heroic in overtime.
Also, just imagine, Virtue swung that angle onto the pizza player in just an absolutely emphatic and perfect fashion. If he did that when they were first challenging the 2v2, that could have realistically just been a G2 round overall, but something didn't click, or maybe something got lost in translation as they were going for that push into the armory bomb site. I'm not exactly sure what happened overall, but at the end of the day, it was an insurmountably accomplished effort for G2 to have brought that back down from a 4v2 into a 2v2 after a horrendous early round, all things considered.
Yeah, and as is the case with a lot of these rounds that we've seen between Heroic and G2, there's very rarely a mid-round, right? There was one there, but it was a 2 versus 2. The entry engagements have made a massive difference throughout this whole series, and particularly the refrag game. At the very start, it was Heroic that were absolutely on top of the refrag game, and G2 saw that and went, okay, you know what, it's bank time, and we saw what they were able to accomplish on their attacks. Now, it feels like both teams are at full tilt, and we are getting the best of both worlds. Doki was 3-10 not too long ago, now 8-11, not least because of that 3k he picked up in the previous round, but he also chipped in that round as well. Didn't unfortunately transfer into a round win for G2, but now everyone across the server is operating at full capacity, and the best team will win.
Yeah, the lowest kill count that we see in the server is 8, and that is shared by 3 players, and the maximum that we see is 11. Both of these two squads are playing like absolute units, like well-oiled machines, and there truly is no separating either one of these two squads. As now we do have G2 defaulting back to the armory and throne site as would be expected, with Kayak already making moves in towards maintenance, a vastly different philosophy for Heroic as they instead opt to go for the eastern approach as opposed to the western side overall. Doki still continues to be an omnipresent threat at the top of this dragon staircase that will need to be dealt with.
I'm more concerned about Benja as well at the bottom of the stairs. He's managed to worm his way up, but there was a point where maybe there could have been some early contact between the Mozzie and Kayak as the ace, but at the moment, Kayak is getting his job done. Doom has jumped into the site, and now the retake is in action, but Doki melted by Doom, who now has full control of this side of the site. They still have a player to deal with on the far side, and that is Benja Master, who's retaking from Dragon, as well as a player within the site itself.
Where's Uno? He's got diffuser. Where is Uno located? He's outside! No! That's Alamo just shutting down the defuse outside of the building! And suddenly Skitty comes in back to shut him down. So at the very least, they still maintain the man advantage. But a small little misstep in calculation leaves Heroic with now the forced instance where they have to just vacate the bomb site to get the OBJ back.
Blaz is looking to hunt down Benja. They know he's around here. And Doom will find him through the feet holes, through the drone holes. All up to Virtue now in a 1 versus 3 to try and keep G2 in it. Otherwise, we're going to see Heroic through to the Rumble group stage. He shoots a drone, takes a couple of pot shots to the window inside of barrels, but nothing doing. Heroic have full site control. They're just trying to get the diffuser there, but Doom will take it with a direct trade at the very end. A massive round from the German, and Heroic take the series 2-1. 8-6 it is on Theme Park, and they are your first team through to the Rainbow Rumble group stage.
Damn, what a series and a half this has been so far. A roller coaster all the way to the very damn end. And part of me definitely expected overtime, because at the end of the day, we were on neutral ground in the form of Theme Park altogether, but Heroic being able to get it done within 2 rounds, taking their own defense, and one of the only offensive wins that we have seen on Armory Throne throughout this entire map altogether. Really, really well done, all things considered. And it did seem as if we had a slight little hiccup as well when we had Almo get the run out onto the Thermite that was just camping outside with the diffuser. I thought that could have been the turning point. That could have been just a little bit of a pump for G2 to maybe claw it back into their favor and tie things up, force round 15 as well, but wasn't meant to be. The stars aligned in only one fashion, and it spells Heroic.
So Heroic return to the Northern Circuit yet again to try and defend themselves, try and make amends for that final loss at the end of the last MPL season to 10-star. Doki, on the other hand, in his attempted return to this, you know, hallowed ground, the Yukin legend, the Prem legend, if to go back even further, doesn't get the opportunity, unfortunately, falls at the hands of Heroic. But we still have another team to see through to the group stages. Will it be Wild, the Irish org, with some incredible gunners and just the wildest playstyle? Couldn't have asked for a better name for that team. Or will it be Wolves, one of the most consistent sides throughout the whole of EU for the past year? We will find out after this break. Don't go too far. Hello everybody and welcome back to day 2 of the Rainbow Rumble Blast EU Team Qualifiers. I am Jerry the Music Man. I'm joined here by the wonderful Tudors. We've just watched an incredible game between Heroic and G2, with Heroic becoming the first team to make it through to the group stage of the Rainbow Rumble, and now we have possibly an even better game. I hope it's an even better game, but the bar is set pretty high. It is Wolves versus Wild. Tudors.
Yeah, it's this one is going to be a really exciting one, potentially just as exciting as the previous series that we just witnessed, which, in case you guys missed it, we did see 2 7-5 score lines, with Heroic eventually being able to close things off 8-6 in the depths of overtime on Theme Park, thus eliminating G2 from the competition. And now we will unfortunately have to eliminate another one from the direct qualifiers to the Rainbow Rumble group stages. But keep in mind, there are also open qualifiers for any of these eliminated Tier 1 teams from the Blast EU League to potentially make another run through and actually join into the group stages at a much later stage later on this month, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around like the 25th, 27th of July. The date doesn't really come to me exactly at this current moment, but Wild v Wolves, we saw in yesterday's game that Wolves, they were basically on death's door. At a certain point, they were one of the 2 worst performing teams within the entire competition, but they secured a spot in the top 4.
And Wild, on the other hand, were sitting very comfortably at the top after the first few games, going pretty flawless. Also included in that was a 7-0 victory against Heroic in their 3rd game of the day on Villa, the only 7-0 we saw. And then after that, they fell off a little bit and they dropped down to the 2nd seed, which is why we see them now against Wolves. There was even a very strange scenario towards the end of yesterday where Wolves were playing Wild to make it through to today, and no matter what the result, Wolves got to round 6, securing their spot in the playoffs today, and no matter whether they grabbed 2 points or 1 point, and they could place either in 3rd or 4th, they were going to face Wild today. It was a very strange situation where we knew that the game mattered, but it didn't matter, but it mattered, but it didn't matter again. And as you can probably hear in the background right now, we are ready to head straight on into that game right here. Best of 3 between Wild and Wolves, starting on Skyscraper.
Yeah. Indeed, and our second confirmed map in this best of 3 is going to be Bank, and our decider, should we even need it, it is going to be Chalet. So I really love the variety of map pool that we're actually getting in today's festivities altogether. And talking a little bit about yesterday's game, Wolves in the 5th and final round of round robin, they did take down Wild. That is why they managed to actually secure a spot in the top 4. That's why they're here. They won that 7-5, and it was on Clubhouse, but ultimately that's a little bit of a non-factor. Wild was in fact the team that, if I'm not mistaken, had banned Clubhouse altogether because they don't want a repeat of what happened yesterday.
No, and you know what, while this operator ban phase is going on, I'm actually gonna break tradition and transfer over to that ban phase. So we will see our faces for a moment here, Tudors, just for a brief moment, just to show you that whole ban phase, in case you nerds watching the VOD want to have a look back at it and delve into this. This is the whole thing. We don't have a proper graphic for it, but this is how they carried it out. So yeah, we have Skyscraper as Wolves' pick, with Wild starting on the defense. Bank will be Wild's pick, with Wolves starting on the attack, and if we need it, we will head over to Chalet. But our bans have just gone through in-game, so let's head on back into those and have a look-see at them. You've got the Nook, the Ying, the Cade, and the Azami being removed. And interestingly as well, it looks as though Wild, on their first defense, heading to Barbecue Kitchen. Bit different from usual.
A little bit different. It used to be one of the most prevalent bomb sites way back in the day, talking about like up to year 3 when Skyscraper was still in the competitive map rotation way back when. And it hasn't exactly really hit the same in the newly reworked version of Skyscraper, unfortunately enough, but it is still really fun to see that certain teams are willing to experiment with it in an official capacity inside of some of these really high stake matches altogether. And even if this round goes completely south, you can still always go back to the tried and tested Tea and Karaoke, as well as the top floor office side. Maybe even the likes of bedroom and bathroom. That
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. That used to be the worst bomb site back in the day, post or pre-rework, and it hasn't really really changed all that much. It's still a bit of a stinker.
Yeah, and the jury is out as to whether Office Initiation, or rather Office Museum, whatever it's called, and Barbecue Kitchen is kind of the preferred secondary site. But right here, Barbecue is the primary. Interesting to see. Wild on the defense. Expect them to be a little bit antsy, be a little bit aggressive, but realistically, it's when we come over to the attack with Wild that we see a proper spring in their step. At the moment, Wolves on the attack. They've opted to bring the Dokkaebi along, and you can hear it's already annoying the hell out of these Wild defenders. Couple of pings coming out onto the positions of the attackers as they fall foul of those alibi prismers, but nothing capitalized upon by the Wild defenders. P4 just sort of sweeping in underneath. Interestingly enough, Wolves' slow start yesterday, we can pretty much almost exclusively put down to the fact that they weren't playing with P4. They did have Void sitting in his place for the start of it, so it's good to see them at full strength for today's very crucial best of 3.
Yeah, definitely so, and we didn't really get to actually catch a lot of P4's individual performance throughout yesterday's round 4 and round number 5 when he was able to actually join, and we're still unsure as to the reason as to why he had to miss out on those first couple of opening fixtures. But at the very least, yeah, Voy did the best that he could have. Definitely seems to be a proper candidate should Wolves ever like to revisit picking him up as like an official substitute potentially. So he had a really good exhibition playing for the Wolves yesterday for what it was, but now they're back to their full strength as you mentioned, and Mowgli's looking for a little bit of early contact down over towards that Geisha side. Narrowly finds the head of the player tucked deep inside of it, but obviously Wild, the strat for them is to just drain down that clock and force Wolves to make that first move.
So Shinka, one of the most underrated supports in the Siege, if you ask me. Holds on to that diffuser, holds on to those exothermic charges, but he can't get his job done just yet because they need to remove these bandit batteries on the Geisha wall. At the moment, though, Mowgli pushing deep inside of Geisha, almost finds a second as they just try and tackle that problem head-on. Is down in the process, though, as well as Bibu being found as the Zofia. Great work being done there by P4. Almost grabs a second for his trouble, but Packball will shut him down. Deadshot getting a very crucial kill there onto Aces, and we find ourselves after a very chaotic late round in a 2 versus 2. Packball looking to hold onto this restaurant area. They know where he is, but do they know where Teb is?
I don't think they do for the time being. Teb has been a little bit unknown throughout the majority of this entire round. He hasn't found a kill or an assist. I think he's barely even fired off his MP701 so far, but they do at the very least can isolate Packbull, and they might be able to just pressure him out, but 8 seconds left. They have got to focus on getting that defuse down ASAP as Packbull might be able to lock down the fort. There's the kill. It's a trade, in fact, and I think Deadshot doesn't have enough time to recover the diffuser dropped by the thermites, so unfortunately enough for the Wolves, they fall victim to the clock, and it is Wild that hold on.
We do have a request for a timeout here, tech timeout on Wild side while Hungry restarts the game. So let's dive into that game a little bit there, that round a little bit. Honestly, that 2 versus 2, the fact that Teb was still hidden upstairs, undetected, untouched, very strange, because we saw a couple of engagements within Geisha, and just a peek at the outline during that, I'm pretty certain he was still up there. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Because this is a community cast.
We can just rewind it.
Yeah, we can just rewind it.
I mean, I already did just take a look at the actual stream output, and he was still up there, just, happily doing absolutely nothing and just waiting for the defuse sound cue to come on through.
So it's difficult to rewind very accurately, but yeah, Teb's still in the corner there at that point. Mowgli gets the kill on Jegs. Hungry finds Bibu. Blah, 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 blah. Lots of kills back and forth.
Yeah.
And during all of this, here, Deadshot takes the fight onto Oryx, and then just assumes that Geisha is empty.
Right.
But Teb is here.
It's not.
It's not. He stays there for the whole round.
And it's weird that Teb didn't actually shut down the Yana either. That's a bit perplexing to me.
Very unusual. We're back on the live stream, just so you know, Toodles. So my point is, in going back and looking at that, 2 versus 2. They knew where the Jaeger was. They dealt with Packball. Well, I mean, they traded Packball. Packball actually did enough to win the round by himself, which is very nice. Yeah. But even if they win that fight, in the final 5 seconds, they get the chance to stick a diffuser, they have no idea where Teb is. They probably assume he's, like, in the kitchen, because they hadn't checked kitchen at that point, and they just decided to barrel rush towards the barbecue site instead. So there could have been a situation where if there were any prepped holes above the barbecue site, that it would have been game over as soon as they tried to put down that diffuser. Yeah. We don't know, though, and of course we can credit Packball with the round win. And Wild, of course, more importantly, with the round win on what is usually an off-site, and now it looks like they want to head to Exhibition Office as their secondary, so they're just avoiding karaoke altogether.
Yeah, seems to be the case as well, or maybe they just feel super duper confident in their overall strategy for TN karaoke that they want to save it as sort of like the last throat punch towards their site rotation. It's the kind of thing that we also saw a little bit earlier on between Heroic and G2 specifically on Theme Park as well, where they kind of just always save that armory and throne defense for the very, very last of their site rotations while opting to visit typically your bunk and your daycare initially before going to the most favored bomb sites on paper. Seems to be the case as well for the time being with Wild. Keep in mind, we are still waiting for Hungry to get back into the lobby before we can keep the ball rolling. And there, my man has returned, so we can now finally pick things up where we left them off respectively. And it seems as if he's actually sticking the Clash pick by the looks of it.
An interesting choice, but definitely not out of the ordinary for an Exhibition Office room side hold. You expect him to be moving in and out of that southern balcony. Perhaps an opening will be made by one of the shotgun wielders. In fact, you've only really got Aces and Hungry himself. Of course, maybe he has that. No, he doesn't have the Super Shorty in hand. He's got the SPSMG, so it will be up to Aces to open up that hole for him. But more importantly, that hole will enable him to move in and out of the balcony and pressure anyone that is directly contesting this southern breach. Of course, one of the main weaknesses of this site is that you've got a soft wall that leads directly into it from the exterior. So being able to contest that balcony is very important. We don't see a mirror in play. Interesting this, because often mirror is the way that this wall is tackled in terms of defensive hold. You'll have one by that bar area, looking towards the site, looking towards the breach, and you'll stick someone behind the bar itself to man it. But instead, a little bit more of an active approach, it seems, taken by Wild.
Yeah, definitely so, and I do really think that I'm not exactly sure if the Clash works out as a very useful and clever substitute for the mirror, because the mirror is just such a very, very safe bet. So they definitely got something,
you know, like why? Yeah, like they could do both.
I mean, I'm gonna let Wild cook at the end of the day, because I really want to see how this turns out. But just on paper, I'm not that much of a fan of it. Either way, though, Shinka is gonna get that northern office wall completely blown wide open, so they have already one solid avenue to work with, and the additional exothermic charge looking to be placed onto that south wall as you would typically expect. So do you have access to the A site? But then you obviously start to run into a little bit of a tricky dynamic, as you mentioned, with those bar runouts.
So plenty of nades on the lineup here for Wolves, and that's important because it looks like Deadshot and, well, I was going to say Mowgli, but he's up here on the top floor. Deadshot certainly prioritizing, trying to get beneath to exercise those nades, and Mowgli comes into contact with the Clash about halfway through the round. Whether they knew or not that the Clash was part of the plan for Wild, they know now. So how do they tackle it? Well, those nades are certainly one answer. They're pretty much the only answer, in fact, looking at the lineup from Wolves. They don't have any stuns, any sort of active stuns like the concussion mines from Zofia or Capital Bolt, so they're going to have to leverage those nades. Mowgli does take down Jegs, however, for the first kill of the round. Almost catches Packball, does P4 from beneath. And it seems like their pieces are in odd positions here. Deadshot and Mowgli have rotated now round both sets of nade wielders to try and tackle this shield head on. But Teb will play from behind said shield and find the Yana. So a good hold so far from Wild.
Yeah, those ADSs that Packbull dropped also coming in clutch, and that eliminates yet another HE that was tossed out. Shinka, well, narrowly got away with a kill, and now it's just gone completely awry for the Wolves as Wild. They find 2 kills in quick succession, with Hungry even whipping out the SPSMG himself to join in on the fun. Shinka does eventually trade things off, but now the case is lost, and it's all down to Bibu, one of the only players with so much longevity in the scene to clutch up versus the likes of Aces and Hungry. He's going to just direct charge down this clash, and he can't even toss out the EMPs to deter this electricity plaguing and harassing him. He turtles up and he's Hungry with a 2-piece to lock it out for Wild. Utter disrespect shown the way of Bibu.
I love it when that gets pulled off. Absolutely love it when that gets pulled off. The disrespect towards Aces, everything went against him there. You could just tell the moment he whipped out that second impact EMP in front of a pair of active ADSs, the first one caught by one of them, it was going to be a bit of a struggle from there. Very much like an uphill struggle. Yeah, that's what they were thinking for certain. And let's not forget, you know, even in that moment, had the Clash lost that fight, he managed to drag Aces all the way around in a full circuit of the center of the map, and he would have still had another player to have to deal with on the defensive side. So we questioned the Clash at the start. We said, will it work, won't it work? You know, Wolves didn't tackle the breach head on. They went for a full clear. Wild adapted and made the Clash work indoors instead. Very nice work.
I'm happy that I was proven wrong, honestly.
FM Abbey has raided with a party of 47. Nice to see you. Nice to see everyone that's been enjoying FM Abbey's broadcast so far. I believe he probably either was providing a Turkish broadcast of this game, or maybe you were covering the Combine quals. That I know FM's been very hard stuck on those quals. I say hard stuck, that's the wrong word. Like, very kind of committed to delivering those quals. So thank you very much, FM, for your wonderful work in the community. And we will now dial back into this game because Wild are 2 rounds up against Wolves. Good defensive start on Skyscraper, as expected.
Yep. Massive opening 2 rounds for Wild so far. And they're just going to continue keeping this pain train rolling unless Wolves will finally come up with an answer, a solution to the question that Wild has been posing so far. A potential hat trick of rounds to be claimed here within the opening 3 as Teb is definitely on the fence and flirting with the idea of going for a potential run out. Does spot out the drone, so now they know where he is, and he can definitely confirm that intel with the soulless glasses. He's instead just going to retreat a little bit further back as Hungry goes for a run out, but no one on the receiving end.
So, a couple of missed opportunities here for Wolves, but they haven't lost anything just yet. They still have ground to work with, still trying to deal with this clash. Of course, having brought the same sort of tools, fewer nades, but those impact EMPs could still be very useful for shutting down her gadgetry. While just sitting tight for the time being, I mentioned that Skyscraper, it's kind of expected that you'll win the first couple of defenses. It's a very defense-favoured map.
Yep.
Mowgli triggering that Go-Yo canister, sitting safely on the drone for the time being. He doesn't, you know, doesn't think that the Clash will dare swing it with the gun up. But it's a risk he's willing to take. Shinka has now got this Geisha wall open, and the observation blocker is enabling the Jaeger of Hungry to be able to play this spot a little bit further back. Wolves just circling, probing, trying to whittle down the layers of defense before they can all spring at a trap at the same time.
Yeah, and they will start to move in towards this drum side. More frag grenades tossed out, but no! It's Aces from down below. Intel fed from those black eyes nets him a 2-piece with the C4. That's absolutely massive. As Shinka's trying to reoccupy that lost territory, and P4 has to whip out the super shorty. He finds one, but narrowly the second is Packful with his own super shorty to shut him down, Jerry.
I'm losing it. 2 crazy Clash swivel plays back to back. You never see that. Shinka is now dug deep in the site, but his last teammate has fallen. He knows that the Clash has his number. He's got to whip out the pistol here. Quicker than reloading your primary, as we all know, but he's being yellow pinged. He's being tased to death, and Hungry will gobble him up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Embarrassing is the only way to put it.
Dude, the way that Packbull has been turtling up his shield and spinning around, it honestly
was Hungry the first time round.
It was Hungry the first time, and Packbull just in that last round. But the way that he was spinning around legitimately made me think that he just connected the sticks and started spinning around with, like, I don't know, an Xbox controller or a DualSense or something. It's absolutely wild, no pun intended.
That pun is inescapable, trust me. The number of times I've cast Wild, I can tell you that for a fact. Now, you know, of course, them being in Tier 1 now, everyone has to deal with it. Des and Ace on their first cast, they said it. It's like you can't not do it.
You can't escape the wild.
You cannot
Simply
escape
put.
wild. It is inevitable. And Wolves meeting their inevitable end at the hand of Wild right now, because it's just I love seeing Clash plays, man. I absolutely love seeing them.
I have a love-hate relationship with Clash because it's so ridiculous to think about the fact that this operator has been out for 5 years since Operation Grim Sky.
I know.
And almost all of us still don't know how to deal with the Clash.
Yeah, this is still just an unsolved problem. Thank you, by the way, everyone that's come in from FM Abbey's viewing party. I'm just going to quickly sum up what we're doing here, because you might have no clue. These are the Rainbow Rumble qualifiers, and we have Tier 1 teams trying to qualify for the group stage of the Rumble, as opposed to the Combine, where they just go straight to playoffs. In the Rumble, they get to duke it on out with the Tier 2 teams, rather, during the group, so that will be taking place during August, and this is the best of 3 to determine one side out of these two that will make it through. We already saw Heroic through earlier, beating out G2 in a fantastic series, 7-5, 7-5, 8-6, going the way of Heroic on the final map. And if this game and this match has anything like that kind of story behind it, I will be very thrilled to have casted 2 thrilling best of 3s in one day.
Same. I mean, it's not necessarily shaping up in that fashion so far, just given the absolute rancid kind of strategies that we have seen Wild bring out so far, but at the end of the day, more power to them. It's certainly delivering results in the fashion that they had hoped. And there is Shinka drawing first blood onto Jegs. Tiny little angle through the vertical floorboards. It nets him an opening kill, and one that is going to be invaluable for Wolves over the course of this round.
Yeah, slight change up in strategy as well by Wild in terms of their hold. They're not hard holding the top floor with a Bandit as they did last time around, denying the Geisha entry. Instead, they're a little bit more spread out, a little bit more zonal. And we see Wolves quite clearly keen to take hold of this position. Obviously, P4 able to enter with Shinka having done his breaching duty already. But Packball and Hungry each find a kill. Aces as well, and all of a sudden, Wild find themselves in a 4 versus 2. Wolves just lost everybody possible in the space of a few seconds, but Mowgli is in sight and taking names.
And P4 is going to join in on the fun as well to facilitate a potential execution. I'm not exactly sure where the case has gone. It's left outside a kitchen window, so they can easily recover that and just go for a plant by Ramsey, as Mowgli is doing a little bit of extra scouting, but he has to keep his life in tow. You cannot afford to let P4 be left all on his lonesome. And he's instead going back up to the top floor to maybe address this Geisha presence. Mowgli's got the same idea, and he's instead going to beat Teb to the punch. BP camera will be destroyed, and Mowgli's going to just head back down, leaving P4 out to dry and get the job done on the top floor all by himself. Instead, a wide swing comes on through. They've isolated Teb. They need to get this pinch down in rapid succession, and they do so successfully. So a drop down the hatch is the only option that P4 has left to work with. He's inside the bomb site, and with just enough time to stick down this defuse, Ace is trying to gun it in an absolute hurry, and the spray through the wall is gonna shut down the hopes and dreams of Wolves.
I don't even think there was a yellow ping on that. I think that was just pure game sense from Aces coming out. Incredible. Absolutely beautiful in the 1 versus 2 from Aces. Wolves really forced to play fast and fluid when it came to that 2 versus 4. And you have to credit Shinka and P4 for what they were able to achieve there. Was it Shinka and P4?
It was definitely P4, and it was Mowgli.
Yeah, so P4 and Mowgli in that one, in that 2 versus 4. Very much forced to play it fast and fluid, and very adaptable. Keen to pinch on various players. They got that drop into sight, took down 2, and then readjusted, deciding, you know what, we do need that vertical control, push up the stairs, clear the BP cam, get the pinch into Geisha. They turned it from a 2 versus 4 into a 2 versus 1. But by that point, time was a factor, and Aces, exactly.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to catch that, the fact that he was able to actually catch Mowgli on the rotate down to main stairs and just leave P4 all on his lonesome, that was really amazing readjustment coming out from Aces to actually react to the ongoing situation as quickly as he did. Because if he would have missed that mark by even a fraction of a second, Mowgli would still be alive, and Aces would be forced to clutch a 2v1 post plan. So props to Aces, not only for you know, seeing the clutch through, but actually facilitating it by acting so fast.
A very exciting round that was, and it's been a very exciting game so far, but Wild, so far, dominant when it comes to the scoreline, 4-0.
Yeah.
And now, P4 getting that early breach onto the site. I don't think Wild will mind too much about that. They have the utility at hand to make sure that it's relatively safe, and I doubt Wolves will be making a quick entry through that gap anytime soon, but they want to open up the possibility, force Wild to have to watch it, occupy a body, occupy a pair of eyes.
Shinka opening up the north wall, as it will be Packbull to draw first blood. Mowgli now down for the count means that they have lost on the only pair of frag grenades that they brought into this entire round altogether. That doesn't bode all too well for Wolves, and now that I actually think about it, they haven't really been rocking those HEs that much in these 5 rounds play.
No, they dropped the double frag lineup early on. After that first clash round, they thought, you know what, we need other stuff to have to deal with him. They've got some smokes now and Deadshot. Maybe finding trouble in the Go-Yo canisters potentially, and saying that that needs to be taken care of early in the round, as well as the ADSs as well. You know, those cause problems for not just the throwables in terms of frag grenades, but also the impact EMPs. They were catching them out quite frequently, and if you're looking to use frag grenades to counter a clash, you have to deal with the Jaeger first. So makes a bit of sense that you bring something that directly counters the Jaeger, as well as plenty of flashes and other things to boot. Shinka taking down Aces for a delayed refrag, and very important to shut down this guy who's already 8-2. Before that death, 8-1, the German.
Yeah. Ridiculous that up until this point, Aces has effectively been averaging 2 kills a round. That's an absolutely massive stat line to have on your side. Consistently delivering multi-kills is exactly the kind of performance that you want on the side of Wild, and it goes to show it's reflected in the scoreline. Once again, they are still 4 up.
How are we at 50 seconds left?
That is a great question. We've just been waffling on for a little bit, and not a whole too lot has actually been happening. They have yet to dislodge this Clash Enforcer even further back into the bomb site. They've been very hesitant to make their move, but now Deadshot is just going to send it right through. Shinka priming that next exothermic so he can gain access to the bar and maybe just try to pinch on that clash from the backside.
They also have the option of rotating to that hole that the Ash made very early on. So now Wolves very much stacked around this entryway. The Clash holding the firm. P4 with a beautiful swing to take down Jegs. Teb falls as well, but Packbull will shut out BBO. 2 versus 3 now, and Packbull has a lot of work to do as the only gun up. Hungry is occupying as much time and energy as he can as the Clash, but his time is numbered. He takes down the planter though. What a huge play. Packbull's outside. He's just going to play time. P4 forced to stick the diffuser now. And all Packbull has to do is jump in the window and walls bang him. What a round from Wild. How has that happened?
I am semi-speechless and in utter disbelief. What on earth are we witnessing here? Wild, they are getting away with daylight robbery. That was the most comfortable and confident round that we have seen out of Wolves this entire opening map. They had all of the pieces to the puzzle necessary. They had shut down most of the biggest threats on the side of Wild, and then suddenly Hungry once again turtles up, somehow stays alive, goes through a rotate, and shuts down the active defuse plant. All the while, Packbull is actively being detected outside of the map, hops in back through Samurai, and shuts down the plant. Is this real life?
Is it just
It
fantasy?
can't be.
We're caught in a landslide, or Wolves are right now. Yeah. There's no escape from the reality that they are 5-0 down to Wild right here. But if you open your eyes, I'm gonna stop now. Okay.
I was hoping you'd keep going.
No.
Doing really, really well.
There's a limit to what you can do. Feeling a bit forced at that point. But more importantly, honestly, Wild are playing an absolute blinder here. The Clash is a persistent problem for Wolves. Wild have seen that timing and time management is an issue for Wolves on these attacks.
Yeah.
About
honestly,
4 of these attacks have come down to time.
Yeah, I think the only option right now for Wolves is to look to the sky for a solution.
No, you're not making me spit my drink out. That you caught me there. I almost sprayed my keyboard with Pepsi. Please don't.
Hey, same. I got a bottle of Pepsi as well right next to me.
Snap. I guess. Oh, whoops, hang on. I've put us in our faces. I didn't realize I wasn't on studio mode. There we go.
It's fine, though. It's Teb. He got himself the opening kill. That's
sorry,
now
it's
down
such
to
a
the
bad...
cow.
I literally cut away for the opening kill. I'm such a bad producer. Yeah.
Oh,
well.
goodness gracious.
He's dealt with
Mowgli does trade things off and punishes Teb for his previously committed crimes, and he's gotten access to a smartphone as well, so the cameras of Wild have fallen to the wolves.
Sorry, I have to go keyboard warrior for a moment here.
Why?
Because Laker Boy has misquoted Bohemian Rhapsody.
Ah, true, yeah. No,
Yeah.
shame on you.
Anyway, very important we get that right. So... What's going on? I now need to pay attention to the round.
And now you actually have to do your job, goddammit.
I know.
It's a 4v4. Wolves are going to start making moves over towards this Geisha side. They will have the impact EMPs to foster the breach, so it goes live. Pack-Bull continuously being a nuisance takes a little bit of early damage on inside a drum, and he's just going to fall ever so slightly back towards a little bit of friendly territory and gain some support.
The UI's gone weird, and now we can't see who we're spectating without looking at the side, so it's throwing me off a little bit. But Aosis finds P4, and we're watching Shinka right now avoid a C4 from beneath. Unintentional rhyme of C4 and P4 there, which I love. And now, Bibu inside a Geisha. The Wolves basically stacked on this entire side. They virtually have site control if they just push a little bit further, but Aces from beneath will deal with Mowgli. And it's a 2 versus 4 now. Bibu is pushed up very far now, dealing with Jegs and trying to take more names. Shinka's opened a line of sight and a walkable hole into the karaoke site itself. Sends a flash grenade deep. Might try and capitalize off this with a direct push to try and claim the life of Hungry. But Hungry comes out of the stun and domes Shinka. Now 1 versus 3. And Bibu left with it all to do. Still up against the clash. The bane of Wolves' existence on these attacks. I don't see him pulling this off, Tudors.
No, it's impossible, and he will just get sprayed down by Hungry, who chomps down on the last wolf alive. And there you have Wild. 6 rounds of play, 6 rounds won, map point already achieved.
They woke up and chose violence. That is ruthless, absolutely ruthless. Yeah. We expect Skyscraper to be defender-sided, but not like this.
Definitely not like this. I wouldn't be surprised if Wolves decide to also bring out the Clash, but it seems as if based on the pick phase, they have decided to not take a page out of Wild's book, which, okay, you know what, fine, stick to your own strategies, but if you have technically lost 5 out of those 6 rounds at the hands of a Clash, you would think that maybe you should hop on the bandwagon.
Speaking of the bandwagon, I'm going to talk a little bit about the bandwagon here. It seems everyone today is trading maps. This was Wolves' pick. And they need to justify it now with an absolutely flawless defensive half. Otherwise, they've lost it. You know, it's just that simple.
Yeah, they have been beaten at their own game.
Completely. And Wild on the attack is also always a different beast. We have the shield as a continuing theme for Wild now. They're bringing along the Monty. An operator often banned against Hungry as a target ban.
Yeah.
He's free to work his shield muscles for free in this game.
Flex those up.
Flex them.
Do a bit of lifting here.
Bring the French mountain.
Yeah. Le Montagne.
This could be quick. This could be quick. I'm always wary with Wild on their attacks.
Because the majority of their attacks are basically just powder kegs waiting to explode. And with a little bit of early contact found onto Bibu, they have definitely softened the absolute living hell out of him. So realistically speaking, one stray round from any of these rifles will put him down in the ground. They will have a 5v4 advantage, and they can just build and snowball off of that.
Jegs is 0-6. What the hell? He just hasn't had a chance. Aces is 10-2. Aces is taking all of the frags from Jegs. Jegs isn't getting a chance. It's rare to see Jegs on a donut. He may win the game on a donut without losing a round. That would be the strangest thing, stats-wise, that I would have seen in a long, long time from an individual player. But let's focus in.
It's completely fine. Jegs has basically been cannon fodder, and he's just activating the rest of the crew to get frags.
He's a drone. He's being a drone.
Basically.
Hungry, though, is more appropriately the actual human drone right now, as the Monty
Yeah.
just making maximum use of that utility, that big shield in his face. Taking a lot of flak from beneath, though. The shield doesn't protect you from that. He's wishing that he'd whipped out his pistol just there, as I don't think Bibu had any clue that there was a vertical opening above him and a Monty directly above. Otherwise, he would have shot through it. Jegs does have a player, and that same player, in fact, the Solace, pinned inside of Freezer, sort of. It's backed away. Jegs finally gets off the donut by taking down P4, as it turns out.
Nice one. So that's the Warden already dealt with, and Hungry's still going to get continuously harassed on the top floor, triggering one of the F-Naught mines as well. He has to get out of its AoE, and he just walks right into Shinka's open arms, definitely reaping the rewards off that one, as Aces will trade things off in a 4v3. Wild find themselves the man advantage secured, and they can just buddy up and trade off of each other. And given the fact that Wolves have got 2 players on desperately low on HP, this might already just be a done and dusted round if Wild find the necessary frags.
I'm getting the duo cams ready, because, like you say, that could be it. That really could be it, as Aces takes down Mowgli. Shinka responds, but Aces on a triple for the round. 13 and 2 so far. Let's see if he can make it 14, hey. Bibu on a smidgen of HP. It will be 14. A 7 KD for this man who just decided Skyscraper was his own. No one else's.
This is a... I'm trying to come up with a new adjective for this one so I don't fall into the Wild pitfall yet again, but it's just been a wild map for Wild.
It has been.
7-0, absolutely flawless, employing the clash. Definitely caught the two of us by surprise at the very, very start. It had proven to have, it was just a net positive through all of their defensive rounds, and it was an open and shut case on attack.
So Wild mean business, basically.
Yeah.
That is terrifying. Like, that has got to be gutting for Wolves today as well. After their comeback yesterday, you know, a couple of really poor opening games from them, and they managed to claw their way through to the second day, book a spot in these finals, essentially, against Wild. And now, look what's happening. Just look at what is happening to the French team.
It is, well... I mean, they're not necessarily dead just yet, but Wolves are basically just a couple of rounds away from having themselves a little visit to the guillotine, sadly enough.
Yeah, they are at death's door right now, figuratively speaking. There's very little you can do mentally to recover from that. You have to have expert resetting capability, right? I can't
lobotomize yourself and then re-enter the server, I guess.
I can't think of a time that Wolves in like international play or even in domestic play have been absolutely rattled like that in the past year.
It's
definitely a rarity to say the least. Obviously, it may have happened. I can't remember all their games, but that is something.
No, to this degree, it also like. It evades me. I can't think of the last time that Wolves just got absolutely smacked about this badly.
That's a second 7-0 that Wild have dealt this weekend, right? They 7-0'd Heroic, and now they 7-0'd Wolves. Two, like, big teams in EU have just been completely flattened by Wild. So, you know, Bank is on the docket next. It's Wild's map pick. Good luck, Wolves, I think is all I can say. We're going to throw it to a break for just a few minutes while we set up the next game. But, you know, come back pretty quickly because it could be a case of blink and you miss it. We'll see you soon. And we are back. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone, to Wild versus Wolves. Or, as I think we're just calling it, Wild Flatten Wolves. Part 2, potentially.
Potentially, they could just steamroll over the Wolves yet again for a second time. I mean, it happened on Skyscraper just moments ago. A flawless 6 rounds on the defensive side, and then open and shut case on the attack with only 1 attacking round necessary for Wild to close it off. Now, obviously, we are going to be going over towards Bank. This is Wild's own map pick. So on paper, we might just trade off picks because that was the trend that we, started the day off with in G2 versus Heroics. So if history is going to repeat itself, Wolves might be able to force out the issue and throw us all the way towards map 3. But I don't know. They must be really, really rattled after that opening map.
Yeah, I'd be rattled if I got Bikini Body span on twice in one map by clashes. Different people playing the clash as well. Hungary got his moment in the limelight, and then Packball decided, you know what? I'm going to do one better. I'm going to do it spinning with a super shorty.
Yeah.
It was...
I keep forgetting that the super shorty is like an actual weapon that you have the agency to choose on the clash. Like, why would you do it? Apparently for just that reason.
For styling. Packball, I swear, spent half of that map outside the map as well.
Yeah,
like, that wasn't his only hero moment. He also retook on an office plant by holding outside the museum window as a Jaeger. It was just
so dumb, dude.
Wild just kind of did what they wanted. And if they are allowed to do that here on Bank, then Wolves don't stand a chance in hell. But this is Wild's map pick. And we've seen a lot of map trading today. So we've got to hope that Wolves have big-brained the ban phase and they're here to win a best of 3. Wild have been notoriously bad at winning best of 3s in the past. They will often win the first map and then lose the next 2. So that's what Wolves will be banking on.
Yeah, definitely so. And Wolves has got the experience to back it up as well. Ever since they used to be known as Vitality before they exited the circuit altogether.
It is a long-term version of the Vitality 20-second push, right? They're waiting till the last possible moment to win all the rounds they need.
Then they're going to inject all of their energy into the best of 3. And it's just like, no, actually this entire series is ours and you were never part of the grand scheme of things either. No.
Alright, back defense. Bottom floor for Wild is where they're holding. They've got the mirror, they've got the smoke, they've got plenty of catching utility, all the catching utility available to a defensive lineup. So they're expecting a lot of throwables to come their way, and they're correct. Look at that lineup on the side of Wolves. You got 6 flashes, 2 nades, a pair of smokes, and all of the projectiles that they hold in their pockets as well. The X-Kairos, the breaching rounds, so many projectiles to catch. So it's going to be almost a hark back to the olden days of a Bank basement where it's just a trade of utility. You've got the 1 C4 and 3 smokes. One of them already expended by Packful, interestingly, in the first minute. So that may come back to bite them in the late round. But as we know, sometimes there isn't a late round today. Sometimes these tier 1 teams, they just like to skip that. And or rather, there isn't an early round. They like to skip that and go straight to the late round and just win in the first minute.
Yeah, Wolves have actually been moving in an absolute hurry so far in the opening minutes. So far, they've basically claimed a whole lot of control. Square is under their belts, the rest of open area and admin as well. That means they can open up the hatches quite rapidly with some of those can openers. And Mowgli's actually going to take it all the way down to the main staircase to see if he can maybe catch some wandering souls around. A drone sent out to scout ahead of him, and that has gathered a little bit of intel, but I think he's just going to park himself for now and just hold off any crosses.
And Mowgli's getting his own drone in on the action. It is taken out, but they do spy a player by elevator. Not in a position to lock him here, though. Mowgli holding the cross, but he always has the option to move deep inside of Gold Vault and go around that way instead. So a little bit of control, not quite fully exerted by the team of Wolves. They are committing to these hatch drops, though, on the western side, so we won't really get to see that mirror come into play. Very smart of them to avoid that utility entirely, and Mowgli just sends it down the stairs, finds one, and Teb taken out by P4 in the meantime. Wild are falling by the wayside. Everyone lit up on the defensive side. Hungary finally finds something back for Wild, but he's immediately met with a headshot from Deadshot, and Jegs will now, in the 1 versus 3, have to claw it back with the MK14 at range from Garage. BO3 in a safe position to set this diffuser down. He's got to walk into a horrible crossfire right now as Wolves have full control of the site. Great shot to get things started by Jegs. The Finn will hope this is one of those clips he can just add to his show reel. Lights up BO3 through the wall, takes a second down as Deadshot falls, but BO3 is there to make sure that Wolves cross the line and puts a stop to the Finn.
Damn, sigh of relief coming out from the side of Wolves, being able to just narrowly close it off at the 11th hour. It got far too touch and go. Nice try overall for Jegs, finding himself 2 frags that were handed to him. And I dare say this on a silver platter because the Wolves got greedy, a little bit too greedy for my taste as well. But BO3, one of the most respected players, one of the most veteran players within the entire circuit, once again does what he does best and just has cool head. It prevails, and the Wolves, they do finally get, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but their first round of the entire series.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it's quite funny. CEO defense is the next task here for Wild. They're opting not to repeat that basement site. Seems like they don't have an answer to that west-sided take that Wolves brought out. It's a lesser spotted west-sided take, if we're talking about varieties of birds and attacking takes in the game of Siege.
It's a rare find.
Yeah, a rare find. One of the... yeah, lesser spotted. So instead they're opting to go up here. We've got ourselves the castle. We've got ourselves the Valkyrie let through the ban phase. Interestingly enough, the Cade has come off the board as a Wolves ban. Not often you see a Cade ban on Bank of all maps. Of course, makes hatch tackling on the attack a little bit easier for the basement, but realistically, you think about the power that Valk, the power that Solace, and even Fenrir have on this map. It's a very specific thing that they're deciding to remove from Wild's arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just that bottom floor bomb site that Cade actually serves a purpose on.
Oh, I suppose it's the Kanto wall, right?
Yeah, okay, that is true. It
yeah.
did prove to be a little bit of an issue in the previous game for Heroic to deal with, just because you had, you know, those electric claws stuck within the top floor elevator, and you could easily electrify the left-hand side of the Kanto wall, which that's the favorite side because that's where your elevator playing is gonna, or player is gonna be playing from. Opening frag, though, does go into the favor of Jegs as he opens things up from inside of stock, shuts down P4, so that global ability of just calling up people's cell phones and blowing them up, no longer a factor.
No, and an annoyance now not available for Wolves to deal in the direction of Wild. Wild will be pretty comfortable here. Honestly, they've wasted a decent amount of time in the early round. It looks like Mowgli's wasting a Selma to try and get this second one open. And, of course, Jegs, just a little bit late shooting out that first charge, but it does get the second. Deadshot takes out Hungry in the meantime. The smoke removed from play will be a big factor come the late round. No access to those toxic gas canisters, but Jegs still here, and he's feeding himself. After, you know, only 1 kill in that first map, having aces steal all of them away from him, he wants to make his mark on Bank.
It does make it a little bit awkward with that Selma breach going down. Deadshot actually isolates Aces down below and capitalizes upon him. So now man advantage on the side of Wolves. 4v3. And he will set his attention back towards Jegs. He continues to be an elusive threat on this top floor. And no one's occupying the stock windows. But I think Mowgli's going to take up that mantle responsibility himself. And he will shut him down. Jegs not fast enough on the reaction, and now Wild. Last 2 players alive, Teb and Packbull, stuck physically within the bomb site, but they want to get a little bit creative and play some rat positions by the looks of it. What is Packbull up to?
The Irishman for the Irish Org just trying to take matters into his own hands here. You've got to make the play here in a 2 versus 4. Hiding by the windows. He's moved a little bit now, but he's been flashed out and doesn't have the wherewithal to be able to go for the jump out that he maybe thought was possible. Teb, playing from Kanto, does take down Deadshot, and that makes things a little easier, but red pings as well onto the player inside the site will assist Packball, but not enough as he falls, as does Teb. Mowgli picking up a good pair of kills at the end there. And we see now Wolves with some life in them. 2 rounds on the trot. Exactly what they needed.
Exactly. They, I don't know. Part of me might start to get a little bit wacky and think like, oh yeah, Wild, they won 7 rounds in a row. They got themselves a map. Maybe Wolves does the same thing right now and they just pick up a perfect little 7-0. I don't necessarily want to jinx it into existence, but that is the current trend that has been set so far. Wild haven't looked particularly hot on these defenses so far. Wolves, they just know their stuff potentially a little bit better, but it might just be the case of having one of those attacker-sided banks at the end of the day.
So we're onto an open area defense now, and Jegs moving on to the Bandit as their operator of choice to try and lock off this entire wall. Obviously, you have enough electro charges to seal off the whole wall, as would a Cade with the radius on his 2 electro claws, but these are slightly more easily dealt with on the side of walls. You can predict where they're going to be, you can nade their position over the wall, or you can send a drone in, or you can even impact EMP them, as we see Dokkaebi being teased on the lineup by P4, and you know exactly that they're going to be at floor level and easily dealt with. A couple of reinforcements on Kanto as well, which indicates to me that Wild are looking to hold on to the top floor. They've got Aces, Teb, both up here. I thought Packball was up there as well, but no, he is stationed below. Looking to leverage, I was going to say C4, but again, I'm caught out. He's got those impacts in hand instead. So it's only Jegs with the C4 in pocket, and looks like he's sort of lurking around square stairs for the time being. Opportunity to fall back into sight when it's necessary.
Yeah, same thing goes for Teb as well. He's got an extra nitro cell in his back pocket, and he is currently on the top floor inside a janitor. The moment that he feels as if the kitchen's getting a little bit too hot, he's going to drop down through the hatch, and he can just, leave that C4 as a martyrdom instead. Definitely an option.
Unfortunately, it's not supposed to work that way. Sometimes it does.
Really.
Sometimes you kill a player with a C4 and it just detonates, like after they're dead, because siege things. But hopefully it doesn't happen here. I wouldn't want any
It's a
sort of
rare
glitches.
set of chain reactions that sets off. Not something that you see all too often.
It's an unusual bug, yeah. Teb with the opening kill of the round will take down Shinka, but Deadshot as well falls at the hands of Teb. I thought he was a dead man. Finally he is. P4 takes down Teb. He got a lot more than he was bargaining for up there in the janitor position. P4 chasing a player down spiral stairs, but Aces just turns and burns him. Mowgli left in a 1 versus 4 after only a minute and 20 seconds has elapsed. And he's got to push on into sight. They know where he is. Everyone on Wild converging to play for refrags. This round looks like it's over before it started, Two Doors.
Yeah, basically, and he will, at the very least, give it his damnedest to see if he can maybe scrape something together. Defuse has also gone cold on the top floor, and he just continuously wildly sprays, see if he can maybe hit this whack-a-mole that continues to plague him, but yeah, Jegs is just going to continuously waste time, and I think that's all that's really going to happen right now. Eventually, the inevitable will strike itself into existence, and Mowgli is gonna die. There's a C4, nice reaction shot out of the air, but
yeah,
it's
there's very little
one
we
of those
can do.
rounds.
There's very little we can do to hype up the inevitable. He's going to be walking into a crossfire here. If he does win this, then we have to eat our words. We have to say like, how does he do it? But no, Packball.
Not even the crossfire. The EDDs get him of all things.
Outskilled, simply outskilled. Look at that.
Ooh, did you see how far his body went flying after he triggered that mine?
It would have been even further if his left heel hadn't caught on the door frame.
True, actually, yeah.
Wow. Well, like I said, that round was over before it began. Teb inside of Janitors getting a lot more than he bargained for with a pair of kills. I genuinely thought he was a dead man. He gets 2. And then the rest of Wolves crumble. So, great round picked up there by Wild. They absolutely needed that. And look, Two Doors, it's our old friend. The Clash is back.
Indeed it is, and Packbull once again up to no good. Rocking that super shorty, same damn thing that he did earlier on Skyscraper as well. And I think that now Wolves are going to be forced to make a potential readjustment. At the very least, they are going to be dropping the Sledge and the Dokkaebi in lieu of the Brava and the Buck to kick things off. And I don't know. If Wolves are going to be trying to, sort of tackle the problem of this clash with the exact same mentality as they quote-unquote tried to do earlier on Skyscraper, then I don't really see the rest of his half going in their favor. But then again, with the basement bomb site, realistically, what can you actually do as a clash?
Yeah.
You can maybe just hold on to garage, maybe main stairs, but that's about it.
The thing is that, of course, Clash is a very adaptable operator. She's not useless in any position, but optimal on a basement defense? I don't think so. We'll see, though. as that Twitch drone gets an early little win for Wolves, taking down a Goyo canister that would have denied a default plant in the first 30 seconds. P4 sending in the Bravo drone for some more, shall we say, sort of, what's the word?
Can you hack a Clash Shield? No, right?
No way. That would be hilarious.
God,
Just start
it
zapping
would
herself.
be brilliant.
No, I was going to say, compared to a Twitch drone, a Brav drone is a little bit more kind of... Again, I lost the word. It's not goofy. It's like you've got a sledgehammer versus a screwdriver versus like a precision tool. And
So,
I cannot find the word.
precise.
Precise. Yeah,
Clinical.
high tech. Clinical. They're very similar pieces
Sharp.
of utility. Sharp. There's lots of words we could use.
Yeah.
One word we can use to describe the
Perfect.
Wolves' push here is fast, as they've taken control of server, or at least they're trying to. Packball backing on out. He decides it's far too hot for him, and he may be about to heat up. His feetsies just being tickled by the second Goyo canister. Just about gets away with enough life, but as a shield player on 1 HP, you never want to be there, really. He's going to be very careful to try and survive into the late round now. Maybe he just wants to play with the gun, honestly, and try and take some heads.
Yeah, that's also massive. The Clutch will hack one of the Syria gates, and Bibu is going to draw first blood onto Aces. That's another Syria gate actually getting hacked, and that's the one on the mirror window as well, so they might be able to actually facilitate some kind of breach of the mirror if they choose to go for it. In the meantime, though, hatches will be opened up, so the Wolves, they are starting to assemble this little jigsaw puzzle that they've got going on for themselves, and they've also got lobby and gold open. They've got so many options to play with.
This is smart use of the low HP clash. You can just waste the time of anyone that decides to go for this late push on the lobby drop, because at the moment, Wolves look like they've circled back to the more standard take as opposed to the first time around where we saw them go for that west push. They're opening up those angles for the default plant, but as I say that, Shinka and the rest of Wolves rotate over the top to go for a west push. So it looks like Packball will be met head on. There is a player inside of Lockers to feign that push, but the flashes come down. Deadshot met with some fire, and this time Wild are ready. Jegs in particular with a pair of kills onto Mowgli and Deadshot, eating up the Wolves, and a triple kill for the MK14 wielding Aruni. Can he make it an ace in this round? It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, and P4 is the next to
That's
fall
the
down
down.
to the wayside. It's all down to Bibu. And that will unfortunately be Hungry stealing Jegs' ace, bro.
Mean. Didn't need to do that. Give him the ace. Rude. Very rude. But very important. Around. Wild lost that opening frag. And then they adjusted very nicely. They read into what was a Wolves ploy to fake a push through server and then immediately hit them on the backstab with, again, a west drop. This time around, though, Wild, and in particular Jegs, very, very ready for it. Nice hold coming through. The Goyo canister's well positioned, and the Aruni in an off spot just to take down anyone that walked through. Very well played by Wild, and we see ourselves at 2-2, an even scoreline now, and a much more even-sided game than the Skyscraper we just kind of breezed through.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy that we're sort of going back to normality. We're going back to what definitely is a much closer affair, all things considered so far. Even scoreline 2v2, not an absolute blowout, and still plenty of siege left to be played in this opening half with 2 more rounds left to go. Wild, they will be revisiting the top floor. They did lose it out, unfortunately, the first time around during round number 2, so now they're definitely looking to rectify their previous mistakes. They are employing the Valk, though, this time around, which seems like a little bit of a no-brainer for top floor defenses. I don't remember if they actually did.
First. I think they did the first time. I remember talking about it in opposition to, like, the Cade ban, for instance.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, then I might be capping.
Yeah, you might be.
I might be.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm always happy that someone is willing to admit that they themselves are capping. Mowgli taking down Teb, who will be dead for the rest of this round, to put it simply. Obviously, his utility already spent as the castle, so not the biggest loss on the defensive side, but you don't want to lose a body in the first minute, ideally. Packball trying to open up a bit of a hole to impact tonight. But it doesn't have it in pocket. It didn't check his pockets before sending out the shots, and now all he's done is create an extra little hole ahead, at the top height, which is not going to be used. But more importantly, sightline in favor of Wolves, and both the stock and elevator players now of Teb and Aces trapped away from the site.
Yeah, this is one of the pitfalls that you may eventually fall into on these top floor defenses once the necessary angles are created by the attacking side. You kind of just have
Oh,
yourself locked in very uncomfortable positions. Deadshot doing a great job of
good spot.
fishing out one of those other, yeah, Valkyrie cameras. It was tucked in relatively deep as Mowgli now has control over Banana. He might just apply enough pressure to that, well, I was going to say elevator player, but meanwhile action is going on and even trade comes on through and Mowgli's going to find Packbull before he was able to shut down Bibu. Now it's an active 1v3 as Ace is removed from the equation, and Mowgli will shut down the final defender as we have Wolves, well, taking another round. It's been a hot second. It's been a little bit of a pause, but they will find a third.
Speaking of a pause, we're going to have a bit of a pause right now, as there is another little tech pause for the Wolves. As we see a couple of players actually jump on out to try and find themselves a few things. In fact, Packball's going to do it. Everyone's having issues, it seems. So,
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, everyone's going to restart the game and make sure that they can continue with slightly better, quality of life in place. So, let's have a look into that round. So, honestly, just very smoothly played out by Wolves. They got that breach open on the Kanto wall, and from that point on, with the man advantage as well, taking down one of the anchors, Wild were kind of split up, and Wolves did an excellent job of picking apart the setup, forcing those sort of man advantage gunfights and forcing players to have to flood back to site and catching them on the retreat. It was very nicely worked, good map control and map management by Wolves, and that's why we see themselves now up 3-2 on an attacking half. Very much needed here because, of course, we know what they're coming off the back of. That's 7-0. It's very hard to forget. I think Wolves now, that's a long lost memory for them.
Yeah, no, it's definitely in the rearview mirror at this certain stage, and they are looking about as good as they ever have, just about as good as yesterday as well. And it was sorely needed. It was sorely missed. This is the version of Wolves that we wanted to see from the very, very beginning. But at the very least, yeah, now they are showing up in map number 2. They are keeping it competitive. We might even actually get to go all the way to the to Chalet if they keep this trend up so far. Their attacks, they've looked really, really clean, as you mentioned, except for those two little anomalies, I guess, on their sheet on the open area and second basement attack, which, yeah, credit where credit is due to Wild and Jegs in particular during that basement defense. He played it to absolute perfection with a quadra kill by the very, very end of it, realizing and recognizing what went wrong in their first outing on the basement defense, making the necessary adjustments by bringing in a lot of containment tools in the forms of, those Vulcan canisters, detonating them at the right time, softening up the players, and then just lighting them up with your Mark 14. It was a wondrous round for Jegs that has definitely kept Wild not necessarily ahead of the curve in map number 2, but in competition.
So I'm feeling like I just want to play the clip from earlier, the Packball clip again, because why not?
We have everyone back in the game.
We do, but we have time to do this. So here we go.
Okay, if you say so.
It's so stupid.
So dumb.
I want to see the spinning again. I want to see the spinning again. It's just so funny. He does like two full. He does a 720. That's beautiful. You never see that.
So silly.
You never see that. We'll come back into the game for a moment, but
we had a full lobby and suddenly it's just become a little bit more barren.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's a shame actually. You know what, Toodles?
Yeah.
I need a quick toilet break. So I'm going to leave you to it for like the next minute.
But why?
Hopefully the game won't actually be started by the time I'm back. So have fun filling. This is putting you on the spot. Enjoy control of my channel and my chat. The game is on in front of you. Don't worry, your camera's not on or anything. So yeah, have fun. I'm gonna pee. Bye.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure if Jerry has like any wireless headphones. I certainly don't think that he has them. So I'm just going to spout utter malarkey for the time being until Jerry comes back, if that's what chat wants me to. But honestly, let's just make sure that Jerry never leaves me in charge of his chat ever again. And as you can see on screen, well, we have lost control of the lobby, and I guess Schreikel, shout out to our observer, Schreikel, is going to be restarting the lobby altogether. So I guess I have no options but to just play by play what Schreikel's doing, creating the lobby. I probably should have also set a timer for this because, believe it or not, back when I first started casting in the tier 4 days when that was still a thing, and Jerry can attest to this because he was the owner of ECS for a little bit after AJ left. One of our observers at the time, Dan, if that name might ring a bell to any of you guys, still currently holds the world record for the fastest rehost ever conducted in all of Amateur Siege history. And we timed it. And if I'm not mistaken, that rehost was conducted and concluded with all 10 players back in the lobby and the game already started off within 42 seconds. So shout out to Dan. Maybe you might see this clip a little bit later on Twitch, but you still hold the fastest rehost. And yeah, well, Schreikel ain't got nothing on you. It's definitely been well over 42 seconds. We have people definitely joining the lobby back in. He's doing the round history, which keep in mind, yeah, doing round history is a thing that I forgot existed. So, yeah. Scooby Dooby Doo.
Ah,
Dabba dabba doo.
what
Hello.
are you doing? What are you
I'm scatting. I'm telling stories to Twitch chat. Yeah, because we basically had a full lobby reset.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well,
Yeah,
in that
so-
case, we'll come back to cams for a little bit and scroll Twitter for
guess,
my
yeah.
daily dose of Twitter, which is now limited. Oh, look at that. Lovely retweets. I'm just going to scroll through the R60 Sports Europe page because we've had a lot of clips today.
Yeah,
A lot of
I'll
moments.
have to pop this out so I can actually see what that. It's so small. I have to like squint to see what your Twitter feed is.
Yeah, what like you could just pop it out.
I have popped it out, but like you're still
Good.
pushing your OBS feed, so it's
Oh,
like
I see.
I'm
Yeah.
seeing everything like super duper small.
Okay, well, we won't be here for too long because it looks like players are back in lobby soon. Let's just
Woo.
relive Skiddy's glory. This was a great little moment.
Yeah, it was. Loved it. It was pretty ridiculous pulling that off. It was that first kill onto Alamau that still rattles me, honestly.
nuts.
Yeah.
Really cool. You know what was sad about yesterday was I was going through a load of like the best clips, like the really kind of chef's kiss moments from yesterday in various games. And annoyingly, a lot of them were from teams that either lost the game or got knocked out. We have Virtus Pro. You know, I wanted to post like Shepherd's clutch.
That was
And I was like, oh, what an incredible day, Shepherd's clutch. But they got knocked out. Virtus Pro got knocked out. And then, like, a lot of the TT9 games, I was like, it's TT9. And
I mean, you don't post them like the day after. Those are the clips that you save for an updated reel, right?
Exactly, yeah. We'll have a look at the map bans as well, just to provide more content for our lovely viewers while this lobby gets sorted out. So, I mean, part of the reason we were losing it on Skyscraper was that was Wolves' pick, right? Wolves chose their own fate there, and here, thankfully, they're doing a little bit better on Wild's pick of Bank. If we get to Chalet, let's sort of hypothesize for a minute here and say,
we're theory
if
crafting now.
Wolves win this game, let's say they win it in regulation, 7-5 or something, what do you think happens on Chalet?
What do I think happens on Chalet?
Wild's
Who's
pick,
starting on
essentially.
attack?
Wild starting on attack.
Okay. Honestly, I think it's probably going to be just as close. At least the first half is going to be just as close as G2 versus Heroic was. I think Wild are going to probably end things off with a 3-3 split if they start off on the attack.
Yeah.
Because Wolves have historically looked really, really clean on Chalet, all things considered. But I do think that in the second half, one of these two teams is going to fall off. And part of me thinks it's going to be Wolves more than Wild.
I can see that happening. I think, what, in Bank, you mean? Someone's going to fall off?
No. I mean, like, in
if
Chalet.
it gets to Chalet, yeah. I can
Yeah,
see
if it gets to
I can see it
Chalet,
happening
yeah.
here as well. Honestly, both teams are going really toe-to-toe. I think the second half could just be like, we could end up on a 7-3 or something.
Yeah, someone could fall off.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here. Especially with Wild, once they switch to attack.
Yeah.
I think I think we'll see a new lease of life on them. We only got to see one attacking round of Wild on Skyscraper, so I have a feeling that Wolves aren't going to be mentally prepared for Wild. They'll know what's coming. They know who Wild are. They've played against them plenty of times. They know what Wild are up to. But there's a difference between knowing what's coming and being ready for it, you know?
Indeed.
So that could happen. That could definitely happen at the side spot. We have got one round left before it. 3-2 to Wolves. And we are heading back on into the game right this second. So we're here back on bank. Wolves sitting one round up, looking to hopefully get a 4-2 split. Likely that they will be attacking open area. But there's a choice. There's a choice here for Wild. They could repeat CEO if they want to.
Yeah, they definitely could. They were unsuccessful in the previous
Archives.
Teller's Archives.
Okay.
Huh. It's been a hot second since we've seen Teller's Archives be picked post bank rework, because back in the day this was your second go-to site, as CEO was a very, very tricky one to pull off fundamentally back in the day. Now, and
there's something about Teller's Archives, right? But I think it's slept on personally.
So do I.
I think it's absolutely slept on. It
hasn't really changed compared to like pre-rework. The only difference is can you actually still get onto the printer by the A chassis and have that that angle into the main lobby through the top holes?
I believe you can't. I think you can get a similar angle from a desk. I don't know if you can get onto the printer, but the reason I think it's slept on personally is just because what it allows you to play like. Bank is a map where you do have to roam. Pretty much every site you have to roam, and I feel like this accommodates that better than most others. As long as you don't lose complete control of square, then you're in a good position, right? And you're in a position where you can play above the map, below the map, or above the site, below the site, around the site. As a defender, that's a lot of fluidity, especially when something like Valk is up on the field and the Yokai drones of Packball. If you have the intel, if you have the knowledge of where is clear, you can always go for a play. The defender is never at a loss for anything to do on this site, and I think that's why it's so valued. Of course, the downside is completely destructible ceiling, and CEO is usually the first step for a lot of attacks. So, we'll see if they
already see. Yeah, Wolves have already droned out that entire top floor, and they can more or less call it clear, as I don't think there's a single leftover soul on the side of Wild occupying that top floor. And they will just quickly confirm that stock is also completely barren. And yeah, we already have the silhouettes. There is something that is lingering around. No, that was just gadgetry that was being shot out. Okay, yeah, no, there's everyone on the side of Wild has already made their way back down to the first floor or the ground floor, depending on where you're from. And Mowgli is going to occupy square to get a little bit of a few angles established deep in towards the bomb site, as we have some vertical angles also being worked by Jegs and Aces towards those CEO repels.
So Jegs playing within the site, which is safe, of course, but everyone else kind of around, making sure that they're patrolling their area. Ace is also within the site, actually, with a C4 in hand, as you mentioned.
Yeah, he is.
And Hungry just opening up some late rotates to allow that fluidity, that maneuverability around the place. I feel like, honestly, Wild have boxed themselves in a little bit here, but they're flying out of that box as Teb, Packball, and Hungry all collect kills, and it's finally Bibu to shut that down, but my oh my. Ooh. 5 kills from Wild in the space of about 5 seconds. Less than 10. More like 5, I felt. 10.
I will
Let's get a replay on that.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking back right now on the live stream to see exactly. Oh, never mind. I'm getting ads. That is not an option.
All right. Let's do this. We're interacting with the clean feeder right now. Let's scrub back and see what happened in slow-mo. We need an action replay. Okay, I skipped.
We're doing our own replays because we miss Brad at the end of the day. We do really wish Brad was here doing replays for us, but it's fine. We can do them ourselves.
So, it is halfway through the round. You expect something to happen, but not like this. Right? Okay, so 1 minute... 1 minute 15 is the first kill. 1 minute 15 is the first kill. Let's see when the timer ends for the round. About 7 seconds.
About 7 seconds, so yeah.
Madness.
Crazy.
So fast. Alright, let's get back to live.
Pace. Back
to live. Wow.
Yep, and
very quick.
Now that the side swap has occurred, we're going to be going down, well, back down to the basement, and Wolves are going to have the first choice on the defensive side. Fenrir obviously going to be employed. No mirror present this time around, which I do find to be a tad bit interesting. Just seems like a little bit of a no-brainer that you always take a mirror on these kinds of basement defenses.
Well,
but Wolves opting not to.
I have a counter argument. Fenrir.
Let's hear it.
I always think that Fenrir is an alternative to Mirror.
Fenrir is stupidly good.
Yeah,
I agree.
He does the
Fenrir is
same
stupidly
thing.
good.
He does the same thing as Mirror. It's area control and one-sided gunfights, and it's even more unpredictable, even less detectable. I think it's an acceptable substitute.
Why not stack both of them?
Because then you've got an opportunity cost loss here, right? Like a Bibu on Echo. They want to have the Yokai drones. Mowgli on Jaeger. They need the catching utility. Deadshot with some much-needed stalling, some physical stalling, not just that intel. And Mowgli with that first kill, proving his worth. And then you want Shinka to cut through the chaos, right, as a warden. So it's about what do you give up, right? What do you give up in place of a mirror there? I feel like everything's valid. This is a good lineup, right?
It is a pretty good lineup. The one thing that I would personally give up would be that warden, honestly.
You think so? Okay.
That's the only thing that I would personally give up, if it were up to me.
The number of smokes, the number of flashes that Wild have brought along on this setup, they might...
Not a whole lot.
They might have thought that... I don't know. You got a pair of smokes that are taken down as Jegs was the opening death, and Teb going down as well, who is holding onto a set of flashes. So I mean, maybe the Warden won't get value this round because
definitely not.
All of the throwables are slowly dwindling on the side of Wild.
Yeah, plus he was playing over towards that blue staircase side, if I'm not entirely mistaken, which typically you would have a smoke over towards, but, you know, Warden definitely gets the job done just as well because he can forfeit setting some ADSs over there, unless you're anticipating HEs to be tossed out. And yeah, speaking of which, Aces already has a nade prepped and ready. He might instead just go for the wide swing.
Very
and
nice.
He does finally strike down Shinka as those ADSs were taken out of commission. So that is blue control established for Wild.
Wonderfully done and excellently played by Wild. They absolutely needed that after losing their first two frags. And the two good fraggers as well in Teb and Jegs taken out. So a lot rests on Ace's shoulders when it comes to delivering the goods in the kills department here on that Yana. But don't expect Hungry and Patbull to stay quiet at all. We've seen them be incredible, even outside of their clash play. Now, opening up some hatches. Creating some entryways, absolutely necessary. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, two doors. They have to make a decision very quickly. It looks like they're going to pinch from all angles.
Yeah, definitely so. And with the 4v3 scenario and 20 seconds left to go, the pressure is on the shoulders of Wild right now. Aces is the first to fall, but a quick trade comes on through from Packbull as he ingresses and narrowly takes down the Warden. But it will be Hungry to rectify the situation. He finds two, spam through P4, and it's all down to Bibu. Somewhere inside of gold, no active pings to work with, and he doesn't have the diffuser. It's too far out of reach, and it will be Bibu that confirms another round for Wolves on time alone.
We've seen a lot of rounds won on time alone today. Not only in this match, but also the previous one on Skyscraper, or this map, I should say. Previous one on Skyscraper, we saw a lot of rounds where Wolves were just at the mercy of the timer. But this time around, it works in their favor. Big round from Wolves. And off the back of the two entry picks, essentially. Just while struggling to kind of carry themselves back into that round. They were never out of it, though. They did find that pick onto the Warden, and from that point on, almost made their way through. Just a couple of missed shots, I think, from Packbull might have cost them that in the engagement down on the bottom floor, looking through that doorway. Just missed a couple of key moments where he could have secured the kill. If he'd done that, you're in a 2 versus 2, and it's certainly winnable. Hungry doing a great job, though, in a 1 versus 3 to take it down to the wire. Yeah. But like you say, Bibu, very smart, backs on into Gold Vault, plays the timer.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of your one and only responsibility as an Echo, and has been for as long as, you know, the man's been released. Since Red Crow as well. And despite the fact that, you know, his yokai drones aren't invisible anymore, the playstyle is still largely similar and largely the same on top of that. And Bibu just did what was required towards the very tail end of the round. And as such, well, Wolves, they put their best foot forward. They kick off the second half in the best way possible with a round win at the end of the day. And now we will be moving on towards staff and open area to see if they can continue this trend with Deadshot already taking a little bit of early damage on the top floor. He is on the roam. I do believe he has some support potentially being provided by either P4 or Mowgli on the top floor. We'll have to wait and see. And there is Jags. Yeah, They're finally getting the barricade opened up, but there is top banana presence that they have to worry about.
No castle in play means that these barricades are able to be shot open, and we can hear the DMR of Teb getting to work in clearing those out and opening up those angles, making Trump a little bit of a harder position to hold on to for Wolves. Of course, this is an open area defense, so you don't expect that heavy an investment on that top floor. Sometimes you see it, though. Right now, we don't. Plenty of intel being fed around by Wolves from Bibu using those Valk cams. P4 hops on as well. They have full knowledge of the directionality of this wild push. Wild are taking a lot more time about it, with Jegs walking in up the spiral and Patbull catching Deadshot off for free on that repel. And now Jegs in a position. Oh, he checks the wrong way, though. Bibu still inside of Kanto, unchecked in this elevator position. Hungry, though, does take down P4 for a second kill of the round. Absolutely crucial there from the supports as Patbull got the first. So 4 versus 3 now into the mid-round. Wolves scurrying as they try and transition back to a site defense, and the logic bomb is making their lives a living hell. But it looks like they're safe for the time being, as Wild are taking their time to get this next kill.
Ooh, narrowly Mowgli finds someone through the wall towards Long Desk, and Bibu's actually made his way all the way down to the basement, and he might just come up those square stairs. He's got a C4 prepped and ready on the hatch should anyone actually drop down into that small office, and I really like that mid-round adaptation. It might just have a net positive reward at the very, very end of it. And speaking of the end of the round, well, we are closely approaching it. 45 seconds left to go for Wild to make a move and actually commit to a take. They've still got Teb down below to maybe come up through those main staircases. A seems to be the most susceptible, if you ask me right now, with Shinka so far deep inside of that triple wall. He's a really tough player to dig out of position, but Hungry getting to work on those hard breaches has already made Shinka's life that much more difficult.
There's a player in blue, though, and I don't think that Wild have accounted for it. Wolves have adapted well, but Aces does find his man, and now it's all up to Bibu inside of blue, but Packpool will shut him down. A pair of kills from Aces onto the anchors opened that right up. Bibu forced into the engagement, and Packpool was smart enough. He absolutely knew that was the last one. I shouldn't have doubted the man. Round goes to Wild.
Indeed it does, and they will type the scoreline in a blood-soaked bow. 4 rounds apiece between these two teams, as the Wolves are going to, well, shift their attention over towards CEO on the top floor, and they did come pretty close towards securing that round all to themselves, but a couple of missteps towards the very end provided or proved to be very costly. The theory and the fundamentals of that hold, they were already set in stone. You just saw how effective Wolves were on being able to actually close off doors of opportunity towards Wild to the point that they couldn't actually successfully, breach Kanto, for example, clean control of Banana as well. So there is definitely a lot of good that can be extracted from that previous round.
Let's not forget we are watching map 2 here. Wolves and Wild going toe-to-toe, but Wild have that first map as a freebie. So Wolves really need to take this one to stand any chance of making it to the Rumble. Wild, of course, after a very good start yesterday, had a very strong position that they were in terms of top of the table. They let it slip near the end, including a loss to Wolves at the end of the day on Clubhouse, which is why we even see this rematch right now. But they are proving themselves to be the better side overall. Right now, though, in Bank, it's even footing, and we see Hungry bring out one of his favourite operators, an operator that had been banned against him numerous times in the past. It's the Grim.
Yeah. First time that I actually get to see, well, not the first time, but one of the first few times that I get to see the bees in action since they recently got buffed in the newest patch as well. It's curious to see exactly how the intel gathering will sort of affect Wild's strategy and how the Wolves are going to attempt to adapt to it on the fly.
It's a good site for it, right? They're forced to play on the top floor. You get maximum value out of the bees when you know that there are limited places that the attackers, or rather the defenders, can be located, and you can trap them in place. It's kind of like a half nomad, half lion type thing. It's a little bit good for flank holds, a little bit good for area denial. Hungry taking down P4 in response to that jump out, who felled Jegs. Very important frag there to deal with the Zofia on repel, because you always need someone on repel when it comes to the CEO push. So now Wild will have to redistribute their pieces, try and find something. Aces, notably, is beneath the site himself with nades in pocket, so a little bit of intel wouldn't go amiss.
Definitely not. And with those vertical nades, as you mentioned, they could potentially find a couple of freebies if Wolves aren't careful with how mobile they are. But the fact that they have, as you mentioned, lost out on Jegs, who was on Repel, means it's that much more difficult to actually lock in some of these defenders, making them ripe for a vertical nade to be tossed on through. Now, Aces might just have to do a little bit of guessing to find, well, some of these frags. The first one is already tossed on through, and it reaps no rewards whatsoever, but now he might just get the lineup right and still a couple feet away from finding, I believe that might have been Mowgli over towards Long Desk. And with so much time already wasted, only 60 seconds remain, and now the bees are finally starting to come out, and that will ping one player over towards the vending machine. Deadshot lit up.
The live ping as well, not just like the Lion kind of staggered pings. You get a direct feed, almost like wall hacks. The bees are very quick to respond. These walls being opened up by Packball, enabling the potential for a plant. He shoots out that second Selma to give himself some crouch height cover for this, as he can already crouch through and walk through on the left-hand side. But this bookshelf being open is a bit of a problem. He maybe wants to plant behind the desk here in the default plant spot. He's hoping that his teammate might cover the swing from Jamater, but in fact, it's Bibu they have to worry about, playing from deep behind the sofa, who domes Aces at range. Hungry has that hard breach charge to open up a second sightline, but in the meantime, Packball has been felled and the diffuser is cold. Goes for the repel in. Mowgli meets him with a Halo bullets. Mowgli with a second onto Hungry. Double headshot to close things out for Wolves, and they go a round up. 5-4 now the score.
Yeah, they held onto the top floor with an iron fist. It seemed as if Wilds had all of the pieces to the puzzle necessary. They had both sides of the breach completely open. They had the best beachhead imaginable completely established, with the player inside of Janitor basically locked to a very immobile position on the opposite end of those reinforcements. You had your repel present. You had everything except for the capability to shut down the couch player. And as you mentioned, Bibu from behind the couches just shutting down the initial defuse attempt. It didn't even make it to the default plant spot. And from there on out, it started to crumble right before Wild. And Wolves as such, well, they will sit not all too comfortably on 5 rounds, as the gap is only 1 between these two teams. But they have been able to get themselves that second floor CEO win on only the first attempt, which does speak volumes. And with basement being unlocked, they will revisit it as well, looking to see if they can get, you know, a 2-for-2 scoreline on it.
So we head back down to the basement. Wolves opting to play an open hatch setup above the site, so indicating that they want to hold on to that area around open area itself. And without the Azami in play, there are limited ways of doing that, but definitely other tools at your disposal. Azami I mentioned just because as soon as you have that opportunity with Azami in play, you know that you can create a proper fortress up here. Mirror also open and not being utilized on this top floor, so those Fenrir gadgets will have to do some heavy lifting, if you ask me, when it comes to holding on to that position. P4 with his cameras stationed far and wide will be controlling mostly square stairs and the lobby area, just trying to read into the early directionality of this push and maybe see if there's a late rotate into a west push. And I say a late rotate into a west push, but this hatch is being opened right at the start. Teb is pretty ready to try and tackle someone from the garage, and it looks like Wild want to kind of strike from a lot of different areas at once. But oh my goodness, Deadshot with a headshot onto Aces, and Mowgli tags in with one onto Teb. Beautiful stuff to open up the round for Wolves.
Yeah, I don't think who was on the receiving end of, well, Deadshot's kill could even see the Goyo physically.
He knew nothing about that.
I didn't either. It was a ridiculously tight angle. And eventually, Wildwood, they will secure a trade onto P4, but already so much chaos caused, and you've only really taken out one of the worst performing players of the Wolves, and that's not all too much gained in the favor of Wild. And sure, they might have a little bit of territory to talk about, but they've still got open area to address, which is currently being plagued by, once again, Deadshot, who has been on an absolute heater so far since the rehost.
Of course, that loss of P4 does make a difference, but ultimately it's Wild that really have to solve a problem here. They still have the tools necessary to get these breaches down. They've got the EMPs, they've got Hibana, and even some nades in the hands of Jegs. So it's kind of a full team mini version, if you ask me. Not too much lacking in the utility department. They've even got a whole host of flashes and soft destructions should they need it, but I don't think that soft destruction is going to come in very handy because, of course, all of this roof is completely destructible from the basement's perspective. So it's going to have to be forcing your way through the typical bottlenecks. They do find find a yokai drone. I don't know whether that has been successfully removed. It doesn't look like it. There we have it. Boo now without that key piece of utility, that's delay and that intel within the site. And now Packball trying to get diffuser down.
Yeah, indeed, and no one's close enough to potentially go for a vault over. That will be Hungry and Jex finding a kill each, and Shinka's close enough to respond, but he gets taken down from the hatch. Instead, Deadshot drops, and he will clean up an injured Hungry, but he is left in the 1v2, narrowly shuts down Packbull. He had the right idea of turning his attention towards this top floor hatch, but can't respond fast enough. He opened up the round, but he can't close it off.
A pair of opening frags for Wolves that round. Essentially a 3 versus 5 played nearly flawlessly. They had 3 men up when it came to that plant. Excellently read, excellently played by Wild to remove only the necessary utility and then immediately hit them with that plant. Getting into a post plant in a 3 versus 5 is incredible. I mean, it was a 3 versus 4 at that point, but to be able to take it to that point, they've just stolen around from Wolves, if you ask me.
Basically, I mean, the funny thing about it is that you kind of also just buck the usual trend of these basement executes where, you know, you start faking a couple of plant attempts to draw out and bait out any necessary util that the defenders might still have lingering around, but realistically, there was actually none besides those yokai drones. They had already, you know, dealt with one physically within the A-bomb site, and then they just realized, shit, you know, there's no more threats that we actually have to worry about. Let's just go and send in the plant, force the post plant, and throw the ball into Wolves' court. They did exactly that. It worked out to absolute perfection.
I feel as though a trick was missed by the Wolves defense by not having a FNAT up there.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
We didn't see one triggered, unless, of course, there was an EMP pre-plant, which, of course, was an option open to Wild. So maybe they did think about that. Maybe Wolves were caught out by the fact that the FNAT mine didn't trigger. They would have heard the EMP, of course, if that was the case. I would like to go back and check that afterwards. But either way, it was just well played. And like I said, while they were in that 3 versus 4, they did have all of the utility necessary to make things work, and they did it. Yeah. So exemplary work from Wild. 5-5, and we will see all 12 rounds of regulation. And we're heading back down to the basement for another Wolves attempt.
Already a little bit of early scouting done, and they have spotted out Mowgli on the top of Marble, and that will be Aces. And Jegs actively converging on his position, but he has just slightly retreated further down, and that does waste quite a little bit of time off of Wild's clock, which is always going to be a net positive. Takes out an extra drone as well in the mix of things, and that's basically all you really want to accomplish on your bank roams, unless you somehow wind up finding a kill for your troubles, but none to be found so far, and they still have 3 players actively playing from within that open area. Jex finds contact, but no kill comes through.
That open area looks like it may have been surrendered in the past few moments, just by reading the outlines. Hungry gets a ping on a Vault camera, but can't remove it from that range. Some early scouting, again, going down onto the basement, as Wolves have decided to just hunker up for this full turtle defense. They don't have... I would imagine they've redistributed this intel, right? You've even got the bulletproof cams this time round to try and read a bit more into the late game, because the way that Wolves have played around it, if they've spread their utility far and wide for the early game, then they have mismanaged this round, and they've left themselves thin on the ground when it comes to the basement. So you've got to hope that some of these FNATs, some of these Vault cams are in the right place. I'm really taking a little bit of tick damage through that wall, as the Goyo canister will travel through the open breach, but he does manage to find a spot where he can place that breach charge, and Packball now in a spot where he can place the diffuser. And it looks like Wolves are a little bit too far away, to be honest, to divide this. The EMPs come out. That's going to deny any sort of Echo Yokai drone shenanigans, and we're in a post plant yet again.
Yeah, clock reset back up to 45, and now Wolves, they have to try to fight for that top floor control, but Ace has already shut down both of those 2 players that were trying to ascend the main staircase. Jegs from the small office hatch finds Shinka as well, and now it's suddenly all down to Bibu with an MP5 SD. He finds absolutely nothing to show, and in that entire post plan, it was Aces who finds a 3-piece. That is a massive play coming out from him in particular to drag Wild across the line. And now they sit not only on map, but on series point.
And the Wolves just seem to be asleep at the wheel for the past 2 rounds. What is going on? 2 basement defenses and 2 plants that they just allow to go down. they can't play for the retake in either of those scenarios, at least not well enough, because Aces and co are shutting them out of it. It's been very impressive from Wild to find these gaps, to get these plants down. Packball holding F, MVP, twice in a row. But now Wolves, they have to wake up. The CEO defense, we saw last time around, Wild execute an unusual strategy. It's very rare that we get to see a square take nowadays on a CEO attack. Usually it centers around either rappelling in on those windows or hitting up main stairs or coming up the spiral stairs with a Monty or something.
Yeah.
But Wild shown that they have a lot of strings to their bow here. They could flex onto a Monty if they want and go for that push. They could try and go for a main stairs push. They could try and go for a rappel. They are opting to bring a similar lineup to last time with the Ace, with the Hibana. So the world is their oyster, honestly. It might be a case of just assess what we see and tackle it accordingly.
Yeah, definitely so. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Wolves, they don't necessarily have your bandits or your mutes, so that cancel wall can, for example, be opened up completely for free, as well as the rest of these reinforced walls. If they want to once again try to go for an east square take, that is very much a real possibility, but we saw just how much they struggled to deal with Bibu playing from behind a couch, because he was able to shut down 2 of those ingressing players from both of the breaches, and that shut down the entire Wild execution. So that might not be a little bit of history that they're willing to repeat. They have now got Bibu effectively stuck inside of this lower elevator side, and should he drop, well, Teb is still on Cancer Repel to maybe spray him down through that soft wall below.
In the meantime, Packball and Jegs tackling this stock hold. Mowgli playing around that soda machine position with a shield, with a couple of reinforced walls on his left as well. Packball going to try and remove those, but they are currently being jammed. Why?
No, they're
interesting.
not.
Mowgli does take out Jegs. Just took a little moment to activate there, it seems.
Yeah, apparently.
The Warden will spring into action, but immediately dealt with by Hungry on this elevated position. A very nice little cross if you're asking anyone to help you out with the stock. Get someone on that spot. It just bypasses the effectiveness of crouching around because you can see above those little dividers in the room.
Yeah, I've already started to reminisce about the days when the purple tarp was a thing on Coastline.
Yeah.
God, how much I missed it. At the very least, the umbrella outside of stock is a worthy-ish kind of successor, but still, it really doesn't hit the same. Still, 4v4, even Steven between both of these two squads, as we have definitely entered the business end of the 12th and final round of regulation of this second map. Wild 4 kills away from closing this one off and booking an early ticket into the group stages of the Rainbow Rumble, and they've already gotten themselves the majority of this CEO wall completely open. 2 players stationed on a rappel. This time they've got the necessary pieces so they don't fall victim to another bit of couch shenanigans and antics like they did the last time. It's actually surprising how heavily understaffed the physical bomb site is right now.
And Janitor as well. Everyone's emptied out of it. Of course, those angles being opened up from the window by the Hibana going to disable that position effectively for the time being. But it is going to be a case of these long angles being held by Wolves. They have to hold them effectively right now. Packball gets himself just inside the breach to go for a very exposed plant, but it looks like he's safe. And for the 3rd time in a row, Wild have converted into a post-plant situation. 3 versus 3 now, and Wolves have to rescue this round. Teb on the cover, on the flank holder, will take down Deadshot after he claims the life of the planter Packball. Hungry on the rappel. A massive problem for Wolves, and Shinka tries to solve it, but he's gobbled up by Hungry. Just do not tackle this man. Do not try and test him. Bibu now opting for the ninja defuse, but the breach below is problematic for him. More problematic than that is Hungry on the rappel, gets his 2nd kill on the post plant, and Wild, with a 2-0 victory in maps, will see themselves through. They join Heroic in the Rainbow Rumble group stage.
What a performance coming out from Wild. Sure, map number 2 wasn't as close or technically as smooth as they would have liked, but a win's a win at the end of the day. Commiserations to Wolves. Unfortunately for them, they are out of the competition. They are out currently of the running for a direct qualification into the Rainbow Rumble group stages, and they will need to have another attempt later on, potentially in the open qualifiers to do so. But for Wild,
they don't do that. They don't do
Nope.
that. Yeah, I have to correct you on that. That's their last chance. No tier 1 teams get to compete in these qualifiers.
Wait, really?
Yep, that's it. That's
They
it.
don't get to. They don't get to compete in the open qualifiers or like
Nope.
northern qualifiers. Ooh.
No, if you've competed within these teams, then you don't get to compete. The interesting thing is that if you have a player that is in a tier 1 side, they might be able to compete in those open qualifiers with other teams. So do keep an eye on that. We've seen, you know, for instance, like there was a possibility that Benja might join in the combine at one point, or other people. Anyway, but that's not going to happen. Northern EU Open Qualifier is next up next weekend, and those are for the teams with 3 players in the Northern region. And then after that, Open Qualifier is open to everyone in EU, and then the Closed Qualifier, which is where those teams head to, will be the next thing and the most important stage for anyone that's trying to qualify, because you'll be joined by the MPL teams, the UKIN winner of Team 86, and the Nordic Championship winner of X Thunder Esports. So that's what's going on. And now that's it. That's it for today. I cannot believe that we've been treated to such brilliant siege. A real slobber knocker of a first series, 2-1 to Heroic, with every map going the distance in regulation at least, and then an overtime for the final map. And now here we get Wild just curb stomping Wolves map 1, and then turning it around for map 2 as well, when they were 5-4 down, 3 rounds in a row, 3 plants in a row from Packball. And that's it. They are through. Wild and Heroic are your teams in the Northern Rainbow Rumble. I feel like I've been here before, right? Of course it's Wild and Heroic. How could it not be Wild and Heroic, right?
It had to be exactly these two.
It's really strange that, how it's worked out. Anyway.
It's been a really, really fun weekend, honestly. It's been really, really good siege.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more, Two Doors. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you by my side as well. We absolutely love Two Doors. Shrikle in chat showing us the love as well. Thank you so much, Shrikle, as well, for delivering us all 5 games today. Absolutely go to the Observer. Thank you very much as well to RR General and Medics for providing the feeds yesterday that we were covering. Shrikle was also covering some games. We didn't see any of his, so it was good to get some games from Shrikle today. Big thank you as well to FM Abbey for the raid earlier, and huge cheers and shout out to Fresh as well for working the other side of the coin with a little bit more of a casual stream on his side of things during this afternoon and yesterday. So we love it. We love to see all of the community coming together for these Quals games. Two Doors, I'm going to give you the opportunity to say whatever the hell you want. Maybe what are you most excited about for Rumble with Wild and Heroic waiting all these teams?
Ooh, that is
putting you on the spot
that's
here.
A little bit of a tough one. Yeah, no, honestly, it's just going to be really, really exciting to see how the next generation of T2 actually gets to mesh with 2 of your already qualified teams in the form of Heroic and Wild. It's going to be really fun to see, you know, who's eventually going to be the top dog. It could potentially be, might we see the birth of the next 10-star take place within this Rainbow Rumble circuit? I don't know. Could potentially happen. There are a lot of different possibilities, and I'm just really happy to, you know, be a part of it once again, because T2, man, forget my French, but that's the shit. I love it. Yeah. I love it so much. And on top of that, I do want to extend a massive thank you to every other single person that has been able to actually make this entire project a reality, from the tournament admins, from the people at Epic Land that have been joining in from this project, as well as you know, all of your other secondary and tertiary language broadcasters that have been doing the non-English side of the things throughout the entire weekend. It's because of you guys and every one of you guys that has participated, including yourself, Jerry, for having me on the show, that we can actually have stuff like this and do it on a daily basis with nothing but passion. It's really, really cool. Love it.
It's great fun, and doing this just for fun as well is very satisfying. So that's going to be it. I have nothing more to add to that. Very well said, Toodles. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Do keep track of all of the qualifiers that are taking place over the next month in Rainbow Rumble. Also keep track of the upcoming Rainbow Six Combine, the sister tournament to this one. Plenty of Tier 2 action to be had in that as well. I've been Jerry the Music Man. This has been Two Doors, and we will see you on the flippity flop. Bye bye.